IB Nation, welcome back to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. It is Wednesday, February 5th, and Brian, it's Wednesday. You know what that means, man. We gotta buy, sell, hold
Buy,
today.
sell, hold. Yes,
We
very
need to come
happy
up with
about
just
that.
like a separate little theme song for buy, sell, hold.
Yes,
Like a
we need
little,
like a
little
buy,
jingle.
sell, hold intro. Yes,
Like a
yes,
little
we do.
jingle.
We do like a little video, a buy, sell, hold preview video.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be
Yeah.
awesome.
We'll get something thrown together here. But it is Wednesday, and you guys know buy, sell, hold, that's for our premium board members. So there's a thread that gets started. People host their buy, sell, hold submissions where they submit a topic, and Brian and I will have a discussion around whether we buy it, we sell it, or we hold it, right? If the outcome is something that we don't quite know yet or it has the potential to change. But this was one of my favorite segments when I was a listener, and now being on this side of the table, it's fun to actually be able to sit down and answer some of the questions. So a lot of great submissions today, a lot of great ones. But Brian, before we jump into it, how you doing today, man?
Still battling this cough, man, but I'm here. I'm battling. I'm ready to rock and roll, man. I'm excited. Gonna have some recruiting stuff up tonight, just for people to know. I'm finishing up I've done all my regrades and my reevaluations of the 25 class. Since today is National Signing Day, which is so nuts. This used to be one of my favorite days of the year. Like, I so looked forward to this day. I mean, I'd be up at 7:00 a.m. waiting to see who signed, because there was always a lot of guys that you're waiting to see, if they're going to commit that day and make sure the signatures got in. Did the faxes get in? And now it's like, I don't even care, because just Notre Dame's been done recruiting since December. And the December signing day just doesn't have the same excitement to it, because it's right in the middle. It's right between the regular season and the playoffs, and it's bowl season, and it just doesn't have the same excitement. But today is National Signing Day, so the 25 class is finally signing. Notre Dame's not adding anybody new, but I wanted to wait till this day to kind of release my final rankings, final evals. That way we could see what happened in the All-Star games, and get as much film as possible. So there were some changes. Some guys moved up in grades, a couple guys moved down in grades after I reevaluated. So I'll have that up today. And then tomorrow I'll have my 2-year grades up. I was going to do that in December, but again, I wanted to wait just to see if anybody else got added, and nobody did. So I'll have my 2-year grades where I kind of look at the success by position over a 2-year span. I think that's always the best way to look at recruiting. Like, well, why'd they only sign, 2 of these guys? Like, well, okay, if you look at it compared to last year when they signed 5, you understand why they didn't have the need to take, or why did they sign so many of this? And then you look at last year and you're just like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I'll look at them in sort of like a 2-year grade standpoint. That'll be tomorrow. So definitely have some recruiting stuff here, kind of wrapping up this class the next couple days. But for now, Trevor, obviously the focus is going to be on this exciting buy, sell, hold segment.
I'm ready to jump into it, man. It's like I said, for buy, sell, hold, you always stay ready. You never have to get ready. And that's kind of my mantra. Yeah. Stole it from TI, but had a good ring from it.
You know what helps to be able to do it, Trevor, is when I actually put the buy, sell, hold questions up there. Definitely helps with that. So without further, I'm like, Trev's like, Brian, the questions aren't down there. I'm not sure what you want me to do right now. That's on me. Let's get rocking and rolling, man. Actually, before we did that, when we did have a super chat, if you did not get one in if you're a premium member, you did not get one in, and you want to get one in now, you can do a super chat, which ICURN with Irish Luck just did. If you're not a board member and you still want to get a buy, sell, hold in, go ahead and throw a super chat in there. That's the only other buy, sell, holds that we'll take today are super chats. But we will kick things off with ICURN with Irish Luck, who has a super chat. He also has one he's a board member, so there is one actually we'll have him later in this, but he had another one he wanted to get in there.
Fantastic. We appreciate the super chat. We appreciate you submitting a submission on the thread. But buy, sell, hold, Armel Mukum has more upside than Elijah Hughes. I think they are similar body types, but remember, Armel was your second upside player behind Butkus Award, and I think he was Ryan's first in the 2023 class.
Yeah, Ryan and I had Boubacar and Armel as the 2 highest upside grade guys, and we just had them flipped. I had Boubacar 1, Armel 2. He had Armel 1, Boubacar 2. I've seen nothing that tells me his upside isn't still the same. I mean, Armel's just gone from a 250-pound guy to a 300-pound guy in a really quick period of time. And I think he's still getting used to that. He was always very raw. I mean, the thing is, Armel and Boubacar also ranked pretty low on my defensive board as far as the present grade. they were always upside projections. With Bubakar, it was more about just lack of playing time. He had battled some injuries. With Armel, he was super raw. He was a hockey player. He was still learning football. He was just they were just both kind of getting by on just God-given ability. And, obviously Bubakar started to flash a little bit sooner, not to be a surprise. He'd been playing football a little bit longer. The program he came from. Armel was still very new to the game. He's still learning. I like Elijah Hughes. I think there's some potential there. He's got a lot to prove, but I still believe Armel's a guy that has a ton of upside. And I think it would be a mistake for the Notre Dame staff not to make him a priority this offseason of doing whatever you can to coach. I mean, that's what good coaches do, and we'll find out if Al Washington's going to do that. But good coaches look at young kids who maybe aren't ready yet and say, hey, listen, yeah, I got to coach the whole room, but I'm going to make that guy my special project, and I'm going to make sure whoever my assistants are, GAR, analysts are, whatever, that we're like, hey, listen, we got to get 88 going because he can be a difference maker for us. And it's our jobs to expedite that process and get him ready to go. I think that would be huge if they could do that. Now, Armel's got to put in the work himself, right? He's got to take pride in his craft and do the work and do the study, go to the coaches, ask for help. But it's also up to them to make sure that they make him a priority because I do think that I've seen nothing from him to make me change my view of him having big time upside. Big time upside.
Well, it puts it in a good spot, too, because we just had an entire show yesterday, and a good portion of it was talking about who's going to step up along the interior of the defensive line. Mm-hmm. And Armel Mukum's name is right there in the mix, right up there with Gabe Rubio and Donovan Heinisch and Jared Dawson. So somebody's going to have to step up, and I think 88 is going to be in a prime spot to elevate his game and make a name for himself in 2025. So
we also had a quick super chat from Anthony Solomon. Anthony said, thanks for the show, gentlemen. Anthony, we appreciate you very, very much. Very much. Now, Trev, we can go ahead and bring these bad boys up here and get rocking and rolling with our guy, Salty Virginia Peanuts.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame must at least make a run to the college football playoff semifinals this season to find itself regarded as one of the perennial elites.
I'll buy that as the thing that would have the greatest impact in that regard. I do think if Notre Dame goes undefeated this season and makes it to the quarterfinals, and let's just say they get upset by somebody, I don't know that necessarily means that they aren't viewed as an elite program still. I think if they run the table and they do the things that they need to do as a team, as a program, I think that they'll get that sort of that moniker as being a big time team. For me, Trevor, it comes down to it's going to be partly how you look. It's going to be partly how do you play during the regular season. Like again, if they go 12-0 and they smack Miami on the road and beat Texas A&M convincingly, and they go 12-0 and win their first round game as the 5 seed convincingly, and then let's say they get upset by, I don't know, whoever the 4 seed is, and they've got some injuries and things like that, I think you'll still be considered a like kind of in that level. But if it's just a normal season, they go 10-2, get knocked out in the first round, go 11-1, have a win over the 12 seed, get smacked by the 4 seed who's ranked lower than them in the rankings, or not even get beat, then I do think you have to think about raising some questions about whether they're a perennial elite. I think it will at least be up for discussion at that point in time, Trevor. I mean, that's how I do. So I'll buy this as a premise. I do. I think there's always some context that certain things could go a certain way where they would still be considered elite, even if they don't make it to the semifinal. But I think the premise is sound. There would have to be some extenuating circumstances that would lead me to say that he's not correct. I would say bigger picture, over the next 2 years, you need to make another semifinal run. And I think you lock yourself into that. But for the short term, I would say that this is a factual statement.
Yeah, I'll buy it with a little bit of an accent over it, right? A little bit of an asterisk over it, because Notre Dame is going into a season where they're going to have a new defensive coordinator. They're going to have a new starting quarterback under center. There's going to be new wrinkles in the offense. Once again, they're going to have a new offensive line. So I would say I will buy this big picture, because I think anything short of not winning at least the first round of the playoffs and having an 11-1 type, or even a 10-2, depending on the circumstance, type of season would be considered a letdown. We talked about that when we talked about the floor of this team and what the expectation was. But yes, it can't be a situation where after this they go 9-4 and don't make the playoffs, right? It can't be one of those. So yes, I will buy this, but to Brian's point, if they experience the same amount of injuries as they did this past year, I don't know what this team can do to overcome that in back-to-back seasons. So I'll buy it initially, and we'll see how it plays out throughout the course of the season.
It's funny watching a lot of these way too early predictions for the playoff. I saw Andy Staples yesterday had his where he had Notre Dame going to the championship game against Texas, and I'm going to actually look up and see kind of what his was, because and I think he had them beating Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. Let me just see if I can find the one he had, but. And then okay, so he had Notre Dame beating Florida in the first round as the 6th seed. He had them beating Clemson in the second round as the 3 seed, and then beating Oregon as the 2 seed in the semifinals. Like, you do that, and you are absolutely considered a perennial elite team. Now, Ari Wasserman, who was super high on Notre Dame this year and is one of the people that predicted Notre Dame to be in the championship game. I think he picked Ohio State to beat Notre Dame in the championship game, was one of his predictions. He has Notre Dame as a 6 seed also, but he has them getting upset by South Carolina in the first round. Now, number one, I do not see that happening, like, at all. But if that were to happen, then that would be a big knock on Notre Dame and would be that kind of thing. So, yeah, you'd have a great season. You finished as the 6th seed, which meant you probably were the 4th-ranked team, going into the postseason, and you get upset by South Carolina. Yeah, I think that'd be considered like a disappointing step back. But again, there would just need to be context as to why were you down a starting quarterback and, that all those type of things. But I could see South Carolina making the playoff. I'm not predicting them to, but I could see it. That's a talented team. My hesitations and my reservations with Shane Beamer as the leader of that team, but they're going to have talent next year. There's no doubt about that. But that would be considered disappointing, right? That would be the thing where it's like a bit of a step back, in my opinion. I don't see it happening, but I'm just using those two examples as like, okay, look at these two predictions. This one would solidify Notre Dame, no doubt about it. This one would be like, okay, you were good, but was last year's now looking maybe a little bit like a fluke or whatever. And I don't know that that'll be true, but that'll be what the narrative is.
All righty, buy, sell, hold from PJC 1122. The order of this group of safeties from greatest to least greatest. Buy, sell, hold: Xavier Watts, Harrison Smith, Kyle Hamilton, Glenn Earl, Jerome Sapp.
I buy that one because I'm looking at this, Trevor, and I know a couple of these guys are a little bit before your time. I look at this as college careers.
Yeah.
And if that's based on college careers, that's absolutely a buy. I was discussing this with a buddy of mine before the show, and he was talking about how he'd have Harrison Smith below Kyle Hamilton. And I understand Harrison's first year in the lineup was a little rough. He played linebacker. But even if you just look at his last 3 years and you compare it to Kyle Hamilton's last 3 years, it's not really close, in my opinion. And matter of fact, Harrison Smith had better production in his last 2 years, in 2010 and 2011, than Kyle Hamilton had for his whole career. From a pass game standpoint, or it was like right on par. So like in Harrison's last 2 years, he had 181 tackles, 7 interceptions, and 16 pass breakups. Kyle Hamilton in his entire career of 31 games, that was for Harrison 26 games. For Kyle Hamilton in 3 years and 31 games, he had 138 tackles. So that's like 53 more for Harrison. Kyle had 97 solos. Harrison had 108 solos. So even just looking at solos, he had more. Kyle had 8 interceptions in 3 years and 16 pass breakups. Harrison had 7 interceptions in his last 2 years and 16 pass breakups. That doesn't even include the 2 years before, where he was kind of playing like an 08. I know they used him as a hybrid linebacker, and then they kind of moved him to more of a safety type of role before eventually moving him back to safety. But, I mean, Harrison Smith had a much better college career than people give him credit. There's people think, he was okay in college, but he didn't get drafted in the first round in the NFL draft because he was okay in college.
Right.
He got drafted the first NFL draft because he was a really good college player who also tested well. Kyle Hamilton was about reputation. His All-American honor in 2021 was about reputation. He played 7 games. Now, that doesn't mean Kyle wasn't a brilliant player. He was. It just was like it was in a much shorter span of time, and he just didn't finish the season healthy and those type of things. And Kyle had to deal with the fact that his prime season was cut short because of COVID. He didn't get a chance to play as much, see as much because of the shortened seasons. Kyle was a great player. It's just in college, Xavier and Harrison were better players. There's no doubt about it. Glenn Earl and Jerome Sapp, I'll take that. They were Ryan Vince. Good God. Just means you get Sean, Jesse. Hey, Trevor. This might as well list everyone since I got Vince and Ryan in there. Glenn Earl and Jerome Sapp were part of the same secondary. I don't know if you were, I know you know them, but I don't know if you were what, 5 in 2002, right?
Yeah.
So you were 5. Glenn Earl was a heck of a football player in college. I really liked Glenn Earl as a player. And then Jerome Sapp was a really darn good player as well. There might be a couple guys, honestly, that if you were to ask, like, okay, is there anyone from that time? So this is basically like 2000 on. Would you have anybody else in there? As much as I like Glenn Earl and Jerome Sapp, I'd probably have like Alohi Gilman in that conversation. I'd consider putting Tom Zibikowski in that, ahead of one of those two guys. Those two guys were great in that 02 season. Overall, they played on some teams that weren't that great. They weren't coached overly well. It wasn't their fault, but I've talked about how Zibikowski had some coverage issues, but he was still a big time playmaker.
Yeah.
Zibby had a lot of production in his career as well. Alohi Gilman was a big time player for Notre Dame. There's a couple other guys. If you're going to go back to, the 90s, more of my era, I'd say, then you're throwing in like Jeff Burris and Pat Terrell, and you could have a lot longer list. But if we're just going kind of 2000 on, I think that's a good list. But I'd probably have Tom Zibikowski on that list over Jerome Sapp. And I love Jerome Sapp, man. I loved him as a player. I'd probably put Zibby or Alohi Gilman on that list. But other than that, I'm comfortable with that list. I'm definitely buying that list.
Yeah, I'm with you. The only other thing that I have to add is I think when you consider greatest safeties, you have to think of, the amount of games that they had played. And with Kyle Hamilton's season cut short, like when you think about guys like Xavier Watson, Harrison Smith, those two guys respectively were two players who Notre Dame's defense could rely on to, all right, we need a big play, we need a big stop. And Kyle Hamilton was that guy when he was playing. You
like
go
a
back
year and a half.
21, right.
Yeah,
right.
That's it.
And in the moments that he was playing, he was brilliant, right? Everybody thinks about that interception he had against Florida State when he came from the far hash and covered almost 40 yards of ground in 3 seconds, and so at his peak, Kyle Hamilton was everywhere as good as Xavier Watson, Harrison Smith when he was healthy and in terms of playmaking ability. But for me, like I have to factor in like availability of playing. So that does factor in for me.
Yeah. Somebody asked if Dave Dorson makes that list. I never got to see Dave Dorson in college. When I came up, started watching football, he was already with the Bears. So I can't speak to that. There's other guys. Like I would never have a conversation where if I'm ranking the best DNs, I'd put Ross Browner in there. Now you talk to Lou Samoji, he'll tell you that he's the best DN to ever played in Notre Dame, and it's not even a debate. And I would always say, okay, if Lou says that, I believe it. I just never saw him play. So when I have greatest, I always include guys that I've seen play. Because I can't tell you how good Luther Bradley was or how good Ross Browner was or guys like that, and that's why I never include Tim Brown in my list of all-time receivers in Notre Dame when I talk about like the best, because I'm just going off of what I've seen. And that was kind of like the year before I really remember a lot about Notre Dame. I kind of remember the Michigan State punt returns, but I'd have to think through that one a little bit more. But yep, I think Kyle Hamilton was very good. But when you look at the job Harrison Smith did, I just think Harrison Smith, the problem for Harrison Smith is he didn't play on very good teams. Yeah. And I think people forget just how good he was. And you look at the 2 years under Bob Diaco, 91 tackles in 2010, 90 tackles in 2011, 55 and 53 solos those 2 years. So he had 19 and 16 more solos than assists. It wasn't like he was piling up assisted tackles. 7 interceptions in 2010, 7 breakups in 2010, no picks in 2011, 9 pass breakups, a fumble recovery, 2 forced fumbles in 2011. He was an outstanding football player, dude. He was a brilliant football player. And again, there's a reason he went in the first round.
Oh yeah.
And had they not wasted him at linebacker his first year, you're like, what then? Just think of what he could have been then.
Sure.
But yeah, he was a heck of a player, and impactful too. I still remember the one of the best interceptions I've ever seen from a Notre Dame player was him against Utah in 2010, and that big upset win where they're running a deep over route and Harrison's trailing and it looks like he's beat, but as soon as the ball leaves the quarterback hand, you realize Harrison was baiting the quarterback into thinking he got beat, and as soon as the ball leaves his hand, he accelerates, undercuts the over route, and picks it off in a game that was really in a lot of ways helped kind of salvage Brian Kelly's first season. Because remember, they were 4-5 going into that game against Utah. Utah was ranked and supposed to beat Notre Dame, and he had a big role in it. He had the 3 interceptions in the Sun Bowl win over Miami. I mean, there's just Ja'Cory Harris is just having nightmares still to this day about Harrison Smith. But he was just a brilliant player. So was Xavier. So was Kyle Hamilton. I mean, they were all brilliant players. We're arguing what level of outstanding play we're debating here. And that's why I would go where I went.
Imagine if Harrison Smith would have redshirted in 2008 and not played linebacker. And
he couldn't redshirt. He redshirted in 2007. He was a freshman in 2007. He was part of the same class as Golden Tate. So he did redshirt. But your point about him not wasting time at linebacker is spot on because he was a really good safety in high school. And I still don't understand why they used him the way they did. Like, it's just one of the many reasons why I say John Tenuta was like, if you'd have told me that somebody hired some outside program hired John Tenuta to come to Notre Dame and ruin Notre Dame, I'd be like, that's a little too conspiratorial for me. But if you were to say, okay, what would it take for you to buy that? I'd say, well, he'd have to do this, 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 and this. And the guy'd be like, exactly. He didn't come here. I'm just making the point that he was terrible. It's just a funny way of saying he was freaking terrible. So, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Endy for life. Notre Dame is willing to pay over $1 million for their new GM hire to stay competitive with other colleges.
Buy. Yeah. I had a buddy of mine last night, Trev, that was like, he was frustrated. I don't know if there's some report out there that's saying that Notre Dame's not offering him a lot of money. I'll just tell you this, folks. If James Blanchard decides not to come to Notre Dame, it's not going to be because he made a money decision. He's going to make it because he views this entire situation and thinks that how he wants to do things is better suited at Texas Tech than at Notre Dame. And if that's what he decides, I respect the heck out of that decision. But it's not going to be where it's about money. And people talking about Texas Tech outbid Notre Dame. Guys, stop believing all the nonsense that you see over there. If it was about money and James Blanchard needed X amount of dollars, Notre Dame would pay him that amount of money. This is not about that. And I know people like to get their stuff out there for clicks and all that other kind of stuff, but James Blanchard's not making a decision about money. Notre Dame offered him a substantial amount of money. And somebody sent me something that somebody wrote last night, and it said the base salary might be bigger at Texas Tech, but as you know, there's a lot of different things built into Notre Dame contracts. So just don't buy into all the nonsense you see out there. This is going to come down to what we said to you guys the other day. Is he adamant that he has to have complete 100% control over the roster? If he is, he won't take the job. If he's okay understanding who is like, look, I've got some great resources here. Marcus Freeman, they just went to the championship game. Let's work together to make this thing great. Then he'll take the job. It's not going to be about money. Now, I'm not saying either one of those is a wrong decision. He's got to do what he thinks is best for him and how he thinks he can best operate. And I respect either decision. But this stuff about money and all this, it's just people need something to report on. That's basically what it is. It's been a couple days since the interview. We got to put something out there, and that's basically what it comes down to. So this won't be a money decision, and it won't be.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have a top 5 recruiting class this cycle.
In my opinion, buy. Based on what the recruiting services say, probably sell.
I'm in the same boat, man. Look, Notre Dame arguably has had top 5 recruiting classes before based on who they have coming in and the evaluation of the talent in there. But just based on how outside sources rank them. I just think that I'm not going to say won't ever, but just based on how outside recruiting sources rank Notre Dame's classes, I think that's going to be extremely tough. Doesn't mean they won't have top 5 caliber athletes, but we're talking about recruiting services that rank Leonard Moore as a 3-star, right? And we know the accolades that he's piling up heading into 2025. So that for me, if we're talking just Irish Breakdown specifically and what Brian's rankings are going to be, absolutely buy. But
yeah, like I've seen Joey O'Brien ranked at like number 200 somewhere, and there's some different guys out there that actually, it's funny is I think 247 is pretty terrible. They're one of the few that has him ranked properly. They have him number 50 overall. There's some guys on the board though that I look at, I'm like, that guy is like that. Nobody has Ben Nichols in the top 250. I think that's nonsense. I don't think there's 250 better high school football players than Ben Nichols. You're always going to have some of that. But I don't really care. They have an opportunity, in my opinion, to absolutely have a top 5 class. There's a long way to go to get there. But, and this isn't even anti-Notre Dame. It's just bad rankings. Like I like the things that Rivals is doing. I'm never going to agree with everyone on anything, but I think they're doing a lot of good things. But they don't have Samote Kotoanga as a top 250 player. And before their most recent rankings update, I think they had him as a 3-star. And I'm like, that's a top 50 football player, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you're looking at. And, but that's going to be true for everybody. Everybody's going to have those. There's a lot of variation to that stuff. But in my view, if they close the way I think they have a shot to close, they're going to be there. I think they've got a top 100 quarterback. The running backs they're on, if they get one of those are a bunch of top 100 to 125 type of running backs. If there's 6 receivers that I would say right now are in a top group. There's others that are being added and some guys they're trying to get in on. But if there's 6 guys that I think are top guys and also have a lot of interest in Notre Dame, there's some other guys that the staff likes a lot, but I don't think they like Notre Dame as much. But it's Naeem Burrows, Connor Salmon, Caden Finley, Braden Robinson, Trent Mosley, and I'm trying to think who the other one is. It's Salmon, Mosley, Burrows, Finley, Trent Mosley. Oh, and Dylan Faison. That's the 6th one who's already committed. And as I was texting with a buddy the other day, if they just get 4 of that group of 6, that's an outstanding receiver class. Caden Finley's the top 100 guy. Braden Robinson, Connor Salmon are top 250 guys. I think they're both better than that, especially Salmon. Trent Mosley's a top 150 guy. They're in on some really good tight ends who are highly ranked. Offensive line, obviously, Tyler Merrill just went up in the rival. He was 84 when he committed, and then they came up their new ranking the other day, and he jumped up to, I think, like 76. I'll have something on that on the board. I'll get to that eventually. Defensive line-wise, there's some highly ranked guys on the board. If they get Tiki Hola and Samote Kotoanga and a lot of those guys, Mikhail Blade, highly ranked guy. Linebacker, there's some Simeon Caldwell's ranked as a top 50 guy by a couple of the recruiting services. So there's plenty of guys on the board that if they can close on them, even with those services, I think they're without a doubt a top 10 class, even on the recruiting services. But there's just going to be a natural regional bias and guys commit early bias and all those type of things that are going to always make it hard for Notre Dame to be in the top 5 of what they're doing. But I think for me, if they can close well, this definitely has a chance to be as good as any class Notre Dame has landed under Freeman. I still think 23 was probably the best. 24 is in contention. I'm back and forth on those two. This class has a chance, if they can close, to rival those classes. I'm curious what you think about this one, Trevor. Buy, so hold, and Indy for Life has a bunch of them. Buy, so hold. 1 or more sophomores will be a team captain this year. And there's another one that about captains that has this as well that we'll get to. But I'm curious before the names are thrown out there without names being put in there. I was curious what your thoughts are on this. Buy, so hold that Notre Dame will have 1 or more sophomore captains this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's intriguing. There's a handful of candidates in the sophomore class, and we're talking like true sophomores, not people who are coming back as like redshirt sophomores, right? So I could see Leonard Moore in that contention. maybe for the impact that he could have on the team. Who knows? Offensively, it's just tough. I'm gonna, before we put names and the ones that I'm coming up off the top of my head, I'm gonna sell this as a voted team captain. However, I will say I think similar to what Jaden Greathouse did in his sophomore season, I think you're going to see sophomores step up, whether it be in their position rooms or whether it be on their entire side of the football. I could see I could see somebody taking that Jaden Greathouse leap and being a leader in that room or being a leader on the side of the ball. I don't know about voted as a captain outside of, I mean, if let's just
Who,
say
Greathouse?
hypothetical. Yeah. Yeah. I
He'll
was
be a
making
junior
the,
next year
well, I was saying using him as the example from what he did in 2024.
for this year. Gotcha.
Yep. Yep. So I could see somebody taking on that role. I don't know about voted on as team captain. Maybe if, let's just say, a CJ Carr wins the starting quarterback job. I just like the idea of your starting quarterback being a captain. So in that scenario, I could see a sophomore being a team captain this season. But for me, initially, I'm going to sell it. Maybe there's just some names that are escaping me, but true sophomores that played a lot to earn the right of captain. And I'm not saying that you have to play a lot to just earn that right, but thinking off the top of my head, you got Leonard Moore, potentially CJ Carr if he wins the starting job. Aeneas Williams is going to be a true sophomore next year. He played a good amount. So I think off the top of my head, I'll sell it. What about you, Brian?
Same page. I think there's a lot of captains, like caliber players. I mean, I was glad you mentioned Aeneas, but the thing is, you're not going to have at best your third string running back be a captain.
Right.
I don't care how much of a leader he is. If CJ Carr wins the starting job at quarterback, I don't care that he's your starting quarterback. He's a sophomore. He doesn't need to be a captain to lead, and I don't want to put that kind of burden on him in year one of him being a starting quarterback. Right? I mean, I don't want him having to, because like being a captain, there's practical things to being a captain. You have to address officials in the middle of a game. You have to. I mean, there's things that you have to do. You have to meet with the coach. You have to do this. You have to do that. There's a lot of things that go into being a captain besides just putting a C on your chest, and you're a leader. And I'm not putting that on a true a redshirt freshman who's a first year starter and is in the first meaningful snap he'll play in college is against Miami. If Kingston Viliama-Asa ends up starting at linebacker, I'm still not making him a captain. I mean, again, let's let these young guys just kind of go play ball. Drake Bowen will be more prone to be a captain there. Bryce Young's not a guy that I'm going to have there. Leonard Moore is a great player, but being a great player doesn't mean that you're in captain status yet. I want a guy like Leonard Moore to just work on being Leonard Moore. That's a lot to put on a younger guy. Would I ever put a captain title on a sophomore? Yeah, if the guy earned it and it just was like as a no-brainer, sure. And if the team voted on that, and that's the other thing is, are a bunch of players in the team going to be voting for a sophomore? I don't know that I see that either. So, and offensively, when you look at guys like Jeremiah Love and Jaden Greathouse, as you mentioned, as guys that I think are going to have opportunities. Emil Wagner potentially being a guy that could be in that role on offense. Looking at defensively, obviously Drake Bowen, Adon Schuler would be an easy oh yeah, I could see him being a junior captain. Defensive line wise, I mean, that's a position I don't know. I mean, Jordan Patelho, I don't know that he's captain, material, at least based on early in his career. So I do think we could see some junior captains, multiples on this team, but sophomores would be a stretch. But it is interesting when you go through the potential captains, there's not a lot of seniors in that conversation. Could it be some transfers? Could it be a Malachi Fields?
Right.
I think that'd be tougher with him not being here this spring, because he was a captain at Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be a Jalen Stroman? Could it be a Devontae Smith type of guy that emerges? It's funny. I was looking at that video that Notre Dame put out, and it was like the newcomers. And at first, I thought it was all the early enrollees, and I'm like, "Who's that dude? That looks like a grown man. Like who's?" And then I saw a picture later. It was Jalen Stroman on there. So then I went back and looked. It was Devontae Smith was the guy. I was like, "Who's that guy?" But could one of those guys? Maybe. Maybe. But a lot of the best captain caliber guys are like juniors. Yeah. Greathouse, Schuler, Drake Bowen. I mean, maybe a Josh Burnham, maybe, steps up as a captain type of guy this season. Maybe he's a senior. but I just have a hard time seeing any sophomores be that. But I think when you start thinking about, and this is what the later question has, is like a CJ Carr type of guy. I understand why people would think that because he's a starting quarterback, but Sam Hartman was a 6-year senior 2 years ago, and he wasn't a captain.
Yeah.
I don't believe Jack Cohn was named a captain.
Mm-mm.
Tyler Buckner wasn't named a captain going into the 2022 season. And a quarterback doesn't need to be a captain to be a leader. Everybody knows he's a leader. Riley Leonard got named captain because he was a captain in how he went about his business, not because he was starting quarterback. Because the same team, the same group of players did not vote Sam Hartman a captain a year before. Not as a knock on Sam Captain. There just were better and more captain candidates on the offense with guys like Joe Walt and people like that. So that's kind of where I'm talking about it. Like Riley immediately kind of stepped into the way he conducted himself. Like, yep, that's our captain. And not just because he's the quarterback, but just by how he went about his business every day and how he interacted with people. So those are things that I look at for that one. So,
yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold from ND for life. One or more freshman wide receivers will be in the starting lineup by the end of the season.
I'm freshman. If you're referring to the current freshman, so like Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, Logan Saldate, I could buy that. I think one of those three could step into by the end of the season. If you're talking about the incoming freshman, that's a very hard sell for me. Because right now, technically, some people talk about freshmen as being like the guys that are still freshmen. Cam Williams is still a freshman. Micah Gilbert's still a freshman. But I kind of look at it as now that they're in, and especially with how many guys enroll early. I mean, Cam Williams is in his 3rd semester at Notre Dame, so I think he's probably actually technically a sophomore now. Same with Micah Gilbert since they were early enrollees. Logan Saldate still is a freshman because he's only in his 2nd semester at Notre Dame. But even some of those guys, they're not even eligible. They're not even academically freshmen anymore because they were early enrollees. And so, but if you're talking about the 24 class, I could see one of Micah Gilbert or Cam Williams eventually starting by the end of the year. I could buy that. If you're talking about the incoming freshmen that just showed up, I would say sell. Definitely sell. There's too much depth. And they're good players, but there's way too much depth for those guys to be starters this season.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of players to get above in order for one of the incoming freshmen to work their way into the starting lineup. Buy, sell, hold. Kingston Viliama Asa will be in the running for the Butkus Award this season.
I buy it as an option. I buy it as Drake Bowen also being an option. I think one of those guys could. I go back to what I said yesterday, Trev, when we were talking about All-American status. I don't know that any Notre Dame linebacker is going to be able to have enough production to be considered a leader for those type of roles in 2025. Simply because I just think there's too many talented linebackers that are just going to split too many carries. And as we said, those awards are a lot about production and a lot about reputation. I don't know that either Drake or KVA will come into the season as like preseason All-American type of players. They'd have to earn their way into that role with numbers. A lot of times, guys that come in with a reputation still end up getting All-American honors because of that reputation. We saw that with Kyle Hamilton in 2021. Kyle Hamilton played 7 games and was still named an All-American. Why? If Kyle Hamilton wasn't considered an elite player coming into the season, would he have been considered an All-American? I'm not even debating whether it was deserved or not. I'm simply debating how important perception going in can be for a football player. And so those two guys are going to probably be considered good players, but I don't know that they'll be considered like, oh gosh, those are guys that are just no-brainer All-Americans. With that being the case, I think it'll be tough for any of them to really step up and have opportunities to be All-Americans this season.
I think this goes for not just KVA, but Drake Bowen, Jaden Osbury, Jalen Sneed. They're going to have to put up impressive numbers outside of just total tackles to be considered in something like the Butkus Award, right? It's going to have to be something like interceptions, sacks, tackles for loss. Like those numbers are going to have to be monumental in the exposure that they're going to get this season. That would be the only way that I see one of them making it into the running for the Butkus Award. But outside of that, like Brian said, because of how much they rotate, you're not going to have a single linebacker in that room that's going to be sniffing 100 total tackles just because of how much they go back and forth, for sure.
Yeah, I think Jack Kaiser this year had 90. He had 55 solos. I mean, your next highest guy was 82 at Xavier Watts. Your next highest linebacker was 78. And Jaden Osborne had 58. Jalen Seed had 51. I mean, she had 4, and then Kingston had 37. I mean, so that's a lot of tackles. And if in the past, if they were kind of condensed between 2-3 guys, then Jack's probably like 110, Drake's probably like 95, and but because, like you said, they play so much, though, they're making the same amount of plays. It's just being split between 4 or 5 guys compared to the past, where it's split between 2 and then a rotation guy, or 2 and a rover. It's just not the case anymore. So I agree with you on that.
By so hold, Notre Dame will have at least 1 punt return and 1 kickoff return for a touchdown this year.
I'll sell that. I mean, that's one of those things that it's hard to predict that. Kick return, I would be fine going there. I mean, they had a kick return this past year. They had a kick return the year before that. Obviously, Jadarian Price had a kick return the year before that. They had a kick return. I mean, they've had several kick returns. I think that's still a little bit easier to get than the other. And obviously, 2021, Chris Tyree had one. So you've had 1 in 3 the last 4 years. Punt return, you had Chris Tyree had, and if we're talking punt return, we're talking like an actual return, not like a blocked punt for a return. You had Chris Tyree had the one against Pitt last year. Prior to that, the last time, I think CJ Sanders was the last guy to have a punt return for a touchdown, and that was back in 2015. So you remember the one Chris? No, he had. It might have been, because I know he had the one. He had a kick return against Stanford, and then let me see here. CJ Sanders 2015 stats.
I think he also had.
I think it might have been UMass.
Touchdown. I think he also had a kick return for a touchdown in 2016 against Army.
He did. He had 2 in 2016. And he had one called back also, if you remember. He had one against Michigan State called back, but he had one against Syracuse, and he had one against Army. And then he had the one, I think it was a penalty on Jalen Elliott, was the one that he had that got called back against Michigan State. He was actually one of the most prolific returners that Notre Dame's ever had. But yeah, he had 1 punt return in 2015 for a touchdown, Trev, and obviously UMass would have been the pick. Good call on that one. He had 3 kick returns for scores at Notre Dame, 1 punt return for a score. That gives him 4. I think Rocket had like 5 or 6, something like that, 6 or 7. But so 2015, he had a kick return against Stanford. 2015, he had a punt return against UMass. 2016, he had the return against Syracuse, return against Army. Then he had one called back against Michigan State. So, yeah, I mean, since 2015, you've had 2 guys return punts for touchdowns. Chris Tyree last year against Pitt, and then CJ Sanders. So it's hard for me to predict that. Now, if you're going to say you're going to score a touchdown on a punt, I'm saying, okay, that happens a lot more often. You had you had 2 of them a couple years ago, right? I mean, was it 2022, 2023, 21? Let's see here. When was that? It was 2020. You had Foskey and Patelho, because Patelho had one against South Florida, and then Foskey had one right at the end of the half against Pitt. And then you had, obviously, in 2022, you had the Prince Colley had the blocked punt, and there was another blocked punt against Syracuse that they recovered at like the 3. Remember that?
Yep.
They blocked the punt, recovered at the 3. So that if you include that, then I'd say I could buy that. But if you're just talking about an actual punt return, I'm selling that, because those are just very, very infrequent. So they had one last year based on history. Trev, we're not going to get another one till 2031. They went 8 years in between the last 2. So, and punt returning is just so much different now than it was back when they had, Tim Brown and Ricky Waters and Rocket Ismail, even Alan Rossum, because even Zibikowski in the 2000s, because back then punt, there was so much emphasis placed on punt cover. I mean, on protection. Your whole front would you're in that remember that little U formation, and then you'd step back, you'd protect, and you had the one up back guy, the personal protector, and then you had the two gunners. They were the only ones that really went right away. Everybody else had to protect. Then you'd go. You'd set up walls and do all this stuff. Now, because teams have that 3-man kind of, back there, they just let those guys go. Those 3 guys pick it up. You have all the rugby punting. So just punting has changed so much. Punt protection has changed so much over the years that it just makes it a little bit harder for people to return kicks than they used to. Because I've had people ask, why don't they see as many kick returns? And I'm like, that's you can put that on punt teams and just not wanting to get kicks blocked anymore and returns and not giving up returns anymore. They just let people go down. So
yeah. Now it's you put your most reliable guy back there in terms of that they're not going to muff the punt, and sometimes that ends up meshing with, that's also one of your most explosive guys on your roster, but it's few and far in between. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm selling punt. If I could break it down, I would sell punt return on a strict traditional punt return, but I would buy a kickoff return for a touchdown. I mean, Notre Dame has gotten one in back-to-back years, so I think that
3 of the last 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 3 of the last 4 and they've all been big. I mean, Tyree's in 2021 was huge. That was late in the game. And if you remember, Wisconsin had just taken a lead over Notre Dame, 13-10, because Drew Pine had gotten sacked and fumbled. It was 10-10. And he got sacked, and then Wisconsin took over late third quarter, and then they went down and kicked the field goal. And then Notre Dame got it right back thanks to the brilliance of Chris Tyree as a kick returner. So,
and
it was big time.
And that one Chris Tyree punt return, man, he broke 6 tackles. I mean, that was almost.
I mean, including as soon as he caught it, he almost got beheaded as soon as he caught it. It was just and he made that guy miss. And then once he got in space, it was like, okay, see you later. He's gone. I'm actually looking up the all-time records at Notre Dame. So this is pretty interesting. Game records. Let's see here. Season records, punt return touchdowns. 3 is the record for punt return touchdowns in a season. You had Alan Rossum had 3 in 98-6. Tim Brown had 3 in 97, and Nick Rassis had 3 in 65. And then the next is 2. You had Tom Zbikowski had 2 in 05. Joey Getherall had 2 in 2000. Remember the one he had against Nebraska. And then Ricky Waters had 2 in 1988, including a huge one. The only touchdown that Notre Dame scored against Michigan in 1988 was Ricky Waters on a punt return. And then kick returns. Let's see here. Kick return touchdowns. Talking about just a different kind of cat. There's a record. There's 3 different seasons where a guy had 2 kick returns in a season. One was Paul Kastner back in 1922. The other 2 are Rocket Ismail. Had 2 in a game. He had 2 against Rice in 88 and then 2 against Michigan in 1989. So that just guy was a different cat. What was the kick return touchdowns in a career? C.J. Sanders tied with George Atkinson, Alan Rossum, Rocket Ismail twice, and Tim Brown, Nick Eddy, John Latner, and Paul Kastner are all tied for most in the season with 2. So we have seen a couple guys recently do that, but yeah.
Man.
Kick returns in a career, Rocket is number 1 with 5. C.J. Sanders and Alan Rossum are next with 3. So, yeah, Rocket was a different dude.
That's nuts.
He was a different cat. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from ND for life. Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price will each rush for over 800 yards this season.
Buy. Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy buy for me as long as they're healthy. I mean, Jadarian went for 746 this year. Jeremiah went for 1125. And the only reason Jadarian didn't go for over 800 this year is because Riley rushed for 906. Mm-hmm. So as long as they're both healthy, I fully expect – I wouldn't be shocked if Notre Dame plays 15, 16 games if they both go for 1,000 yards. Because a lot of that production that Riley had is going to go to Jadarian. Some of it's also going to go to Aeneas, and some of it's going to go to Keetron, and some of it's going to still be with the quarterback. But I think and some of it will be, pass game production. But yeah, I thought this is a buy for me. I mean, if you're Jeremiah goes for 1,000, Jadarian goes for 800-900, that's a very fair prediction, just based on what we just saw this year. If they play enough games, now, if you to say, are they going to do that in 12 like regular season? That'll be tougher. But over the course of an entire season, yeah, I think that's a definite buy for me.
I could even see a world where Jeremiah Love has less rushing yards in 25 than he did in 24, but significantly more receiving yards. I do think they're going to try to get him the football in many different ways next season, just because of who's going to be a quarterback, regardless of who it is. So I could see Jeremiah Love's total yards output being higher, but having less overall rushing yards, and not by much, right? Like, I'm not saying he goes from 1,124 to 700 in 2025, but I think he's going to be significantly more utilized in the passing game, I think. Let's see. Buy, sell, hold. Jaden Greathouse is the leading pass catcher in 2025.
What do you think on that one?
Yeah, I
kind of talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
buy, sell, or hold.
I think it depends on if you're going to talk about yards or receptions. How did you
Let's go catches.
Okay,
let's go catches.
Catches, I'm going to buy this. I think that based on what he did this season and his success rate when he's targeted, I got to believe that Mike Denbrock knows that. You know what I mean? Like, you saw the amount of plays, especially towards the end of the season, and it was common throughout, but the amount of plays that were designed, to get Jaden Greathouse the ball, the trigger was just never pulled on it. I think he was supposed to end up with more catches in 2024. Riley just didn't pull the trigger on some of them. I can't in my mind fathom that Mike Denbrock said, all right, Jaden, today you're going to be targeted once. You know what I mean? So I think in terms of receptions, leading pass catcher, I'll buy that. I think Jaden Greathouse leads the team. I think he leads the team.
I'll buy it as well. I do think if I had to predict right now, I would say Jaden leads the team in receptions. Malachi Fields leads the team in yards. That's how I would say. And Jaden won't have a lot more catches than Malachi. Malachi won't have a lot more yards than Jaden, but I could see Jaden catching 60, 70 balls next year, averaging about 12 a catch, because I think his yards per catch average is going to go down next year, because I think he's going to get a lot more of those 3rd and 5s, where he's going to still make some big plays, but he's going to get a lot more of those shorter type of move the chain throws that, it was a 7-yard gain, but it was a huge gain because it was on like we saw against Penn State. Those really key 3rd down guys scrambling around finding Jaden. So maybe he averages 13. I say 13 is probably a better number for him next year. And then let's say Malachi catches 60 balls or 55 balls, and he averages 17 yards a catch. So that something like that, I could see that. That's how I predict it's going to go next year. And if this past spring is any indication, Steve Angeli, Kenny Minchie, and CJ Carr love throwing to Jaden Greathouse. We saw that in the spring.
Sure
they
did.
love throwing to Jaden Greathouse. Yeah.
Sure did. Buy, sell, hold. Bryce Young will have over 3 blocked extra point kicks and or punt blocks this season.
I'll buy that. Over 3? No. I'm going to sell over 3. I read that in my head. I read that as at least 3. And I think he gets at least 3. 4 is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I could see him blocking a field goal. I could see him blocking a couple punts. He was so close to blocking several punts this year. Next year, when he's a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, a little bit more instinctive, a little bit more experienced. Yeah, I could see that. They're going to be great on punt return. Their net. Here's a prediction I have, Trevor. Next year, Notre Dame will be one of the 5 best teams in the country when it comes to net punt average against. Meaning their ability to limit teams' effectiveness in the punt game. Because I think you're going to see a lot of shanked punts, a lot of line drive punts, because guys are just in their heads like, I got to get rid of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that a little bit in 2022, where how many times do we see just shanked punts by the other team and Notre Dame wasn't even coming because they were so afraid, is this the one that they come? Because they blocked 6 kicks that year.
Something nuts. Yeah.
7, excuse me. Wasn't it 7?
I think it was 7.
Would be a wild number. But yeah, I could see something like that happening. definitely could see something like that happening.
And you never know. It's always some true freshman that steps up that's really long and has crazy long arms. I mean, it could be Bryce Young. It wouldn't surprise me if it's somebody like a Logan Thomas, or even if it was somebody like a Chris Burgess, that just has really, really long arms, twitchy off the edge. Yeah. Yeah. But for this one, I would, if we're talking betting lines here, if it was set at over under 2.5, I would definitely take the over, but over 3 is a lot. Over 3 is a lot, but he could. Definitely could.
Real quick correction. I, for some reason, thought that Sam Hartman was not voted a captain. And I said he was. He was a captain. Because I was like, he wasn't a captain, right? And I went and looked it up. He was a captain, unless he stole somebody else's C and put it on his jersey. So that's my bad. That's my bad. I'm joking, obviously. He was a captain. So that I was incorrect on that. That's my bad. Jack Cohn was not.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. 4 or more of the following programs will miss the college football playoff selection next year: Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, Ole Miss, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, Clemson, Miami, and whoever the Big 12 runner-up is.
So at least 4 of those teams don't make it. That's an easy. So 1, 2, 3. I like that he put 4 because to me, like, I don't have Miami in the playoff next year. I don't think the Big 12 runner-up will be in the playoff next year. And I don't think Ole Miss is going to be in the playoff next year. I'm sorry for not catching that and correcting that. I also am not super sold on Tennessee next year either. I'll tell you a team, and people are not going to like this, but I'll tell you a team that if they can have a good offseason where they don't lose a bunch of guys. Trev, I love the smile because you know exactly where I'm going with this one. If they can have a good offseason and figure out their lines, if they can figure out their offensive line and defensive line with the personnel losses, don't be shocked if LSU has a chance to get a playoff spot next year, especially if they start the season off. If they can somehow beat Clemson in the opener, and I don't know that they will, but if they can somehow beat Clemson in the opener, then I'd feel really good about them making it. But if they lose to Clemson, they're toast, because then they still have Florida at home, at Ole Miss, home against South Carolina, home against A&M, at Alabama, at Oklahoma. But if they beat Clemson, I can see a world where if they go 10-2 the rest of the way, and let's say they lose to Ole Miss, let's say they lose to Bama, both close games, both ranked teams, and then they beat South Carolina at home, beat Florida at home, beat A&M at home, beat Oklahoma on the road, beat Arkansas, beat Clemson on the road, I could see LSU at 10-2 getting in next year. I could. And he can't lose all of his openers, right? I mean, doesn't he eventually have to win one? I'm not saying they're going to win that game. I'm simply saying if they win that game, I think that puts them in great position to be 10-2 and make the college football playoff. That's what I would say. If they lose that game, they're toast. Like they won't. There's no way they go 9-3 or better than 10 or better than 9-3 if they lose that opener against Clemson at Clemson. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I also don't think Michigan's a playoff team next year either. So Miami, I don't think is in. Ole Miss, I don't think is in. The Big 12 runner-up, I don't think is in, and I don't think Michigan is in. I know the Big 12 runner-up this year did not get in, and I think part of the reason why, Trevor, is going to be the same thing next year. I think there's a lot of parity in that league, and they're just going to beat each other up. Mm-hmm. And they don't get the respect that I think they deserve as a conference to maybe have a 10-2 runner. Like BYU got no respect this year, despite being a really good football team, having a win, over a playoff team from the ACC, an at-large playoff team from the ACC. They still didn't get into the playoff. They didn't even come sniff the playoff. I don't think the Big 12 is going to get enough respect to get a second team in, unless it's like a 12-0 Big 12 teams playing an 11-1 Big 12 team in the championship. That's about the only way I think they're going to get in. Or an 11-1 team's playing a 10-2 team, and the 10-2 team beats the 11-1 team. I just think there's too much. There's a lot of good coaching in the Big 12. There's a lot of teams that I think are ascending. Dave Aranda had a really nice bounce back year at Baylor this year. Texas Tech's a quality program with a good roster. BYU is a good football team. K-State, Kansas is going to have a bounce back. I mean, there's a Utah, Colorado, Iowa State had a great year this year. Arizona State's going to be, talented again next year. Sam Levitt comes back. I think Jordan Tyson's coming back. So you look at that team, Trev, and like they're just going to beat each other up too much, in my opinion, to get a second team in. Not that they won't have a team that I think could deserve it, but I just think they're going to beat each other up too much. So that would be my 4 that I feel comfortable about today between Tennessee, Ole Miss, Michigan, Miami, and whoever the Big 12 runner-up is. Those are 5 that I don't think get in. At least 4 of those don't get in, which is where my buy comes from.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm going to buy this 4 or more. I'll buy the line at 4 because I got whoever the Big 12 runner-up is. I have Michigan. I don't think Miami's going to make it either. And I don't think Ole Miss will make it either. There are some teams that I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they pan out. Tennessee's a question for me. Can their defense repeat what they did this past season? Can Nico take another step? Clemson has a lot of returning guys. They just got a really good defensive coordinator and Tom Allen. So I go through and I think of some of these teams, but I think some have more question marks than what some like to admit. I think Ohio State still wins the playoff. I do. I don't
wins
think that they
the championship.
No, makes the playoffs.
Oh, you said wins the playoff. I was like, whoa, wow, going for a repeat already. That's interesting. Makes the playoff. Yep, we're same page.
Yep. I think they make the playoff, but I don't know. They have a lot of question marks, and I am all on board with teams being a factory and being in reload mode, not rebuild mode. And I do think Ohio State's there because they've proven that. They've earned that right. But there is a lot. It just feels like there's a lot more question marks heading into this season. Now, I don't think that they're going to have some 8-4 collapse and not make the playoffs or anything like that. But Ohio State could be a team I could see potentially getting bounced in the first round, depending on who they draw or where they end up. I think Oregon's going to be a question mark. I know Dante Moore has a lot of hype around him, but he's not as experienced as what Dylan Gabriel is. He's not going to have Evan Stewart and Tez Johnson to throw to. So there's a lot of question marks in this list. I really appreciate the list of teams that you put in here because they all have major question marks heading into next season. So that one's going to be interesting.
One thing we know about Ohio State is they're going to get the record. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt if their record is 10-2. We literally just saw that, and now they're the defending champs. So let's say, because here's Ohio State's record. I mean, they play Texas at home, Grambling State, Ohio, at Washington, home against Minnesota, at Illinois, at Wisconsin, home against Penn State, at Purdue, home against UCLA, home against Rutgers, at Michigan. So let's be real on this one. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games that are just no-brainers they're going to win. Grambling, Ohio, Minnesota, Washington, with all due respect, Purdue, UCLA, Rutgers. So now with the other 5, Texas, at Illinois, at Wisconsin, home against Penn State, at Michigan, I just don't see them going 2-3 in those games. I just don't. Because, they've got some issues, but that's still a very talented football team. And I think they'll just out-talent enough games. If they were playing at Penn State, maybe it'd be a different story. But that's kind of where them getting Penn State. I mean, I'm supposed to think that all of a sudden James Franklin's just going to beat Ohio State at home. Can he do it? Sure, he can do it, but he's got to show me he can do it first. The only win he has over Penn State was in Beaver Stadium. He's going to go into Columbus and beat the Buckeyes. Could it happen? Sure. I just need to see it. Eventually you think they're going to beat Michigan, but until they do it, you got to prove it, right? But I mean, what are the odds? I don't think Wisconsin has a shot to beat Ohio State. I think it'll be very tough for Illinois to beat Ohio State. So then it comes down to, do they go 0-3 against Texas at home, Penn State at home, and at Michigan? I just don't see that. So I think they're no worse than 10-2, and they're a play. And if they're 10-2 against that schedule, the perception of what that schedule is, and in reality, it's going to be a good schedule. Michigan's going to be, I think, better next year than they were this year. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team, but they're going to be better next year than they were this year. Very good, portal class coming in and some talented guys and things like that. And so, Penn State's going to be really, really, really good again if they if they go 1-1 against Penn State and Texas, and then lose again to Michigan, I mean, they're still going to be in if Michigan's not any worse than they were last year. I mean, is that not even a better record than they had this year? I mean, what was their big win this year? It was over Penn State on the road, right?
Yeah.
And then they lost to an Oregon team on the road and then lost to a bad Michigan team. So if they do that again and they beat Texas, or let's say they lose to Texas and beat Penn State, or beat Texas or beat Penn State and lose to Texas. I don't know but you know what I mean? They're going to have a top 5 win, a top 5 loss, and then they lost to Michigan on the road. How's that any different than what they did last year? Their next batch of good wins is over like Illinois and team. That's exactly what they did this year, and they still got in at 10-2, and it hosted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, they'll get in at 10-2 next year. And I have a hard time, and I know they lost a lot. I have a hard time seeing that team lose more than 2 games next year. I will enjoy it if it happens, but I just don't see it happening. That's still a really talented football team.
Absolutely.
It's just going to be like Notre Dame. It's just going to be a lot younger, just like Notre Dame was this year. It's just going to be a lot younger.
I do think it is interesting. I wonder what would have happened. And I know we're kind of getting into the realm of the what if here. I still think Ohio State would have made it this year, but I think that Ohio State was helped out by the fact that Alabama lost late in the year, Miami lost late in the year, BYU dropped games late in the year to still be able to host. I think Ohio State still would have made it, but I do think it's crazy that they lost to a 6-5 football team in Michigan in the final week of the regular season at home. And we're still able to host. I do think that they still make it this season. I don't know if they end up hosting if Alabama doesn't lose to Oklahoma the way that they did.
Good point.
I think that is interesting. But I do think they still make it. So your point still stands. Even if they go 10-2 and do exactly what they did, I still think they make it. Now it's a question of, are you hosting? Are you traveling? You're going to be somewhere
in Ole Miss, Trev. If Ole Miss doesn't lose to Florida late, I think Ole Miss leaps them and hosts.
So I think
but they're still in.
Yep.
Even if Bama and Ole Miss both won, I still think Ohio State's in. They're just not hosting.
Yep. I'm with you.
Good submission.
Yeah, that was good. Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. In the spring access for media, it becomes clear that the receivers perform better with one of the quarterbacks over the 2 others. Chemistry is stronger, trust is there, etc.
I'm going to sell that because I think these receivers are going to look really good with all the quarterbacks. I don't think it'll be the receivers that tells the difference. I think there's a level of trust with Steve. I think Steve's doesn't push the ball down the field as much, so that the completion percentage will be high. I think they're going to love playing with Kenny. They're going to love, and we kind of saw this in the spring game. You know what I mean? Like all the receivers, there was plenty of chances for guys. You think about the catch that Eli Raridan had on the bobbled pass, that Steve hit him up the seam and hits Chris Mitchell over the top for a touchdown. And then CJ just throwing some absolute dimes to Micah Gilbert and Deion Colsey and then you see Kenny throw just a nice deep ball to KK Smith. He needs to make a better play on it, but it's a beautiful deep ball. He has his own touchdown pass. I think he also threw one to Micah Gilbert. They beat Micah Bell on it. I'll say this. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement about what the receiving corps looks like this spring. A lot of raving from us and other media people about what the receiving corps looks like because of all the quarterbacks they're being thrown with. I think that. I don't know that it's going to necessarily look like one guy is better because the receivers are performing better. Yeah.
I'm with that. I think it's going to take a couple of practices for me to see just 3 quarterbacks back there throwing in, routes via air and in 7-on-7, and you have 3 guys that can absolutely sling it. You know what I mean? And so that's at least initially for me, that's going to be something that's going to be really fun to watch. But I'm with you. I don't think the receivers are going to dictate it because you have to think there's some receiver like Jaden Greathouse is going into his 3rd spring with receiving passes from Steve Angeli.
Yeah. And
right. And so I think it's just, I don't think the receivers are going to dictate it. Plus, you could also make the argument that in the spring, it could very much be, if it's a fair and equal competition like we believe it's going to be, a lot of the quarterbacks might just be splitting reps equally amongst first-team guys. Like I don't know if it's going to be like CJ is always throwing to Malachi Fields and Kenny's always throwing to Jaden Greathouse and Steve is always throwing to Jaden Greathouse or one of Malachi Fields. Like I think it'll be all split. So I think the receivers won't be a good indicator. So I sell it. Buy, sell, hold. In the absence of Riley Leonard, Notre Dame knows that having multiple solid fourth down options to get 1 or 2 yards no matter what is essential. Alongside the running backs, Notre Dame uses a Mitchapalooza play with either a tight end or lineman carrying the ball at least once this year to accent the FU formation referenced a few times.
Keep in mind that the FU formation is our creation. It's not something that Notre Dame has said that they've done. I'm not saying that to get bragging rights. I just don't want this to become a thing like it does sometimes in social media, is like somebody says something, then it becomes like Notre Dame's FU formation, and now all of a sudden someone's asking Marcus Freeman about it. And he's like, what are you talking about? No, well, Driscoll, I thought you said no. We are saying it's the FU formation. Now we are wanting to see that. I'm not saying that they are doing that. But no, I don't think they're going to have anyone carry the ball. I mean, could I see a scenario where like Jack Larson or Eli Raridan gets a jet sweep on a particular play? Sure. But in this circumstance, on a short yard situation, if anyone other than Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Aeneas Williams, Keedron Young, or a quarterback are carrying the ball on fourth down, I'm going to have a problem with that. I guess I could say, like, if you see them overplaying and you hit a reverse to a Jordan Faison or Jaden Greathouse or KK Smith, I could live with that as well. But as far as like a designed run from the backfield, no, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see Eli Raridan getting under center. The reason that worked with Mitchell Evans is because Mitchell Evans was literally a quarterback in high school.
Yeah.
He knew how to take a snap and he knew how to run the ball. And I didn't love it then. It worked once, and then remember they tried it multiple times, and they tried it again against USC, and guess what USC did? They stuffed it in a big moment. So I definitely don't want to see a lineman carrying the ball. I definitely don't want to see that.
No. One thing that I could see, though, and I think Keedron Young would be perfect for this, is in 2023 against Ohio State, Jabron Payne took like a wildcat snap in a short yardage in like that, I think it was 3rd and goal, 2nd and goal, and scored Notre Dame's first touchdown of the game. In short yardage, I could see something like that. Now, has nothing really to do with the buy-sell hold submission because it was alongside the running backs. I don't think that they're going to get too cutesy and try to do anything like that, especially not with a lineman. But as fun as it would be to see like Charles Jagusah run the football, but yeah, I think that would be the most extravagant the play calling gets if I had to guess, but who knows? I've been wrong before.
No, you shut your dirty mouth.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. One of the transfer D linemen is a starter in game 1.
I buy it as an option. I mean, I could see Jaden. I could see Jared Dawson starting. No. I mean, I think he'll definitely be one of their best 2 defensive tackles. They may do a situation where game 1 they just kind of start the returners, a couple returners. It's Gabriel and Donovan or something like that. And then Jared is sort of he's that guy. Look, it depends on what his volume is going to be. If they think he's a 25 snap a game guy, then they may not want to start his clock on the first drive of the game because they want to have him available in the fourth quarter. But I mean, I could certainly see that. I think one thing I will say though is in the front 7, it really doesn't matter who starts as much as you got to look at who plays the most.
Yeah.
Starting just doesn't mean a whole lot in the front 7 anymore, especially on the D line. It's about who plays the most. Because we'd see RJ Oben start every game, and then in November, RJ Oben started every game, and I believe in all of those games that Bryce Young played more snaps. And I think that was also true in several playoff games. And because you're starting doesn't mean you're the guy that's in there when it matters most. I care more about who's in there on the final drive in the fourth quarter than I care about who's on the drive 1.
Buy, sell, hold from Jalen G. Hello from Denver. Sean Payton could use Riley Leonard as Taysom Hill 2.0.
Hello from South Bend, ma'am. Or actually at Granger. Appreciate you as always. Haven't seen a question from you in a while. Sean Payton could use it. I mean, sure, he could. I don't know that they're the same type of athlete. I think Riley's a little bit more of a natural quarterback than Taysom Hill was. But, I mean, I could see it. Yeah, I could see it. It's not out of the realm of possibility as like a runner. I don't know that they'll put him out at receiver. I don't know that they'll do that, but as a runner, I could see that. Sure. Because didn't Taysom Hill play receiver for a minute for the Saints?
Oh yeah.
Didn't he line up and catch some balls?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's in fantasy and stuff, he's listed as a tight end.
Really?
So,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Yeah. So but he's a little bit of do everything. He's kind of like their wildcat quarterback. Sometimes he'll drop back and take traditional drop backs. He'll line them up at tight end. They'll line them up at receiver. Receiver, it's more of kind of just flexing out a tight end. But I think he is officially listed as a tight end.
Yeah, he caught 23 passes for the Saints this year. I'm looking at the stats, and then he caught 33 passes from the Saints last year. He was listed as a tight end quarterback in 23, and this year, as you mentioned, Trev, listed as a tight end. So I don't know that I see that from Riley, but as a runner, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
Buy, sell, hold from B Jammin 41. Notre Dame will not have a letdown game and go undefeated in the 2025 regular season.
I don't have them going undefeated. I don't know who they're going to lose to, but it's just like last year. They'll stub their toe. I mean, I predicted last year nobody'd go undefeated in the regular season, and I was a Wisconsin upset of Oregon away from being spot on. And I think we'll see something similar this year.
Yeah, I think it's possible that Notre Dame loses a game next season, but it's not a letdown game. I mean, look, as a fan, whenever Notre Dame loses, I'm let down. Just because I think when you look at their schedule, I think Notre Dame's roster is better than all 12 opponents that they play. Doesn't necessarily mean that you'll win. It would take a really, really easy schedule for Notre Dame to play for me to predict them to go undefeated. Because going undefeated is so dang tough, man. So I'm going to sell it. But I will say to this, B Jammin, I do think the Northern Illinois-esque type of letdown games are in the past. Not saying that they'll never be upset again. Not saying that they'll never lose a game that they should have won. But I think that losing to that inferior of opponent type, like the Stanford 22, the Northern Illinois 24, I do believe that those type of games are over. But you never know. I mean, Notre Dame would I believe that they'll enter most games this year as the favorite. Miami, it's a little bit of a question mark, but at home, I could see them being favored against Texas A&M, especially depending on what they do against Miami. So I'm not saying they're never going to lose another game where they're the favorite. That's just from here on out, that's just unrealistic. But I think the letdown type games, I think those are kind of in the past, but I don't have them going undefeated.
I will view it as a letdown if they lose to anyone this season, because I don't think there's anyone on their roster that's as good as them. So letdown, we're just defining it differently. I think how you define it, I totally agree with. They're not going to have a Northern Illinois, a Marshall, a Stanford type of loss. But I still think there's going to be some team that you're just like, how did that team beat Notre Dame?
Yeah.
That's and honestly, everybody suffered a loss like that this year except for Texas. I mean, Texas is the only team that I can think of that like Oregon. I mean, but Oregon had a bit of a letdown game in that they just got their brains beat in their one loss. But like Texas, and you could maybe argue that the first Georgia loss at home was a letdown game and how they played, but it was a really good team. Like Ohio State lost a 6-5 Michigan team. Go ahead.
I would put Penn State in that conversation too. As much as there's no team that Penn
their
State
losses
played.
were to Ohio State, Oregon, and Notre Dame. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But there's a lot of those type of losses this year. Bama had some. Ole Miss had some. I mean, I'd say Georgia's another one that I don't think had any of those letdown losses as far as like losing to a bad team. But a lot of those teams, to me, and Penn State being the exception, because I think they competed in all their wins, I'll give you that. But like Georgia didn't have a letdown game in that they lost to a bad team. But you can't convince me that Ole Miss game isn't considered a letdown game. Because it's not that they lost, it's that they got smacked. They weren't competitive.
Yeah. Right.
And that, to me, would be some kind of letdown game as well. But for Notre Dame, I just even if they lose at home to A&M, they shouldn't lose at home to A&M. If it happens, that's a letdown for me. But it won't be a letdown game from the standpoint, and this is where I think I'm reading you correctly, Trevor. It won't be a game where you look at and you're just like, that team didn't compete today. Like was the case against Northern Illinois, which was the case against Stanford, which was the case against Louisville, where losing to Louisville is no shame. Losing at Louisville, there's no shame in losing at a Louisville team that won 10 games and played for the ACC title. The shame was in how you lost.
Correct.
And I could see that like not being a thing this year. But there'll be a game where they don't play well. Mm-hmm. They have some turnovers and they get beat. That's how I predict. Could they go undefeated? Yeah, I think they have a much better shot of going undefeated next year than they did this year. Just because I think there was so much youth that hadn't played before. Next year, they're going to still be young, and in a lot of cases, even younger than they were this year, but they'll be more experienced top to bottom than they were this past season. That's how I look at it.
Well, and another thing too, Brian, is even some of the transfers that are coming in had those letdown type of games. I mean, Devontae Smith is coming in from Alabama. He was there for Oklahoma. Yeah. You know what I mean? Jalen Stroman played. Yep, and Vanderbilt. You know, so I think
Vanderbilt dominated Notre Dame's incoming transfers this year because Jalen Stroman got beat by Vanderbilt too.
I know.
Man, they better not schedule Vanderbilt this year. I'm in trouble.
No Vanderbilt, no MAC teams, and I'm a happy camper. All righty. Buy, sell, hold, be jamming 41.
You have a no MAC team for a different reason. You and I have a different MAC team. But you should never lower yourself to MAC team. And I'm like, I don't want to play a MAC team because I'm tired of them almost beating Notre Dame or beating 100%. Notre Dame. That's what I'm sick of MAC teams.
I'm saying.
Ball State almost beat them in 18. Toledo almost beat them in 21. Like, screw those MAC teams, man. Forget that. Northern Illinois beat them this last year. Screw the MAC. I won't play those guys anymore.
Buy, sell, hold. By the time the 2025 regular season ends, Notre Dame will only have one ranked team on their schedule.
Sell. I think between Miami, Texas A&M, Boise State, USC, Syracuse, I think of those 5 teams, 2 of them will be ranked. I think Miami will finish ranked. I think A&M will be ranked. I think Boise's still going to be the best team in the Mountain West. I could see them being ranked. USC, you just never know with USC.
Man.
And if Dylan Lonergan is a hit at BC, I could see them being ranked. I mean, look, I thought Bill O'Brien did a really nice – and look, I did not think he was going to. I did not like that hire. I don't like Bill O'Brien as a head coach. I don't like Bill O'Brien personally. But to have the success that they had this year, I mean, 7-5 in the regular season, some people may not view that as much, but not only did they go 7-5, they almost beat Missouri at Missouri. They played Louisville very tough, blew a big lead. They played SMU they were a competitive 7-5. Yeah. I mean, really the only game they got their butts kicked was Virginia Tech at Virginia Tech. Beat Florida State, beat Michigan State non-conference, beat Syracuse, a good Syracuse team, beat North Carolina, beat Pitt soundly, lost a ugly bowl game to Nebraska in just bad weather by 5. And they did all that with a quarterback that doesn't even come close to fitting Bill O'Brien's system. And now he's going to get a big-armed, athletic kid in Dylan Lonergan. If Dylan can figure it out, he's a raw kid, but if he can be successful in that offense and pick up that offense, I think they could be a lot better. So I think BC could be a decent team this year. Their schedule is not easy this year. They play at Michigan State. They play at Pitt. They play at Louisville. They play Notre Dame at home, SMU at home, at Syracuse, Clemson at home, at Stanford. So the schedule's a major challenge. There's no doubt about that. But I definitely could see, them being a sleeper ranked team, even though I don't predict it right now. So they're another one. But I think between those 5 or 6 teams, at least 2 of them finish. And then Navy. Completely forgot about Navy. I could see Navy being a team that finishes in the top 25 as well. I could see that.
I'm with you.
Certainly see that. I'll sell that one. Does Horvath come back this year? I think he's just. He was a junior last year, so he was listed as a junior, so he'll be back. The Alex Teska's listed as a junior. Heidenreich's listed as a junior. Defensively, looking at their roster, the top 3 guys are listed as seniors. So looks like they'll have some losses on defense, but offensively, a lot of those guys come back. So they could be another team that's potentially ranked. So, yeah, I'll sell that.
Buy, sell, hold. The 2025 captains will be on offense, C.J. Carr, Jeremiah Love, and Jaden Greathouse. And on defense, it'll be Drake Bowen and Christian Gray.
I'm going to sell that. I don't think C.J. Carr will be a captain. I don't think I think the only way that a quarterback is a captain is if Steve Angeli wins the starting quarterback job.
Yeah.
I think he's the only quarterback that I would see as being named captain if he wins the job. I think the other 2 guys, just youth alone and inexperience, I just don't see that. I do like the Love and Greathouse one. I don't know of any offensive linemen that will be captains. Maybe an Ashton Craig or Namil Wagner, maybe, but I don't know that any of those guys will be there. I think Love and Greathouse, I'm good with there. Bowen and Christian Gray, I would replace Christian Gray with a Don Schuler, and then we're on the same page. Yeah, I actually think that you're going to see like in this scenario of what we just mentioned, there's not a single senior captain on the team. I got to think that there's going to be some senior that emerges as a captain this offseason. I got to think, like I said, a Namil Wagner, an Ashton Craig, and trying to think of a Malachi Fields as a transfer. I've got to think that a Josh Burnham, a Junior Tuilamaka, a Donovan Heinisch, one of the transfers, Devontae Smith or Jalen Stroman. I don't know if those guys are captain material. I'm just listing seniors. I got to think that some senior is going to step up into a captain role.
Yeah.
But I think it speaks to the lack of veteran presence that this team is going to have, which is a concern for me. But the thing about it is all those guys that he just mentioned that are freshmen, sophomore, junior, they've all played a ton of football. So they're young, but they're not inexperienced.
Yeah, I think Malachi Fields is a dark horse for me to be a captain, just because he was a captain when he was at Virginia. He automatically comes in and is him along with Will Pauling are the most veteran in terms of college football, the most veteran receivers on the team. I'm with you. I don't know if an offensive lineman emerges.
Somebody just mentioned Billy Schrouth. That's a good one. I forgot about Billy. He could. If he has a good offseason, Billy could. I totally forgot about him. But, yeah, Andrew Gilmore. Dude, I don't know what's going on here, Trev. This is the second time in the last week that I've agreed with Andrew Gilmore. I don't know what's going on here, man. This is concerning me. I don't like how 2025 is getting off to start. Me and Andrew Gilmore agreeing on stuff. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. But, no, I totally forgot about Billy. That's a good call. I could see him, if he can really step up and into that leadership void up front this offseason, that's a good one. Billy Schrouth could be. And he's a redshirt junior, but he's a senior, like the way that Notre Dame counts it. He'd be considered a senior. So, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame wins a national championship with Chris Ash as their defensive coordinator.
Look, I'm going to give Marcus Freeman the benefit of the doubt that this hire is a good one, and I'm going to stick with my prediction that Notre Dame wins a championship within the next 3 years. I made that statement before last season. One of those years is down. They made it to the title game. I still think this is a roster that's going to be championship caliber. So as long as Marcus Freeman hits these right notes on these coaching replacements, and look, this won't be the last time. If they have another big year this year, or heck, even if they're just a 10-3 team this year, they'll have people coming after their coaches, and so you look at all that and you say, hey, listen, I don't have reason. Look, I stated my opinion on what I think of Chris Ash. From here moving forward, I'm going to give Marcus Freeman benefit of the doubt in regard to that this has a chance to work, because I have to think he put a lot more thought into this than just he listened to Urban Meyer. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's going to make a defensive coordinator hire simply because Jim Tressel and Urban Meyer recommended him, which is what people have accused him of. So as long as that's a good hire, then yes, I think Notre Dame is a team that will win the championship. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy it as well. I could see it being a scenario where it's similar to like Ohio State 2014. I don't know if Notre Dame's offense is going to be like that, but blanket statement of they will win a national championship with Chris Ash as their defensive coordinator. I'm with you. I thought in the window of 24 to 26 in that season window, Notre Dame would win a national championship. I've thought that even before I started here at Irish Breakdown.
Yeah,
And unless Chris Ash is going to be a one and done type of guy,
sure.
I don't know if he will. It's got to be true with what my prediction was, but I could see it being something like 2014 Ohio State, where it's like, yes, they won a national championship. Chris Ash was their defensive coordinator, but they didn't win the national championship because they only allowed 10 points a game, So I could see it being something like that. But blanket statement, yeah, I'll buy it.
Same page, man. Same page.
Buy, sell, hold. B. Jamin's got some good ones. None of the Notre Dame
Very
players. Yeah.
We had a bunch of people just like buy, sell, hold bombed us. Like we were talking before, it's like it was only 3 pages, and I was like, it only went to third page like today, so I didn't think there's gonna be a lot. But there's so many that have like multiple submissions. There was a ton of great ones. It's like, there's a lot more than we thought. And B. Jamin is one of the ones that did that. And there's, like you said, Trev, we were talking about this, man. There's a lot of buy, sell, holds today, but there's so many good ones. So I'm looking forward to these. But yeah, he had several good ones.
Buy, sell, hold. None of the Notre Dame players who transferred this year will get drafted. Jaden Thomas, Pat Coogan, Rocco Spindler, Ty Chan, Sam Pendleton, Deion Colsey, Tyson Ford, Jaden Mickey, or Aiden Gobira.
I'm going to sell that. I think between, Rocco, his lineage, Pat Coogan, Sam Pendleton, and, we'll see what kind of year Jaden Thomas has. Unlikely with him, but I think between the 3 offensive linemen I just named, I think at least one of them gets drafted. 6th or 7th round, 5th, 6th, 7th round, something like that. I could see that. Again, I'm just speaking as a draft observer. I'm not a draft analyst, but I've seen offensive linemen worse than those 3 guys get drafted, especially Sam Pendleton, who's just a redshirt freshman this year. And Notre Dame's coaching staff clearly thought enough of him to start him over Rocco and Pat Coogan. We could agree to disagree on the correctness of that, and we did at the time. But the reality is that, and as Wendell in the chat just mentioned, like Pat Coogan's a guy that can in the NFL, you have limited rosters. What is it, like 54, but you can only dress 58, 48 or something like that. But like you only have 50-something on the roster. You can't have 10, 12 offensive linemen. So you're going to need guys who can play multiple positions, and Pat Coogan could play center or both guard spots for you. So I think between at least one of those guys gets drafted at some point in time. But Sam Pendleton's a guy that, again, earned, this debate, again, should that have happened or not, but his play earned him a spot as a starter at Notre Dame as a redshirt freshman. And it wasn't like Anthony Knapp stepping into where there was an injured guy. He beat out, again, I use that quote, loosely, if you know the circumstances of how it all went down, which I've talked about on the premium board. But still, his play earned him that job as a redshirt freshman. He has 3 years of college football left. He'll be fine. He's got a shot to get drafted. I like Sam Pendleton. I was not happy to see him leave. Do I think there's guys better than him that they'll probably start this year? Yes, but that doesn't mean I didn't want Sam part of that conversation because he's a good football player. I mean, I had him as a 4-star top 250 player coming out of high school. And did he struggle this year? Yeah, because he was thrust into the lineup probably a year sooner than he was ready to be in there. If it was done right, Rocco would have started. Maybe Sam steps in as a replacement when Billy goes down, and then when Billy comes back, Sam slides out of the lineup, and you're like, okay, he had his ups and downs, but he got a year under his belt. Next year, he's going to be in a better position. I like Sam Pendleton as a player, and I think he'll have a shot to get drafted. So I'm going to sell that for those reasons. The rest, I mean, Jaden Thomas has a big-time breakout year at Virginia. Maybe he does, but I just don't know that he's going to have the testing numbers to get drafted. I mean, Deion, I don't see him being drafted. Tyson Ford, Aiden Gobira, Jaden Mickey, none of those guys strike me as NFL guys. Ty Chan could end up being good at UConn, but I don't see him being an NFL guy. But it wouldn't completely shock me if he has that kind of breakout this couple of years.
Well, I mean, here's my thing with 3 offensive linemen between Coogan, Spindler, and Pendleton. They're all going to places where they're not going to fade out of the limelight. You know what I mean? Like, no disrespect to Cal, but I mean, Cal is not on a lot of people's like national radar. I mean, Sam Pendleton went to Tennessee. Pat Coogan went to IU, and they're fresh off of their best season in program history. Rocco Spindler.
And he's going to have a really good offensive line coach.
Yeah. Yeah. Rocco Spindler's going to Nebraska with Dylan Raiola going into his second year. So these guys aren't going to anywhere where they're just going to kind of fade away and out of the spotlight. I mean, is it going to be as spotlight driven as Notre Dame? No, because they're a national brand. Wherever Notre Dame goes, it's must-see TV, right? It's one of the benefits of being who they are. But they're not transferring to somewhere where it's going to be like, oh, yeah, do you remember that guy? I mean, Sam Pendleton's going to walk into Tennessee and compete for a starting spot in the SEC day one. So they all have the tools. So I'm gonna sell it too. I'm with you.
I am curious how Rocco is going to fit into Dana Holgerson's offense. That's my only concern with Rocco. Is you think Nebraska, you think, now that's a Nebraska, that's a Rocco Spindler fit. But it's like they're running Dana Holgerson's offense. I don't know how that's going to fit.
Right.
But as far as what Indiana did with their backs and the offense they've run with Mike Shanahan, I think Pat fits that very nicely. Yeah. Very nicely. And Bob Bostad's the O-line coach. I mean, with all due respect to Joe Rudolph, and I truly don't mean this as an insult, this has just been my known opinion for years. I think Bob Bostad's an elite offensive line coach. And he's going to upgrade from a coaching standpoint. Like, that's
when you go through
that's a compliment towards Bob Bostad, not an insult of Joe Rudolph.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you go and look at Indiana too. I mean, and the film that Pat Coogan's going to put out, he's going to seemingly have a decent highlight reel because IU's football schedule isn't really that daunting. I mean, they play Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, Indiana State, Illinois, Iowa. They do play Oregon on the road. They host Michigan State. They host UCLA. They play Maryland. They do travel to Penn State and then Wisconsin and Purdue. So none of those teams, I mean,
that is Pat an Coogan embarrassing schedule.
Yeah, it's rough.
Absolutely embarrassing schedule. They'll go at least 9-3. I mean, and I could see an 8-4 drop off, but they're still going to be a good football team next year. And I mean, I could see them going 10-2 as well. I'm just saying it won't shock me if they fall down to 9-3, 8-4. The Iowa game won't be easy. The Illinois game won't be easy. The Oregon game, that's a loss. At Penn State won't be easy. Wisconsin at home won't be easy. At Maryland won't be easy. I think they win Michigan State at home won't be an easy game either. I think they're going to keep getting better under Jonathan Smith, but I think this Indiana team is good.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Madge's 16. The NBA just had a massive trade that caught everyone off guard. If college football had trades, do you feel this trade would be college football head scratcher? If the trade was Arch Manning to Ohio State for Jeremiah Smith, and then throw in some nil money on both sides.
I would not. That trade would make no sense to me. Because it's like you lose Arch, who's your quarterback at Texas? Yeah, you get Jeremiah Smith, and you've got a great receiving core, but who you throwing to? If it comes down to me, let's assume that Arch is as good as people say he is. Just for argument's sake. He's going to be one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in the country next year. I'll take a top 5 quarterback over the best receiver in the country every single day of the week and 5 times on Saturdays. Just one guy controls where the ball goes. One guy has to have somebody else control where the ball goes. I would not make that deal at all.
Yeah. Madges, I get where you're trying to go with this one. Look, here's my thing. The reason why the NBA trade was so crazy is they traded Luka, who's 25 years old and is arguably one of the faces of the NBA, for Anthony Davis, who's in his 30s and he can't stay healthy. Like, that would be like if Jeremiah Smith got traded for a 5th-year quarterback. Just one that just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, on top
who's
of what
really
Brian,
talented, but just like you're like, man, it's all, like, okay,
yeah,
it's kind of Sam Hartman, something like that.
Yeah. Yep, Sam Hartman was the exact person that I was thinking of. So that's. Yeah, for me, that one would be, But this trade also in general would be not very
buy, right?
Yeah.
So we're buying it. It would be a head scratcher.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how I would view it. But to your point, you'd have to put somebody other than Arch in there to be similar to the other one. Mm-hmm. I don't know why Texas would make that move. I think Ohio State would like to make that move. Like, no, I mean, they're not thinking about it, but I'm just saying if it was possible, if I was Ohio State, I would. Yeah, I would take, if Arch is as good as people say, I would take him as my quarterback, with all due respect to Julian saying, with Cardinal Tate, Brandon Ennis, the Max Clare kid from Purdue. They got the Rogers kid at receiver. They've got some kids coming in. I'd take that as opposed to, whereas if I'm Texas, it's like, I'm not, Jeremiah Smith's a stud, but who's throwing him the ball?
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Now, if you were to say, now let's take away the question about it being a head scratcher, and let's say what would be a more good, like a fair trade. If Ohio State were to say, hey, we'll give you Julian Sayin and Jeremiah Smith and some NIL money for Arch Manning, would I then view that as a more fair trade? Yes. Yes, because now, at least if you're Texas, you're getting a stud receiver and a good quarterback, a good young quarterback, not a great one, but a good young quarterback that isn't that much less experienced than Arch.
Yeah.
You know, Arch got a couple starts under his belt as a backup this year, but you need to give me one of your quarterbacks in return.
Yeah.
And not Devin Brown. Has he found a home yet? Is he going to Cal?
He went, he went to Cal.
Is he going to Cal? Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Ballpeen Shillelagh. Tyler Buckner will officially be moved back to the quarterback room before fall practice, causing the majority of Notre Dame football media to talk about it nonstop for a week.
A week? I'm selling this. And here's why I'm selling this. It'll be a lot longer than a freaking week that they'll talk about it. So, but I buy it. You're correct. I do think he moves back by fall camp. And I do think that'll be a huge topic of conversation for at least a week. Yes.
Yep. Bye. I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Every quarterback on Notre Dame's roster could conceivably start for a team in the Big Ten. Bonus, same question, but SEC.
Buy both.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because again, if we're talking about any team in the Big Ten, I mean, there's half the teams in the Big Ten any of those guys could start for. Again, without looking at the specifics of their rosters, but they are Big Ten caliber quarterbacks. The question is, are they Ohio State caliber quarterbacks? Are they Oregon caliber quarterbacks? That's more of the question. And as far as like competing for championships, I think Kenny for sure is. I made my opinion known on Steve, but like if you're an Illinois fan, and let's just say hypothetically that Steve Angeli goes into the portal after next season and Illinois signs him, I'd say you should be very happy. Mm-hmm. If Iowa signed him, and I shouldn't even say that because I wouldn't want to even put that on Steve Angeli, just like, to play at freaking Iowa. But that would be one of the most talented quarterbacks they've had in several years. He's better than the kids that they have at Minnesota. He's better than the kids they have at Rutgers. He could play in Jed Fish's offense. Again, I don't think he'd lead him to a championship, but he could play there. He's could be better than the kid at UCLA.
Oh, look, I mean,
I wouldn't take him if I'm Michigan State because I love Aaron Childs, but Wisconsin, the quarterbacks they've had in recent season, Northwestern, Maryland, Purdue, like there's a chunk of teams in the Big Ten that Steve and Kenny could both play for, and not play for, start for, and be good players.
Oh yeah.
I would say, Trev, the list of schools in the SEC is shorter for both of them, but like Mississippi State, I mean, I'd take Steve Angeli and Kenny Minchie over Luke Crow and Hoke. I mean, he's a good young player, but right now I'd take those two guys over him. Kentucky, absolutely. I think both of them are better quarterbacks than Jackson Arnold. Oklahoma loses the Mateer kid after this year. I'd take them. Vanderbilt, once Diego Pavia goes, I would take those two guys. Arkansas, same thing. Missouri. Who's battling for the job at Missouri? It's Drew Pine and who's the
Bo Perbula.
I would take them over both of them guys over Bo Perbula. Good runner, but not much of a passer. Ole Miss, I could see one of those guys competing there. I would take both of them over Marcel Reed with all due respect. So yeah, I could see them playing for a bunch of guys in those leagues. To the degree of how well they'd play at some of those schools, but yeah, they could play for a lot of those schools. No doubt about it, in my opinion. That's a definite buy for me.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you, if Steve Angeli started for the University of Michigan this season, they would not be ranked dead last in college football in passing outside of the triple option teams in college football. I mean, even you take personnel out of it. I mean, they still had Colson Loveland. Their receivers weren't anything to write home about. But some of the passes that I saw the Michigan quarterbacks this year try to attempt were it was bad. I mean, it was just not Steve Angeli or Kenny would have done wonders for that offense.
The reason I didn't include Michigan is moving forward, it's Bryce Underwood.
Yeah.
But you're 100% correct. I would take any of Notre Dame's quarterbacks this year on the roster over the Michigan kids right now. Meaning if CJ was at Michigan in 2024, he should have been their starting quarterback. If Kenny was, if Steve was, and they all would have done better than those kids. No doubt in my mind. No
Absolutely.
doubt in my mind.
I mean, I would go as far to say Tyler Buckner, if he was at Michigan on their roster as a quarterback. Yes. Yeah.
Well, and somebody said, it was funny. Somebody in the chat said that, who was it? Let me find it. It was about Steve Angeli and Rutgers. It was actually kind of a funny comment.
I saw it too.
Where is that one? Said Steve Angeli. I want to give credit to the person that said it. I don't want to take credit for it. But he said basically Steve Angeli was born to lead Rutgers to 7 wins. Let me find that comment. Was it? Yes, here we go. From Will Falk. Yeah. He said Angeli was born to lead Rutgers to 7 wins. Hey, let me explain something to you. Rutgers this year won 7 games with Ethan Kaliakmanis as their quarterback, and he is not good. If Steve Angeli went to Rutgers with the team they had around him this past year, I would say they are definitely better than a 7-win team. No doubt. They'd have beat UCLA at home with Steve Angeli, in my opinion. That alone right there gives them a win. I think they'd have had a shot to beat Illinois at home with Steve Angeli. So I think that'd be a great pickup for them. Great pickup for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. We see Jaden Greathouse continue his breakout into spring ball. Unsurprisingly, since the quarterbacks that he thrived under last spring will be throwing him the ball once again. I absolutely buy that. Absolutely buy that. I mean, the momentum that he is carrying with him off of the Orange Bowl performance and the national championship performance will do wonders. Yeah, I've said this before. I think sometimes you just need to see a wide receiver do it to kind of ignite the rest of a room. Notre Dame's receiving room has had potential over the last couple seasons. It's just never kind of lived up to that. But seeing what Jaden Greathouse did to a really good Penn State defense and then what he did to Jordan Hancock and the move that he put on Caleb Downs and things like that, I mean, that's what sparks it. You know, I think you could go back and look at those 2 performances and say, hey, that's kind of what got this receiving room going. You know, and now he's going into guys that he has chemistry with all 3, right? But I think this is an absolute buy for me. Jaden Greathouse continues his ascend. Buy, sell, hold from Ballpeen Shillelagh. 2 of Jadon Blair, Dallas Golden, and Cree Thomas see meaningful minutes next season, assuming the team is at full health.
Of meaningful minutes, I'll buy that. I think 2 of those guys see it didn't say start, meaningful minutes. Yeah, I'd buy that. I think I'd throw probably Mark Zachary in there as a possibility as well. But yeah, I'll buy that. I definitely think Jadon Blair plays meaningful minutes, and I think Dallas Golden's going to have a shot to do that too. And don't sleep on Cree Thomas, man. You and I keep saying it, Trev. Don't sleep on Cree Thomas, especially since he's an early enrollee.
Mm-hmm.
Don't sleep on Cree. He's a good football player.
Sure is.
Good football player.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I buy that. I buy that one as well. Buy, sell, hold from the history expert. Cam Williams won't lead the team in catches, but will lead the team in yards per catch.
So you'd have to set some kind of criteria for anyone that catches a minimum of 15 passes. I could see that. Like you're not going to catch 2 for 50 and be like, see, led the team. And I don't think that's what the history expert means. But if Cam catches more than 10 passes next year, I could see him catching 10 to 12 passes for like 250 yards and a couple touchdowns. Yes, I could see that. I buy that.
Yep, I will buy it as well. I'm glad that you added the criteria piece in there because, like, even if you go on like ESPN's website and you search like who leads the like college football in yards per attempt,
Yeah.
you have like the random wide receiver in there that threw a trick pass and went for 65 yards. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the NCAA website does that too. It's very annoying. CFB Sports, they have, I don't know what their cutoff is. I think it's probably like 20 catches. But you look at theirs and it's I don't see anybody on there with fewer than 28 catches, 20 catches. So I think their cutoff's probably like X amount per game. But yeah, and there's only 5 guys last year over 20 yards a catch. Dante Thornton, Omega, what a name that is. Omega Blake from Charlotte, Quentin Skinner, Omar Cooper Jr., and Elijah Badger from Florida. There's only 5 guys that were over 20 yards a catch. Reggie Virgil, remember how much we talked about him, how good he was coming into into that matchup? I love that guy. He was at 19.9. He had 41 catches for 816 yards and 9 touchdowns. Ended up having a really good year. And then Keandre Lambert-Smith had 50 catches for 981 yards. And Penn State had no use for him. Now he didn't leave, from what I was told, Penn State because they didn't use him. He did catch 53 balls the year before, but it's a lot of quick game. I was told he had some issues that caused him to have to leave Penn State. But still, he had way more production in that offense with that freaking quarterback than he did at Penn State. Just kind of tells you some of the issues that Penn State's been having lately with their pass offense. But I think that would have changed this year with Andy Kotelnicki.
Buy, sell, hold. Madden Farema will play significant minutes in 2025 like Kingston Viliama Asa did in 2024 and be just as effective.
I could buy that. Trev. I don't know that it'll play quite as much, but I mean, look, you're losing Jack Kaiser and you replace him with Madden Faremo. I could see that. Not as the starter, but like everybody bumps up a role. Or Kingston takes over Jack's role. Jaden Osbury takes on some of Kingston's role on top of his role. Jalen Sneed maybe gets more of snaps. And then Madden steps in as sort of that swing guy that plays some Mike, plays some Will, plays, 300 plus snaps and is a good football player. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I'll buy that.
Yeah, I'll buy it as well. Just for the natural progression, like what you talked about, just people bumping up a role. So, buy. Buy, sell, hold from PQ. What it do? 2 quarterbacks currently on Notre Dame's roster will start games this year, not necessarily for Notre Dame.
I'm going to sell that because I don't want to presume that someone gets injured. And I don't want anyone to transfer. Having said that, that's my hope sell. Having said that, if one of those guys does leave, they're going to go somewhere and start. So in that case, if you were to ask me this question after the spring portal period, I think my answer would be different than it is now, which is a sell. Because right now, I'm not predicting anyone gets injured. How about that?
Love it. I'm going to hope sell it too. I don't want to see anybody injured, and I don't want to see anybody leave. And that's just going to be my consistent answer until after April 12th, after the spring game. So that's where I'm at too. Gosh, it's crazy that it's April 12th. It's coming up 66 days, man. Buy, sell, hold from Robert Garzanelli.
Who's a new member of the board. He actually signed up just yesterday. So welcome to the board, Robert.
Love it. Love it.
He jumped in with a flourish too, Trev, because he has multiple questions. So well done. And then we have somebody coming up next, Bronco 30CH. He's also a new board member who has taken full advantage of that by getting lots of questions in buy, sell, hold. So we appreciate that very much.
Let's go. Love that. Well, buy, sell, hold from our new guy, Rob. Increasing the AP rankings to top 40 or top 50 each week, and the same for college football playoff rankings, increase them to a top 40 or top 50 each week will help to better determine the strength of schedule. Maybe even not having the first AP rankings come out until after week 3 to see the teams actually play and see how they are performing.
I don't really care as much about the rankings coming out later because at the end of the day, I don't think the way that strength of schedule should be calculated should not be calculated based off of how good a team was when you played, but how good of a team is at the moment that we're calculating the record. The issue I have with strength of schedule, the biggest one, especially in today's era, it used to make sense to do it this way. It's stupid to do it now. There's a lot of emphasis put on the previous seasons and season especially, which is just dumb. It should not be taken into account. I don't think, like everyone talks about ranking should come out. You know what shouldn't be determined before week 6 or 7? Strength of schedule. Like, how can anyone know what strength of schedule is going to be going into the season with just rosters changing over so much from year to year? It's useless. Well, Notre Dame's strength of schedule going into the year is this, that, and the other. Who cares? I mean, heck, look at last year's Notre Dame schedule. We're all expecting arguably the best team they're going to play is Florida State, who went 2-10, and Notre Dame beat by almost 50. You know, like it's just they were a very different team than what they played the year before.
Yeah.
So I think it's completely useless to be able to be looking at strength of schedule before the midpoint of the season, because using last year's data to incorporate it is just utterly useless. So, Robert, I'm one thing I would say is I don't really care. I'm going to sell this overall for the thing that I said. One thing I would do, Robert, though, is you're close. I would say not have strength of schedule get released until midway of the season. But I don't really care about AP rankings, but to your point, if you're going to use those for strength of schedule, then sure, they should be a top 50, right? Make these voters actually do some work, like real work to cover the sport that they get paid to cover. What I think should happen is I think that the playoff committee should drop a top 30 to 50 and not just top 25. Because I think that there's this arbitrary cutoff at 25 that you then get a top 25 win for. But like you look at last year's final top rankings, Trevor, and everybody talks about, Notre Dame's schedule was this and it was that and all this other kind of stuff. But like you look at the final AP poll, let me find the final AP poll, and people will say, well, Notre Dame, had a win over number 5 Penn State. They had a win over number 6 Georgia. They had a win over number 10 Indiana, and then they had a win over number 21 Army. I would also say they also had a win over number 26 Navy. They had a win over number 27 Louisville, right? And then 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3. And they also had a win over number 35 Texas A&M. Well, their regular season schedule was soft. Okay, they beat number 21 Army. They beat number 26 Navy. They beat number 28 Louisville, and they beat number 30. What did I say? 35 Texas A&M. So it's like, okay, well, I mean, what are we doing here, right? Why is beating Colorado at 25 considered a much bigger win than Notre Dame beating Navy at 26 or Louisville at 28? So I think they should expand that. I think it'd also be good for branding and marketing and discussing and, ooh, this team is right here and jumping right into the thing. So I think getting to top 30, or I would even go top 40. I think once you get past 40, it's kind of like it's a bunch of mediocrity. But I think they should rank 40 teams in the college football playoff rankings. That's what I think they should do. And then that way you can look at like, okay, look, man, this team, yeah, they only beat 2 top 25 teams, but they had 3 teams right on the verge of getting in, which Notre Dame would have had this year. So I would say I would expand it to that. I would say go to like a top 30 or 40. Even if you didn't want to go all the way to 40, fine, go to 30. For sure go to 30, especially in today's era. So that's the change I would do with the college football rankings. But you're on the right track, Robert. I just wouldn't use the AP, and I would focus on releasing the the strength of schedule discussion until later.
One thing that I would do with this is I would release the playoff rankings sooner than what they do. Honestly, if you are going to keep it at 25 and not move it to 40, I think the college football playoff rankings need to be released a little bit sooner, because like there's some teams that play a lot of their meaningful games in October. October is a huge month in college football. And then you have like Yeah, I just pulled it up and looked. You have teams like Alabama who they finished the season after the rankings came out at LSU, home against Mercer, at Oklahoma. We know how that ended up, and then the game against Auburn. So like to me, I don't think a whole lot of teams, especially now in this day and age of college football, are really loading up the month of November. Brian and I actually talked about that and when Notre Dame's 2025 schedule came out. So there's not the potential for like as much movement as what there is. If it came out earlier. I'm not saying start the season with college football playoff rankings because I think that'd be a bit much to do, but I mean, second, third week of October instead of it coming out in November, and then you just really have the college football playoff rankings for a month. So that's something that I would think would be interesting. But if not that, a top 40 for sure.
So thinking about that, Trevor, my thing it would be I would like to see the last 5 weeks of the regular season be it, and that's kind of what they've done. Because to your point, there's two ways of looking at it. One is so you do it earlier as teams are playing bigger games. The counter would be, well, let those October games get played, see how it all shakes out, and then we're going to have a better sense of who the actual top 25 teams are. And that kind of thing where it shakes out the same way. Because you start 5th and then you lose a couple games in October and then you fall to 15th and then you're still going to be 15th when that November one comes out anyway. So, I mean, like I kind of think just give me the last 5 weeks of the regular season, then the final one. But if you're going to really market the heck out of this thing, why not just do it at the beginning of the year? Like, I mean, if you guys are going to, have this thing where we're using one set of rankings to discuss conversations until the other one comes out, that seems kind of silly, Sure. So like you said, why not release it earlier in the year? You don't have to get the committee together like you do in the last 5 weeks, but just have them all submit their top 25s as a voting system right away. Here's their preseason top 25, right? And then I think they should also, and I know that they don't, I have to look more into it, but I also think the committee ranking should be public. Who they vote for should be public. Just like the AP
like what the AP does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think people say, well, you should air the, for transparency, air the meetings. I'm like, that doesn't matter. Cause then they're just going to spend time talking about these things. If there's actual shenanigans going on, they're going to then just do it before the show, like they do in Congress. They do all this backroom dealing, and then when they get into the committees, like, okay, now they're all going to speak the same thing, but they did all the wheeling and dealing before the actual hearing or whatever, or the vote, and that's how it'd be. But put the votes on record and have them do it right away, so that you don't meet in Dallas until the last 5 weeks. They don't need to be flying into Dallas for 15 weeks or wherever they do it. Just have them all submit votes just like the AP does. Have them do 40, have them submit the votes every week, have the votes be public record. That's what they should do. And I think it'd be cool if the committee did release some of the negotiations, but I don't know how much I love that because I want them to be able to speak freely. And if you start airing this stuff, then they're going to get super playing to the camera. Like, there's no such thing as the only reality TV you could ever have is if it was like a Truman Show type of situation where people didn't actually know they were doing reality TV. Because no matter what you say or do, once you put a camera in front of somebody and they know that this is going to be presented to masses, they're going to act different. They're going to say things that they don't necessarily think or feel. And they're going to put on the show. And then they're going to do a lot of their real wheeling and dealing before the show starts. It would be pointless. I want them to be able to speak freely in those meetings. Yeah. I don't need to hear the conversations, but your votes, your rankings should be public. That's all I care about being public is that.
Yeah, I'm with that for sure. Another buy, sell, hold from our guy, Robert. Assuming no major health issues on the defensive line, the team finished with, but I feel like our edge rush will be tremendous next year with who is coming back. So, buy, sell, hold. The defense has over 45 sacks and over 100 tackles for a loss for the season.
Boy, I would love that to be true, but I have to go with history, and I have to go with not only Notre Dame's history, but I also have to go with Chris Ash's history. And there's nothing that tells me that they're going to be that type of disruptive team. You know, Notre Dame this year had 87 tackles for loss. They were at 5.44 on the season. Last year, they were at 5.77. I am very curious to see what 5.77 would be over the course of a 16-game season. That had got them to 92, 6.54. So if you go back to 2022, maybe then, so 6.5, that'll give them over 100. So let's see here. That'll 104. So let's see, 6.3. Let's see, 7.5. So you'd have to go back to 2020. But the thing about 2020 is they played a bad schedule, like really bad schedule. The 2019 team was super disruptive, 7.08. If they play 16 games, that gets them to 113. So 100, I don't know that I can feel you on 100. I think, over 90 for sure if they play a 15, 16 game season. The sacks I could get with you on more. Like that I could get with you on because I do think they've come close to doing that. I mean, they had 40 this year in 16 games, and they weren't that good getting sacks. Last year, what's interesting is people have talked about how the pass rush wasn't as good this year. They actually had more sacks per game this year than they did last year. They were at 2.5 per game this year. They were at 2.39 last year. And what I think was they weren't as disruptive on a snap-to-snap basis, but they got home a lot more is what I think the difference was. So, and I think so this year, see 102 divided by 16, 6.4. Let me just look up something real quick and see if these numbers back up what I'm saying. And that'd be 92. Yeah, they were actually slightly more last year with total hits on the quarterback. So the playoff dragged that down because they were above late in the year, but more sacks per game, but not as disruptive on a snap-by-snap basis. I think this year you're going to see a little bit of both. And it comes down to the projection of what we've talked about, Trevor, which is I think this team is going to have better edge players. Because like if you look at the 2023 season, they had fewer sacks per game than this past year. They didn't have great pass rushers up front. They had the tackles, but a lot of it was blitzes. You look at the 2022 defense, they averaged 2.92 sacks per game. So if Notre Dame were to play 15 games, that would get them at 44. If they would have played 16 games, it'd get them over 45. That team had one really good pass rusher. In 2021, and under Marcus Freeman, they had multiple good pass rushers because Jason Adamiola, Justin Adamiola, Howard Cross, Riley Mills, and then obviously linebackers, which you had Isaiah Foskey. If you average 3.15, that plays 15 games, that gets them to 47. So the years where they've been really productive at getting sacks are years where they have defensive linemen that can kind of get after the quarterback. And I think this year they have a chance to do that. So 45, I think, is a better shot to get the 45 than the 100. I'd still probably sell on both of those unless they play 16 games. Because if they play 14 games to get to, so that's winning one playoff game and getting to the quarters, right? They would need to average 3.21 sacks per game to get there. And 2021, where they averaged 3.15, is I think the only time that they've been there, going back to 2016. It's the only time they've been there is over 3, and that wasn't even to 3.21. That's a lot of sacks. And this is just not a program that's been great at producing the volume of sacks the way the other programs do. And Chris Ash, he doesn't really have that track record of being a team that has produced a ton of sacks either. And I'm actually pulling up like the 2015 Ohio State team. Let me pull up their stats here real quick. I typed in football sacks instead of football stats. That wasn't smart. Let's see here. 25 football season. Ohio State in 2015 had a grand total of, let's see here, sacks. They had 38 sacks that year in 13 games, Trev. That's an average of 38 divided by 13. That's an average of 2.92. That's exactly what Notre Dame did in 2022. And they had Joey Bosa. They had Sam Hubbard. They had Tyquan Lewis. They had Michael Bennett. Darren Lee was a first-round pick. Adolphus Washington. They had some good football players, and they still only had 38 sacks. So there's nothing in Notre Dame's track record and nothing in Chris Ash's track record that tells me they're going to be a heavy blitz or heavy sack team. Doesn't mean they won't be disruptive. This isn't a negative. This is just looking at data. That's a high number. But if they are there, this defense is really good. Because that's a good number of sacks, man. If they're getting over 3.2 sacks per game, Trev, that's a good year. That's a real good year for how this defense is schemed. Because I don't think it's schemed to generate 50 sacks. Just don't think that's the point of what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to have to sell this one. 45 is a steep number. I don't think it's unattainable. But, I mean, if they played 15 games and that means they, made it to the semifinals of the playoffs. I mean, that's 3 sacks a game, including the playoffs, including, against Miami and Texas A&M, some other good teams along the way on the schedule too. I think that number is pretty steep. I think the tackle for loss number is going to be a little bit harder to attain. So
let me ask you a question, Trev. If you could choose one, which one would you go with? I know what I would do, but if you could have 100 tackles for loss and 35 sacks, or 45 sacks and 85, 90 tackles for loss, which one would you take?
I'd probably go with, for me personally, I'd probably go with more tackles for a loss based on how this defense is set up, in my opinion. That's probably what I would
just
go
think
with.
in general, looking at football, I still think the tackle for loss number is better because that's more of the disruptive first and second down. Because if you're getting 35 sacks and 100 tackles for loss, that means you got 65 tackles for loss against the run.
Yeah.
And that's huge for me. Where if you get 45 sacks and 85 tackles for loss, that tells me you did you could be a team that's getting a lot of third down sacks. And that doesn't tell me that you're necessarily a great defense. You give me over 100 tackles for loss, that tells me this is a very disruptive defense. And even if your sacks aren't high, you know what the number is going to be high is turnovers. Because you're going to put teams in a lot of second and longs, third and longs, and your pressure packages may not be getting home, but they're going to be resulting as that. And yes, in college football, a sack is considered a tackle for loss. So if you sack the quarterback, you get a tackle for loss and you get a sack. So like if a guy has 19 tackles for loss and 10 sacks, that means he had 10 sacks in the pass game and 9 tackles for loss in the run game. That's what that means. I don't know that the NFL's does the NFL do it separately?
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Buy so hold. Boubacar Traore will lead the team in sacks next season with at least 8.
If he's healthy, that's a buy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an easy buy. And Robert, we talked about this in yesterday's show. I'm not sure if you were able to listen to it, but we looked at his numbers. If he would have played the same number of snaps, if he would have been healthy all year and had a sack per snap basis all year like he had in the first 5 games, what did we say, Trev? Like 11? He'd have been like 11 by the end of the year?
Yep.
And this was his first year in the road. I mean, he played like 1 meaningful snap in 2023. And what did he do on that 1 meaningful snap? He sacked Caleb Williams.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Buy so hold. Dallas Golden ends the season as the main punt returner or kick returner.
I could see that. I could buy that.
I'll buy. Yep. One of those I would buy. I would love to see Jadarian Price back as the main kick returner. though, I will say.
Yeah, Dallas is a very good kick returner. And punt returner. Very good punt returner. And that's a way, if he's not playing a ton on defense this year, that's a way to get a kid like him on the field and get him into the flow of things. Absolutely.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. Alabama's losses this past season were not flukes. They have individual talent, but unless they build a better team for the upcoming year, I see them having a few more lapses. So, buy, sell, hold that Alabama is a 10 seed or worse in the playoffs, or miss it entirely and is eliminated in the first round this year if they do make the field.
This is a hold for me because I need to see how the spring goes and analyze their roster more. But let me just say this. My confidence in Alabama completely turning this thing back around took a big jump this week when Kalen DeBoer went and brought Ryan Grubbs back in to run his offense. They were a great pair. And I really think that was a big move. Now you have Ryan Grubb and Jamarcus Shepard back on the same staff again, like you had at Washington. This is going to allow Kalen DeBoer to run the team a little bit more. You now have someone he can trust more to just run the offense more. He can now be more of a head coach. He's still going to be involved in the offense. There's no doubt, heavily in the offense. But Ryan Grubb is clearly someone he respects a lot. So I think that was huge getting him back this week. Huge. I need to look a little bit more out of my gut on what I think they have coming back, or what I know they have coming back on offense and defense. I mean, they had some personnel losses, no doubt about it. There's still a lot of players coming back. I think some of the guys that they lost to the portal were guys where it's like addition by subtraction. And you're going to have more of your guys now this year, depending on it depends to me on who wins the quarterback job. That's going to be the big key. That's his offense can't be as good as it is without a really good trigger man. It doesn't have to be an elite talent, but just a guy that knows where to go with the football. I don't think people realize how bad of a fit Jalen Milroe was in that offense. He was a horrible fit in that offense. And you saw it at the Senior Bowl this year. What I've been saying to people about Jalen Milroe the last 2 years, you saw in the Senior Bowl. What we saw was not a fluke. He's just not what people made him out to be. And I think Kalen DeBoer made a mistake not tailoring the offense more to what Jalen Milroe does well. That was a mistake. But I also understand why he did it. He's going to have a quarterback that knows how to run his offense, whether it's Ty Simpson or Austin Mack. He's going to have a quarterback that can run that offense more effectively than Jalen Milroe. And that's going to make them a better team. And now you got Ryan Williams coming back. Like, you're going to have some pass catchers now. Mm-hmm. And I think Alabama's going to be better next year. I do. But as far as like completely pushing back or embracing or whatever, give me some time to experiment with that or to look into that. But I think Bama's going to be a good football team next year. I really do.
Yeah, I'll buy the first part. I don't think you can count 3 losses as fluky, right? Especially when 2 of those losses were really bad. Yeah.
So, they got out and they got thoroughly outplayed by Oklahoma and Vanderbilt.
Oh yeah.
And what was their third loss? They lost to Tennessee. That's another game where I thought Tennessee outplayed them. Mm-hmm. This to your point, Trevor, this is not a ball bounced the wrong way for them. You're absolutely correct. They got outplayed in all 3 of those games.
Yep, but I'm with Brian in that I'm holding to see what they do in the playoffs just because I don't know. I still have full confidence in Kalen DeBoer. I think he's a heck of a coach. And I had the same reservations about Jalen Milroe that Brian had. I think he's an explosive athlete. I think he's, at times can be a lot of fun to watch, but Kalen DeBoer needed him to be Michael Penix this year, and that's not who Jalen Milroe is. He's not a pick you apart type of pocket passer. There's a reason why he had 20 rushing touchdowns this year and 16 passing touchdowns. He was picked off 11 times this year. And it wasn't tipped at the line type of, like, a lot of them were forced throws, bad throws, inaccurate throws. And it showed in the Senior Bowl this past week too. So I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from Bronco 30CH. The 2026 recruiting class will be the best, maybe not in terms of star rankings, in the Freeman era.
It's a little early for that for me. It has a chance to be. The board is set up in a way that it could be, but it's very early for that. I mean, we're seeing what the 23 and 24 classes are. We're already seeing that. And we're going to see it even more next year.
Yeah.
But it has a chance to be. Like, I think Noah Grubbs is a top 100 quarterback. I do not grade him as high as I did CJ Carr in 24. You know, running back room, Jonas Walton and Javian Mallory and Javen Osborne and Jonathan Hatton, those are all really good running backs. I don't view any of them as good as Jeremiah Love in the 23 class. I think it'll be tough to have a two-man class as good as Kedron and Aeneas. It's going to be tough because they're outstanding players. Receiver class has a chance to be outstanding. If they can get, let's say they get Connor Salmon and Naeem Burrows and to go with Dylan Faison and they add one of Caden Finley or Braden Robinson, that's a big-time receiver class. Even if they don't get Naeem, and I think Naeem Burrows is a flipping stud. He's a top 50 player on my board. The odds of getting him are less, but even if they get Salmon, Robinson, Finley, and Faison, or put Trenton Mosley in for one of those guys, Trent Mosley, then that's still a really good receiver class. Tight end class has a chance to be really good. O-line class has a chance to be pretty good. I don't know that it's as good as some of the 23. Like, they got to get another stud if it's going to be, because like Tyler Merrill's not as good as Charles Jagasaw. And then that class also had Sylvan Absher and Sam Pendleton and Chris Tarrick and Joe Otting. Like, that was an outstanding offensive line class. Can this one be as good as that? I don't know. Tyler Merrill's a heck of a player. Is he as good as Gerby Lambert? Not yet. And they don't have any tackles so far in this class. So it's got a chance to be really good, but it's not done yet. Defensive line, they have 0 commits. But it's got a chance to be really good. If they can get Samote and Tiki Halla and Mikhail Blade and Ebenezer Edawada and maybe one other really good player, then, yeah, that could end up being on par with the 23 or 24 defensive line classes. It'll definitely have a chance to be better at D-tackle. That's what I'm most encouraged by with this recruiting class is if they can finish on some of these guys they're on. You know, you look at the Jamion Winfield kid they just recently offered. They offered a Drake Quinn recently, who's a really talented player. They're going after Malik Brooks from California, who's a 3-star kid. But I know Kenny Moore and I agree on this. That's not a 3-star football player. He's a different kind of kid. Yeah, obviously, we already mentioned Tiki Hola, Mikhail Blade as a potential 3-technique type of guy. They're on some really good defensive linemen. They got to finish, though, right? Like, that's the key. Linebacker. It's got a chance to be a pretty good linebacker class. Is there anybody in this class as good as Jaden Osborne, Drake Bowen? I don't know that they're going to get one of those guys. Is this class as good as Kingston Viliama-Asa? I don't know if they're going to get any of those guys. So it's got a chance to be, but we're a long way away from that right now. Long way away from that. And so it's a hold in that regard. But I'll say this, it has a chance to be as good as those classes, maybe even better. It has a chance, but they need to get a hit. They need to hit like an inside straight at a lot of different spots. And part of it isn't that I don't think this 26 class is going to be really good. I just don't think enough Notre Dame fans valued that 23 and 24 classes because too many Notre Dame fans still rely on recruiting rankings from the national services. And there weren't enough guys that were properly ranked by them. And you're seeing that, you know, and we're going to find that out even more as we move forward. So that's why I think the perception of those classes wasn't as good as it should have been, even amongst Notre Dame fans. Now, not all Notre Dame fans, because there's plenty of people in this chat that knew exactly how good those 23 and 24 classes were. But those people don't rely on recruiting rankings. They rely on their own analysis. They listen to people like me and Ryan at the time and Sean Davis, where we're like, hey, guys, I know what the ranking says, but look, here's the film. And we'll watch the film with them. And they'll come to their own conclusions. And I think they're seeing the flaws in the current version of recruiting rankings where it's become more about selling something than it is about having a deep desire to get the rankings right. And that's where I give Rivals credit. I disagree with some of their rankings, but I do believe from some people I know that Rivals is trying to rank guys off of what they think and what they see, not what they can sell. I just think that there's some people that are a part of the system who just aren't good evaluators. But I think their process is trying to accomplish what a recruiting system, ranking system should be, which is let's just give an honest assessment of how we see it without trying to tell a story. So if a committed kid has a big year, we're going to bump him up, even if he's not committed to Alabama or Georgia. I think they're trying to do that. And like our guy, John Garcia, is part of that. And we all know that John doesn't care about that other stuff. John wants to get it right. And they're hiring more people like that. I think their conclusions are wrong in a lot of cases, but the process I like. That's how it used to be. It used to be about, I'm going to make my name because I'm right a lot, not because I'm getting the Alabama fan base or Georgia fan base or Ohio State fan base or following the trends of NFL draft. I have a kid as a 3-star. He commits to Alabama. Let's bump him up to the top 100. That's not a real ranking. Yeah, but they got it right. No, they didn't, because had he not committed to Bama, they wouldn't have bumped him up. That's the point. They didn't get it right. They lucked into it, right? Like you say, well, yeah, they got it right, but they got it right for the wrong reasons. It wasn't an evaluation. It was Nick Saban thinks he can play. I'm going to bump him up. And that's kind of my point. So, but it has a chance.
Sticking along the recruiting trail here, Bronco 30CH had another one. So buy, sell, hold. The two biggest areas keeping Notre Dame from winning a championship are their D-line recruiting and their wide receiver recruiting. Brian, what do you think?
I buy that. I kind of want to push back a little bit on the wide receiver recruiting and say wide receiver development has been an issue. Look, I don't think wide receiver recruiting has been as bad as people make it out to be. There were times it was pretty bad. But in recent years, I mean, in a 2-year stretch, you landed Jaden Greathouse, Braylon James, KK Smith, Rico Flores, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, and Logan Saldate. And I feel like I'm missing – and Jordan Faison. Guys, that's plenty enough talent to have an outstanding receiving core. A, it's still very young. And B, the development piece has to fit into that, right? Now, some of those guys are gone. A couple of those guys are gone. But even if you take the guys that are gone, okay, then you've got Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, KK Smith, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, and Logan Saldate. That's a lot of talent at receiver. It just can Mike Brown develop it and get the most out of that talent? That, to me, is the bigger question. Past receiver coaches could not do that. Chancey Stuckey wasn't good enough of a coach to do that. Dell Alexander wasn't a good enough coach to do that. Can Mike Brown be that developer? We're going to find out. I saw some positive signs this season, especially late in the year. Can he build on that next year? If that's the case, then I think the receiver will become very good and they're recruiting well. Now, this past year's recruiting class needs to be the floor for recruiting. Like that, this year was not good enough. There were too many mistakes at receiver recruiting, and everybody blames Mike Brown for it. But I can tell you, without getting into too much, not every decision that was made was a Mike Brown decision. There were some guys that I believe Mike Brown would have liked that he was vetoed by the people running the recruiting operation, the person running. And that's not a shot at Chad. I love Chad. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody gets it wrong, including me, Chad, Marcus Freeman. But there were some mistakes that were made passing on Dalen McCutcheon, passing on Cooper Perry. Those were mistakes. That was not a Mike Brown decision. That was somebody else. So I think he gets all the blame for it. But now you're looking at this year where Mike Brown has more of a say in who they're going after, and you're seeing a pretty darn good board so far at receiver. And so I think they'll get bats up, but I think this past year was the anomaly of recent seasons under Marcus Freeman. The other receiver recruiting under Marcus has been pretty good. The question is, can they develop it? Can they develop the next Tobias Merriweather in a way that Chancey did not want to? That's going to be the bigger question than receiver recruiting. That doesn't mean that receiver recruiting can't get better. It can, and I'd like to see it be that way. You'd like to see him get a couple guys that are coach proof, bad coach proof. Like, I don't care how bad of a coach you are, you're not screwing up Jeremiah Smith unless you just don't play him. You know what I mean? Like, no one can screw that. And Chancey Stuckey couldn't even screw that one up. Dell Alexander couldn't. Rob Ianello couldn't even screw that one up. It's just play him. You don't need to teach him a dang thing. Just put him on the field and let him go do his thing. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that, but you don't need that. Yeah. I think they're like talent-wise, I'd take this receiving core and tight end room over the one Michigan had in 2023. Talent-wise.
Yeah.
They were just developed really well. Roman Wilson knew how to play the game, man. He was a good athlete, but he knew how to play the game. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion. Mm-hmm. It's good submissions, Bronco.
Buy, sell, hold. There is merit to Matt Rule canceling Nebraska's spring game due to not wanting other teams to see how well some of their players do and then reach out to try to get them to transfer. And that, along with the elongated season, will lead to more major college football teams to cancel their spring games.
I don't think there's I'm going to sell it, Bronco, because there's a difference between understanding what he's saying and saying that there's merit to it. Because the reality is teams are going to know kind of who you have. And I don't think some team is like Ohio State's not going to watch their spring game and be like, oh, we never heard of this kid, but he did great in the spring game. Let's go pay him $1 million. I don't think that's going to be the case. They're already talking to those guys because they knew what those guys were in high school.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's merit to it. I mean, I understand why he's doing it. He may genuinely believe that. I think it's kind of nonsense. But that and the elongated season, I do think is going to be the excuses that people use not to do spring games. But I think it's an injustice to the fan base. Here's the thing: spring games are not. People say, well, they're not serious games. I'm like, no, they're not. There's still opportunities to get better. I mean, you're telling me that CJ Carr playing in front of 30, 40,000 fans, or Kenny Minchie playing in front of 30, 40,000 fans, is that going to prepare them to go play in the national championship game? No. Is it a learning experience they get value out of? Absolutely. Even though the game doesn't mean anything, it's still, I had to go play in front of 40,000 fans, and so you learn things about them in those live game situations. And with all due respect, playing in a spring game in front of 40,000 people is more valuable than playing in a jersey scrimmage in front of parents. Because there is the element of playing in front of an audience. There is that. Other than 2020, you're not playing games in front of no fans. Yes, you can do that in practice, but can you do that when there's 100,000 screaming people in the stands?
Right.
That's something that you learn to a degree in there. But it's also a thank you to the fans. Hey, you're why we're here. You're the reason we pay millions of dollars, because if fans didn't care about college football, there wouldn't be all this money in the game. That's a fact. And so this is a chance. And then there's a lot of fans who can't afford to go to games in the regular season because it's like $100-some now to go. There's a lot of local families that I know go to the spring game because it's a lot cheaper to go to the spring game. And they still their kids get a chance to see the Notre Dame players and get autographs and do all that. And it's a cool experience for the families and for the fans. And a father of 5 has a much better chance of being able to afford to take his family to the blue gold game than he does any game during the season, when you got to drop about $1,000 to take your family just to get you in the stadium, between the 5 tickets for your kids plus you and your wife. I mean, there's not kid deals on tickets. Tickets are tickets, and then you got to drop $100, couple $100 on parking, unless you want to take like 2 buses to get to the stadium. And then, God forbid, you actually want to buy them all a hot dog and a drink. You're spending $1,000, and that's assuming you live here. If you live somewhere else and you're a father of 5 and you've got to actually travel to get here, then you got to pay for hotels, which are arbitrarily jacked up during the weekend. I get it; it's supply and demand. But hotels that cost $70 a night right now cost $300-400 during football games. So this is a chance for you to be able to say, "Hey, listen, man. This is a chance for you fans to come see us, for us to, show appreciation to you. We're playing for you guys. We're having some fun, and we're shot." There's too many decisions being made in college football right now where they're pretty much saying, we don't give a F what the fans think or how this impacts the fans. And canceling spring games is one of those, even if you're correct in your concern about why you're not playing the spring game. You're still screwing your fan base, especially Nebraska. Like, what else are they going to do in April? I think they have a minor league baseball team, but that's about it. That's a big deal then. And that's my issue with them canceling these things, because they don't realize there's a lot of fans who can only afford to go to the spring game. And you all need to remember, you keep pissing on the fans enough, they're going to turn away from you, like we've seen happen to other sports. Remember when baseball was king? Remember when the NBA was king? Not anymore. Doesn't mean that they're not popular to some degree, but not anymore. And let's be real. If the NBA didn't have the foreign fan base, they'd be in way bigger trouble than they already are. Way bigger trouble. But fortunately for them, they have a bigger worldwide audience than some of the other sports because of how popular basketball is in other countries, especially in China, which is why the NBA constantly caters to whatever China wants, because they need that fan base, because they can't survive on the American fan base anymore because it's not popular enough, because the game sucks. So, and they pissed on fans for a long time. So you better be careful college football, because there's going to come a point in time when people are just going to say, F it. Why should I keep rooting for this team? I can't go watch them play in person. They don't even have spring games now. They don't have coaching clinics anymore. You know, like the fall camps are just money makers now. And I mean, it's like you're taking away more and more and more and more. I mean, you used to have autograph things for players, and it's like you're taking away more and more opportunities. Like that, we've been told, don't print when the practice schedule is, because we don't want people knowing when we're going to practice. Why? You know how many kids used to love to come and like, hey, I get to watch them walk in. Like it's you're basically saying we don't care about the fans. We care that they spend money, but we don't actually care about catering to them anymore. That's the problem that I have. They don't do the here comes the Irish thing for the fans. They do that because they're making money off of it. And that's my issue. And these spring games are great opportunities for parents, especially parents with young children, to be able to afford their kids to go and see their favorite football team play. And that alone is enough reason for you to continue spring games. Now, if you want to do it in a different format, we can have that conversation, but there needs to be an opportunity for fans to come see their favorite team at a far more affordable price in a time of the year where it's a little bit more doable. And when they cancel, they're basically giving the middle finger to the fan base and saying, we don't really care. When they sell tickets to the people that, like the SeatGeek and all these people, they're basically saying, we don't care how this affects you, because we're getting paid. We're getting ours, and that's all we care about. We don't care if it's going to cost you $500 to buy a ticket. We don't care. We're getting ours. And that's the reality of it. So I guess I did a rant today, Trev.
No worries, man. Hey, I'm always here for it. Look, I'll say this about the spring game and the merit to Matt Rule's thing. Look, at that point, just don't play any games that are televised if you're afraid that people are going to watch your team play and find out you have good players and reach out via the transfer portal. I mean, it's just the day and age of what college football is. I think that's a little silly. And not to beat a dead horse, I just echo everything Brian said about the fans. When I was growing up, I would go to games with my dad, but I went to significantly more blue gold games than I did. I went to the 2006 UCLA game with my dad. Then the next time we went to see a game was 4 years later in the Utah Notre Dame game. And then 2 years later, we went to Notre Dame Pitt. And so in 2012. So it's not like we were going all the time, but I went to the blue gold game almost every single year because tickets were like $5, and so whenever I have friends down here that have never been up to Notre Dame Stadium, I always invite them up to go to the spring game, because it's I can consciously ask a friend, hey, do you got $5 and 3 hours of time, not including travel, on a weekend? Yeah, sure. I can't in good conscience ask a friend if they have $950 to go to Notre Dame, Ohio State with me, and so yeah, I'm with you.
I just remembered I got to send somebody a check. I completely forgot to send a guy a check, but I literally spent weeks leading up to the Indiana game buying tickets from people at face value so I could sell them to Notre Dame fans and IB fans at face value, because I knew that some of those people, that's the only way they're going to be able to go to games. And a couple of them I ended up giving away to a young guy that goes to our church. There's no way he can afford to, and not that, I shouldn't say he can afford. He's a 20-something-year-old guy that's got a new wife and a baby. He shouldn't have to pay hundreds of dollars. He wanted to go, but he made the smart decision saying, man, dude, I can't justify doing that. But, I shouldn't have to do that. That should be what Notre Dame's trying to do. And you made $30 million or whatever it was in the playoff off TV money. You couldn't do some things to make sure that your fans can have a better experience when they go? No, they don't care. It's about maximizing dollars. And to a degree, I understand it. But when you start doing some of the few things that you do that are for the fans, like the coaches clinic, they haven't done that since the COVID stuff. I mean, you know how much money they'd make off that? And coaches got to spend a day talking to high school coaches, God forbid. But they'd pay to go that. We'd pay to go there too. But a lot of it's just, I knew guys that were coaches that I just want to go see Notre Dame, man. Like, I just want to talk to the coaches, and that's my favorite team. I'd love to be able to sit down and pick this guy's brain. I don't do stuff like that anymore because they don't care about the fans anymore. I mean, they do, but they don't. I'm not saying they don't care at all, but like, it's not as important as it used to be. Like, I don't roll in dough, man. I don't make that much money. But like, it was worth it to me to try the best we can to make sure that Notre Dame fans were able to get there and get there appropriately. Because what would happen is people that were selling their tickets for a lot more would be more willing to sell it to me for face value because of who I am. They want to be on my good side. And so I could buy it at face value and then sell it to another fan at face value, where if they went without me, they'd have asked for a lot more. And it's like, but I can only do that so much. I probably bought like 12 to 15 tickets that way. And made $1. I made $1 because one guy had to paid me $1 more than what he was supposed to say. So I actually made $1 off of it. I bought him for $6.60. He Venmoed me $6.61. So I made $1 off of it. Can't say I didn't make anything. I made $1.
There we go. What up, profit?
So yeah, there we go. So I can go buy absolutely nothing for $1.
You can get a chicken if you have some spare change in your car.
There you go. See, I need some extra change. I can't get it. Man. Dollar menus, you start throwing in tax. I mean, like, you go to the Dollar General. There's a lot of stuff in the Dollar General for more than $1.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying. Yeah. Rant over.
Buy, sell, hold from Bronco 30CH. Notre Dame finishing below their floor of 10-2 would not be considered a failure in your eyes, even if they miss out on the playoffs, if it was clear that they had their job of the future quarterback over the next 2 seasons in either CJ Kenny or Steve.
That's a good submission. I really like that one. It would not be considered a failure, but it would be considered a disappointing season, because I still think even with the young quarterback of the future, this team as a whole is still better than 9-3. Like, I think you can do both. So I'd be disappointed, but a 9-3 season is not a failure. It's a disappointment. 8-4 would be a failure. I don't care what your circumstances are against the schedule they're going to have. 8-4 would be a failure, but 9-3 would not be a failure to me. It'd be a disappointment. But if you said like, let's say they lose a couple games early, and by the end of the year, man, they are, they're good. And you just know, like, yeah, if you could take this team from November and put them back in September, man, they would. And you start getting excited. Okay, that's the kind of context I think he's going with here. Sure, I could buy that. I could buy that. I wouldn't consider it a failure, but I would still look at it as a disappointment.
I don't know, man. I'm towing the line here. Because in general, to watch Notre Dame go from everything that they overcame, and with all the pieces that we know that they have coming back, to watch them go from competing in the national championship game to missing the playoffs, it would be hard for me to consider that not a failure. Disappointing, absolutely. It would be a borderline failure for me, because something would have to go wrong. Not just they were rough early because they were young, but they caught on fire at the end of the season. I think, especially in the day and age of the expanded playoff, I think that you can get away with, a bad loss or two here early. I mean, shoot, Alabama lost to Vanderbilt and Tennessee all before October was over. And by the end of the season, they were, until that loss to Oklahoma, they were still very much in playoff contention. So if Notre Dame were to miss the playoffs, it would be hard for me to consider this team, this season, not a failure. But to hang the hat on, at least we have the quarterback for the future in one of those three. Potentially that would be a good, maybe glass half full, but I don't know, man. That would be hard for me. That would be hard for me personally. Buy, sell, hold. Brian, as a fellow Broncos fan, Bo Nix's growth last year had allowed you to reclaim a little of your fandom, even after the horrendous 8 years following Super Bowl 50.
Sell, not yet. Not yet. I didn't watch their playoff game against Buffalo. If that answers anything for you. No. I hope it eventually does. I would love if I started loving NFL again like I used to, or college basketball like I used to, or Major League Baseball like I used to. I mean, that's talking to Ange, like when she and I first got married, man, I had the baseball package, like the baseball radio package, like not the TV one. We got that a couple times, but like every year I'd get like the MLB would have the radio package. You can listen to any broadcast on the radio. You know, I did fantasy baseball every year. I mean, I just love that stuff. I was in like keeper leagues and all. I mean, it's just like, I love baseball. And then I just stopped liking it more and more. And then, you know, about 5 years ago, I just said, screw it, I'm done. And like I was talking to Sean Davis about this, and then like part of the reason why, and this is the danger that college football faces is, you know, as a Reds fan, I'd follow the draft and minor league guys and who's the top prospects. And if I was bored, I'd sit there and like write up, you know, the top 30 prospects and all this and keep track of their stats every day. And I mean, I was a nerd with that stuff, man. Wasted so much time with that stuff. But then it's like they'd get to the major leagues, and if they panned out, it's like they're just getting traded, you know, or they sign a free. I mean, just never. So few of those guys, like Jay Bruce is about like the only guy that I can remember that like stayed with the Reds for most of his career. But even then, in his 30s, they traded him to the Mets. And it's just like, why waste all this time, you know, following this team when every year that, you know, they're going to be a completely different team. They're trading this, free agent that, and it made it not fun to follow sport. Like when I was a kid growing up, I mean, look, from the time I was born till the time I was, oh my gosh, let me look and see when. Let me look at this real quick. So I was born in 1978. From then until 2004, so from 1988 to 2004, 78. Think about that, Trev. That's a span of what, 26 years. The Cincinnati Reds had 2 shortstops. Now, there were injuries where other guys would have to step in, but like they had 2 shortstops. Davey Concepcion was my favorite player as a kid. And then when he retired and Barry Larkin replaced him, he became my favorite player. So my little league number went from 13 to 11. You know, but there was always a core that you were going to have for a chunk of your career. Now it's like with the Reds, it's like first time that star becomes available to sign, they're going to let him go for somebody else. They make a great trade, guy pans out, and, you know, I mean, the Reds will never make a Ken Griffey type of trade again where they bring in a guy like that. They're going to bring up a Ken Griffey or a star, you know, like the De La Cruz guy they have. Somebody said, isn't he good enough for you to start following baseball again? I said, why? Because as soon as he, you know, becomes a free agent, he's going to go somewhere other than Cincinnati if he's that good. Reds aren't going to re-sign him, or they'll trade him before he becomes a free agent so they can get something for him. So why should I follow the sport? College football better be careful, because eventually people are going to start tuning out like that. Like, I don't even know who the team is. I spend all this time investing in recruiting and following this kid, and then half the class is gone by the time they're sophomores.
Early on, I think that could be a concern for college football. The one counter that I will say to that is, at least with college football, most players were done after a couple years anyways. Whereas like the pros, you would have guys for, I mean, potentially on teams for a decade. And now it's just so, but with college football, it was always like, I mean, at best, you had a guy for 4 years total, you know? So at least, assuming they
But you knew when a guy signed, for the most part, you were going to get to follow his career with your school.
Sure.
I mean, and now Notre Dame's doing it right where they're not bringing in a ton of portal guys every year, and they're not losing a ton of portal guys. So for Notre Dame, it's a little bit different. But if you're like a Louisville fan, how the heck do you even know who's on your team from year to year?
Yeah, that's fair.
If you're a USC fan, look at their roster now to just 3 years ago. It's like there's almost nobody from their team from 3 years ago left. And there was always that line of secession. Like well, Tony, sucks losing Tony Rice, man, but I'm so excited for the Rick Meyer era. You know, and then Rick Meyer's gone, but man, wait till the Ron Paulus era starts. I mean, there was always that sort of that line of secession that you had succession that you had that you just don't have anymore. It's like, and for some of these teams, it's like, guys are every year. It's like, oh, got to negotiate this guy, that guy. I mean, there needs to be some sort of process that just makes it to where it's not this bad. And that's the concern. And if they don't fix it, eventually people are just going to be like, whatever. If they start locking in at least 3 SEC teams, at least 3 Big Ten teams you have a question about, it's just like, you guys are eventually going to – because the problem is all these greedy people, they just think we can do whatever we want and the fans will never go away. And to a degree, there's some truth to that. But eventually you're going to kind of cross the Rubicon, so to speak, and there's going to be no turning back. And a lot of people are just going to be like, F it. I got something else better to do with my time. I can't go to the spring game. It cost me $1,000 to go to a game. I can't go to games anymore. I don't know who the heck was on the team anymore. Guys, you can't get guys on podcasts unless you pay them. You don't have as much community engagement with fans. Now, the Notre Dame team does a phenomenal job of engaging with the community. Phenomenal job. But I'm talking about like the fan type of thing. Eventually, they're just going to be like, whatever.
Sure.
I got something else better to do with my time. That's a ways away. But if they don't make some changes moving forward, it's going to be a problem.
Buy, sell, hold from Southern Highland Irish. The ESPN ACC media deal pushing for Notre Dame to play 2 of the 3 of Florida State, Miami, and Clemson yearly will further cement Notre Dame staying independent, as they will have guaranteed opportunities against high-level conference competition. That is, if Florida State 2024 was a fluke and doesn't repeat the same performance from the next several years.
Nailed it. Buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think Notre Dame was absolutely. It's not a coincidence that Pete Bavacqua made his comment about Clemson just a few weeks before this deal gets done. It's not a coincidence. You heard him. Did you hear him say that?
Oh, yeah.
He's talking about like, it'd be nice to kind of have create a little, there's a really, and he's true. And we've talked about this even before he said that, Trev. There's a really healthy, respectful rivalry brewing between Notre Dame and Clemson, where I think the two programs really respect each other. But between the 3 of them, there's going to be years where Miami's down and years where Florida State's down or Clemson's down. But the odds of all 3 of them being down in a year is right now slim. So between them, USC, and then some of these other, they got Florida on the docket. They've got Alabama coming up. You're going to have enough of those big games. Yep. Absolutely.
Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame doesn't have a safety that matches Xavier Watts, but they do have a 2025 safety breakout as an impact player with 4 interceptions and 4 pass breakups.
Oh, I mean, I think Don Schuler definitely gets to that again. But if you're talking about, let's take a Don out of the equation, Trev, and say someone other than a Don, I could see that. But I think at the very least a Don does. I mean, kind of did that this year.
I was about to say, he was 1 interception shy of 4 picks this year. He had 3, right? So, yeah, I mean, I do think if we're taking a Don Schuler out of the equation, I think that production will be split amongst a Jalen Stroman, Luke Talich, Kennedy Urlacher, Jadon Blair, like a combination of them. Tay Johnson, who knows? But that would be my prediction. I don't know if it will all go to one guy if we're taking a Don out of the equation. I think that production will be split amongst multiple people. Buy, sell, hold. Leonard Moore continues his dominant coverage into 2025 with at least 3 interceptions and 10 pass breakups.
I'll buy that because I think they're going to play enough games where he's definitely going to get there, even if they're not. You can't avoid the boundary corner completely, not if you want to win or unless you have an absolute stud to the field. Like if Alabama was like, well, Ryan Williams is our Z, not our boundary guy, so we can avoid Jalen. We can avoid Leonard Moore all we want. In those situations, sure. But outside of that, I mean, you're going to have to throw at him to a degree. That's an average of 1 pass breakup a game, 1 pass breakup or 1 interception per game in just through the regular season and the playoff. Yep. Definitely. I'm on board with that one.
I think with how successful Notre Dame is in man coverage, I think they're going to start being referred to. I'm not talking about like as caliber, and you could have that argument too because Notre Dame's pass defense has been elite. the last couple of seasons, but it's kind of like when Alabama was really known for their man coverage. Almost every high octane game that they would play, the discussion up in the booth was always, hey, if you're going to beat Alabama, you have to be willing to attack their man coverage. You can't run from it. And I think you're going to start looking at Notre Dame in the same light. So I say all that to say you can't avoid Leonard Moore and Christian Gray all game long, or else you're going to have a stat line that looks like what Penn State's did. 0 receptions and 0 yards for their wide receivers. I mean, that's it's what it is.
Yep. That's still wild to me.
Man,
that they did that.
I'm telling you, that is one of the crazier stat lines I've seen in a football game. 0
Especially one
receptions.
that high profile.
Right. Like not even a screen pass. Like not even like a quick little now screen. Not one reception.
Notre Dame passed for 90 yards against Georgia and had more production from their receivers than that.
I know. That's literally if they caught one pass for 1 yard, that would have been more production than what they did. I mean, that's insane to me.
Yeah.
Oh man. Buy sell hold from JG Whitetown. Notre Dame will beat an SEC foe in the playoffs to continue its recent dominance of the SEC. Ohio State and Georgia will both miss the playoffs next year. Sorry.
Sell the last part. They won't both miss it. And if I were betting right now, I'd say I'd probably have at least one of them in. I think Georgia's a team that needs to be careful. Like if they don't figure some stuff out this next year or two, they could find themselves being more like LSU than Georgia themselves. Like, good, but have some big wins, but 3 losses that like they better be careful because their roster just keeps getting a little less elite every year. I think one of those 2 is definitely in next year. Notre Dame will beat an SEC foe in the playoffs to continue its recent dominance over the SEC. I'll buy that because if they get to the playoff next year, we're talking about this, then we're assuming that they beat A&M and Arkansas, which would mean Notre Dame in the last 2 years would be what, 5-0 against the SEC in this case, because we're talking about also beating an SEC team in the playoff.
Yeah.
Whether that's because like what I would still love to see is to watch one of those teams come up in the first round and have to play in South Bend in December. That would be my ideal. But yeah, they beat A&M this year. They beat Georgia this year. So 2 SEC wins. That would give them 5 if the 3. And then you go to 2023. I don't think they played anybody in the SEC in 23. No. 22, they beat South Carolina. Right. And that was the only SEC team they played that year. 21, I don't believe they played an SEC team in 2021. And so then you'd have to go back to 2020 when they lost Alabama. So it'd be 6 straight wins over SEC teams if they do what you're talking about. And some good ones. I mean, South Carolina in a bowl game, Georgia in a bowl game, whoever else would be in a bowl game, A&M and Arkansas this year. Yeah, I'll buy that. I mean, look, you're not going to get to the title without playing an SEC team, in my opinion. It's going to be hard. I'll
say this. I'll go out on a limb. I think Notre Dame gets a 6 seed in the playoffs. They play and host Alabama, the 11 seed, and they beat Alabama in South Bend. I'll say that.
I'll dig that. I'd love that. That'd be great.
That's my book it on February 5th of this year.
Trev.
Calling it.
I love it. Real quick, point out the 2 teams that won that played for the championship this year both had to beat SEC teams.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. And Ohio State beat 2 because they beat Texas. So, yeah, unless you are an SEC team, you're going to have to beat an SEC team to get there, no doubt. And that's how you should want it.
Buy, sell, hold. A Notre Dame player will be a finalist for the Heisman this season.
It's February. Let's have some fun. Let's go buy.
Love it.
Because like what you said about Jeremiah Love, like I absolutely think Jeremiah Love's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher again next year. But if he is used more in the pass game, then I could see him being in that category. I also don't think it's a great year for big-name quarterbacks. I mean, yeah, Arch and, maybe Cade Klubnik and Sam Levitt. And I mean, who are the big-time quarterbacks, like the really brand-name quarterbacks next year besides Arch Manning? Drew Aller?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the best teams in the country are going to have new quarterback. Georgia's going to have a new quarterback. Bama's going to have a new quarterback. Notre Dame's going to have a new quarterback. Ohio State's going to have a new quarterback. Oregon's going to have a new quarterback. I mean, of the playoff teams, what you'd have, the number 1 seed has a new quarterback. The number 2 seed will have a new quarterback. The number 3 seed returns their quarterback. 3 and 4, that's Boise and SMU. The number 5 seed has a new quarterback. The number 6 seed returns their quarterback. The number 7 seed has a new quarterback. The number 8 seed will have a new quarterback. The 9 seed has a new one coming back. The number 10 seed will have a new quarterback. The 11 seed returns one, and then the 12 seed has one. So 5 of the 7 have new quarterbacks, right? People talking about Garrett Nussmeier, hard pass. Hard pass on Garrett Nussmeier being a Heisman finalist this year. SMU returns Kevin Jennings, but, you know, he's going to compete, I guess, with Tyler Van Dyke. I don't know. So playing like dial a quarterback every year. Get rid of Preston Stone for Kevin Jennings, and then you're going to get rid of Preston Jennings for Tyler Van Dyke. I don't see it. But that's my take. So, I mean, there's just no big name quarterbacks outside of Arch. So I think it's a year where someone like a Jeremiah Love, and especially if Notre Dame's as good as you and I think they're going to be, they're going to get a lot more of that type of hype. Like Jeremiah Love didn't start really getting a lot of media attention nationally until like November.
Yeah.
You know, like it was like that Army game was sort of that, whoa, who's this guy? That national TV game, that leap over the guy. Then he has the long 60-yard touchdown run. Then I think people started paying attention like, hey, this Jeremiah Love guy is pretty freaking good.
Yep. And then,
you know,
piece together the hurdles in the USC game and what he did there, and then had a 98-yard touchdown run in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. The first touchdown of the first ever 12-team college football playoff was a 98-yard touchdown run
by Jeremiah Love. With a big knee brace on. That's how dynamic he is. Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, I could see that. Sure. Let's do it.
Buy, sell, hold. In the next 3 years, a player that Notre Dame recruited but didn't sign will come to Notre Dame via the portal.
I'll buy that. I mean, it'll happen once. It only needs to happen once. Right? Why not?
Yeah. I mean, probability. Yeah. Buy. I mean, odds are.
Because we kind of saw that this year. Right? I mean, with Devontae Smith. Now, Devontae Smith wasn't recruited by Notre Dame, but he was recruited by the Notre Dame coaches when they were at Cincinnati. Meaning like there was clearly a connection there that led him to want to come play for guys that had recruited him coming out of high school. He was actually offered by Notre Dame. And he visited Notre Dame. So actually, we've already seen it. Devontae Smith. They recruited him out of high school. They've offered him. I'm pretty sure he visited. And then, of course, you had the connection with Marcus Freeman and those guys recruiting him in Cincinnati. So, yeah, we've actually seen it. So that's a buy. Yeah, it's a buy. It's already happened.
There we
go. I think it'll happen again. It won't happen a ton. It won't happen as much as people think. But it'll happen again. But, yeah, so if you want to say after Devontae Smith next 3 years, it'll happen again. I completely forgot that he was recruited by Notre Dame coming out of high school. Completely forgot about that.
I didn't know that he was. I knew that he was recruited by like staff members at Cincinnati that are now on Notre Dame staff, but I didn't know that he was also recruited by Notre Dame. That's cool.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from KJ Fergie. I've seen some people say Jadarian Price's stuff rate is too high, but this is more a result of bad luck with missed O-line block assignments on certain plays than anything Jadarian Price does.
I'm going to buy what he's saying based on the intro. There are people that will talk about that, and I think those people don't know what they're talking about because they'll do it in a way where they're trying to like tear him down and demean him. Like, well, this is why he can't play, and this is why he shouldn't get more carries. There are people who will have that argument that he shouldn't play as much as he does because of whatever dumb reason that they give.
Wild.
Having said that, a lot of it was like he's running an outside zone and 3 guys come through and he gets tackled. That's not his fault. JD is a guy that will always have a little bit of that Barry Sanders, I'm going to have a couple more TFLs than you'd like me to have. That's just his running style. So he will always have a little bit of that, but you take that because you also know that style is what leads to him bouncing runs that most running backs wouldn't bounce for big plays. You live with that a little bit. So I can agree with the people that make the criticism of JD Price of say, what you're saying is not necessarily false, that he will naturally have a higher level of TFLs because he's a different type of runner. Jeremiah is a get downhill, then use your speed. And then if you got to make moves in space, make moves in space, where Jadarian is more of a Barry Sanders. I'm always looking to kind of hit a home run, also the nature of it. So anyone that understands running back play understands that some running backs are just that way. You can live with it to a degree because I also know he is going to pop a 70-yarder when we're trying to run the clock out at the end of the first half. I also know that I'm going to run a draw against Texas A&M, and he's going to get to the second level and pop that sucker outside for a 46-yard touchdown. You live with it. To a degree, you live with it. Doesn't mean there aren't things you refine in some aspects, but you live with it. The overall, if you're just going to use the raw numbers, then you have to say, okay, you're being a little bit disingenuous because Notre Dame runs more of the gap stuff with Jadarian in the game because that's more his cup of tea, where they're just pure downhill inside outside zone with Jeremiah. That's going to naturally lead to more of those TFLs. So I would say that is is his stuff rate too high? Yeah, it's higher than it should be for different reasons. But if you're going to use that as a way to try to say he shouldn't carry the ball as much as he does, now I think you're talking some nonsense. But there are things Jeremiah needs to clean up with his decision making. But you're always going to just live with it to a degree because it's like with the Deshaun Watson and his interceptions. Are there some interceptions that the Clemson coaches weren't happy with? Of course. Are there some interceptions they live with because they know what the payoff is? Yes.
Oh yeah.
And that's how it is with Jadarian. You're going to live with some of those. Yeah, he tried to make something he shouldn't have had. He probably should have just done this because the next time he does that, he's popping it for 25. Let's not forget the two biggest runs against Georgia and Ohio State were not made by Jeremiah Love. Correct. They were made by Jadarian Price.
Yep. Well, some of it's just the nature of the beast, too, of like the rotation. I mean, if I'm Jadarian Price, you got to think towards the tail end of the season, especially, he was getting basically one possession for every Jeremiah Love 2 possessions. Like that kind of seemed to be the rotation that they were working out. So naturally, you're just going to, especially when you have the capability like he does, you're going to look to hit more home runs, know? I mean, it's the same thing. So I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Kedron Young will have more carries than Aeneas Williams in 2025.
I'll buy that. I think Aeneas will have more touches. Kedron will have more carries.
Yep. Yeah, I think Kedron's going to replace Riley Leonard in that short down and distance scenario. I think Aeneas, being a third down type of running back, is going to have more catches.
And if a running back goes down for any period of time, I think it'll be Aeneas that stays in his role, and Kedron then steps into that role of that other back.
Yeah. Which leads perfectly into buy, sell, hold. Aeneas Williams will lead the running back room in receptions in 2025.
I'm going to sell that. I still think it's going to be Jeremiah. But I think Aeneas will have a big role in the pass game. I still think Jeremiah has more because I think we're going to see more of Jeremiah getting the ball in the pass game in first and second down. At least that's more of a hopeful belief, but that I still believe to be true.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I was going to word it similar. Like I was going to say hope sell, not for the fact that Aeneas doesn't get catches. It's just I want to see Jeremiah Love involved in the pass game more than what he was in 2024.
Yep.
That's my reasoning.
I think we will see that with the different type of quarterback they'll have next year because they did try to do that in September.
I hope so. I got a question for you, kind of built off of this. So, okay, Brian, buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love and Aeneas Williams will combine for more catches than Eli Raridan and Cooper Flanagan.
Buy. Yeah, because I don't think Cooper's going to catch a lot of balls next year. I think that we're going to see more of a true number one tight end next year than even we saw this year, and we still saw it to a most part this year. Because 54 catches is basically what Eli and Mitchell Evans did this past year. Jeremiah Love had 28 catches and Aeneas had 18. They had 46, so it was 54 to 46 this year. Yeah, with the 1-2-1-2. And as to your point, I agree that I think we're going to see that even more next year with Jeremiah. So yes, I will. And I also think that Eli is going to be a different type of bat. I think Eli is going to be more like a Troy Nicholas type of pass catcher where it's a lot more verticals, a lot more seams, a lot more big plays, maybe not quite as much volume.
Sure.
Like this year, Eli averaged 8.2 yards per catch. I don't see that being the case next year.
Right.
I think he's going to get the ball down the field a lot more next season.
Buy, sell, hold from KJ Fergie. So long as fully healthy, Notre Dame's defense in 2025 does not have a weakness from a talent perspective.
I'd buy that. I mean, are there areas that could not be good enough to win a championship? Sure. And we talked about that yesterday, Trev. But is there any area where you consider it a weakness? No. Unless you're just going to say that everyone has a weakness in that something about you is the worst part of what you have. Right? I mean, if I won't use that as an example because I don't want my wife to hear it. But actually, I've told her this. I had a big crush on Christy Brinkley when I was a kid. Well, something about her has to be her quote unquote worst feature, but it's still wonderful. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, if you're going to say, name the 5 best quarterbacks of all time, somebody's got to be 5th. Still great. So if you're going to say weakness from that standpoint of just something ranks in the bottom, then sure. But I don't take his question as that. I think he's taking his question as this is just a weakness. It's not that it's your 5th position group of 5. It's just a weakness where it's a problem. In that regard, I don't think they'll have a weakness. Will there be some areas that make it not good enough to win a championship, like the D line was this year? My opinion, like the O line was this year. Like, sure, yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I mean, mine would be something along the defensive line in 2025, barring everybody being healthy. But even then, like, it's when you're comparing that to the secondary and what we think that could be, the linebacker room and the potential and what we think that could be. I mean, something to your point has to be the weakness. So
if you're assuming that something has to be a weakness, if you're saying something has to be a weakness, I take his question as saying you don't have to have a weakness. Just because something ranks lowest doesn't make it a weakness.
Right.
And that's like, there's past years where Notre Dame had elite position groups, but like 2021, the offensive line was a weakness. It was a problem. The D line wasn't championship caliber this year, but it wasn't a weakness. Yeah. Is how I would explain it. Right? Does that make like?
Yep.
So, so I think that it depends on how you're looking at it. And the way I'm taking this question is that it's a weakness, no matter where it ranks. It's a weakness. It gets you beat, and I don't see that as being an issue.
Sure.
For this team, barring injury.
Buy, sell, hold. By the end of the 2025 regular season, Notre Dame will be considered a favorite to win it all, similar to how Ohio State and Oregon were considered favorites going into the 2024 playoffs.
I buy that. What do you say?
I was going to say I buy the first part. I will say Ohio State was not a favorite to win it all by the end of the 2024 regular season.
They were a favorite to win it all after the Tennessee game.
Yeah. Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
One of the favorites to win it all after the regular season was Georgia, because they went and how they finished out their season, and they won the SEC. It
was
title.
Georgia and Oregon were considered, in Texas.
Yep.
Even though Texas had the loss to Georgia, there's still a lot of people who thought Texas was going to make a run.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of people picking Tennessee to win that game, Trev, to your point.
Yeah. Yeah, I picked Tennessee to win. Yeah. I mean, it was just, there were so many question marks, but no, it's Ohio State was after Tennessee. That's for
well, yeah, when they destroyed Tennessee, people are like, Ohio State woke up. You woke up a sleeping giant. Mm-hmm. Yes, correct. So I would agree with that caveat, Trevor, but I am a buy that I think Notre Dame is going to go into the next postseason as a team that people are like one of the 2 to 3 teams that people most view as being capable of winning it all. I think they'll be in that conversation. I don't know who's going to be in it with them, but I think they'll be in that conversation.
Yep, I do as well. Buy, sell, hold from We Are Notre Dame. Notre Dame will be eligible for a bye in the next playoff contract, all because everyone now wants to host home playoff games.
I buy that, but I hope I'm wrong. I don't want them to get rid, because here's the thing, forget even the Notre Dame aspect of it. The problem that I'm going to have is if they get rid of the bye structure the way that it is now, and just meaning they just eliminate it altogether, then you're just going to have a bunch of SEC Big Ten teams that are getting the first round buys. And at this point now, it's almost like if you're the SEC or the Big Ten, do you really want to argue for getting rid of the buys? Because, like, okay, you're going to be the ones getting the thought is, well, they don't want that because they want to host playoff games. But here's the deal. If you get rid of the buys, you're going to have more teams from your league actually getting buys because you're going to be ranked in top 4. Like this year, Texas, you'd have had what? The whole top 4 seeds, if it wasn't for the buys, would have been Big Ten and SEC teams. 2 Big Ten, 2 SEC. It would have been Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State were the top 4 teams, right? Am I correct on that?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's going to be a lot of years. So the only way that you kind of can fix that is instead of advocating for 14 teams, go to 16, and then as everybody plays their first game at home. Like, meaning every game is played at someone's home. So like the top 8 seeds will then all get a home game. But I hope they don't do that. I hope they don't get rid of that. Look, there's an easy solution, Trevor, and we've talked about it. Just say the top 4 highest ranked conference championships get buys as long as they rank in the top 12.
Yeah.
If you rank outside the top 12, you don't get a buy. So Boise would have got a buy this year, but Arizona State would not have. And then they just would have slid up. Well, who would it have been? It'd have been Texas, right?
Yeah.
Texas would have slid into that number 4 spot if that's what you don't like.
I mean, look, man, after this season, I know it's a small sample size. If I'm a Notre Dame fan, which I am, I don't want to buy. All teams that had a bye and won their conference lost. They got bounced in the first game they played in the playoffs. Now, small sample size, we'll see what the playoff looks like this year, this upcoming year. But all 4 teams that made the final were ones that had to play games in the first round. So based off of solely the sample size of this season, I wouldn't even want to buy, even if Notre Dame was eligible for it. Now, small could be different next year.
People need to not be making big decisions based off of 1 year of sample size. That's why I hope that there's people like Jim Phillips who push back on because any changes now have to be unanimous. And so I hope that they don't make any. Let's just see it go for a couple years. Next year, it may be the complete opposite. Yeah. That all 4 teams that get buys are in the semifinals, or 3 of them are. You know, I mean, this is 1 year of this playing out should not warrant that, especially since it was a unique year where you could argue that 2 of the most 4 talented teams were not eligible to get buys when you look at Ohio State and Notre Dame.
Right.
It's a unique year. Next year, that may not be the case.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame
real quick. Like Notre Dame beating Georgia was not a fluke. People perceived it to be that way, but it was not a fluke. We said before the game, Notre Dame's better than Georgia. Georgia fans didn't believe that, and ESPN didn't believe that. But I was not. I was excited about how the game went. I wasn't surprised by it because Notre Dame was better than Georgia. So yeah, of course that Georgia team is not going to be there. But 2 years before, Georgia as a 1 or 2 seed is not getting beat by anybody.
Right.
It just depends on the quality of the teams. You and I said, like, I think you were agreeing with me. Oregon was not going to beat Ohio State twice. If Ohio State got to the second round, I think I actually said this. If Ohio State beats Tennessee, they'll go on a run. I think I said that when we did our preview for that. Because they're either going to get beat by Tennessee or they're going to be pissed off and they're going to figure it out and then they're going to be hard to beat. I think I said that going before that game. There was just the uncertainty of how they play against Tennessee. But once they smoke Tennessee, you're like, Oregon has no chance. Because it was going to be hard enough to beat Ohio State twice, just period. But then you get a pissed off Ohio State team. You weren't going to beat them twice. You know, and that just sometimes it's just bad luck. You get a bad draw. Georgia got a bad draw. Oregon got a bad draw. Simple as that.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will sign 2 5-star recruits in 2026.
Buy. Sure. They got a shot to do that. It's early yet, but sure.
Yeah. Buy. I mean, you never know. I mean, somebody that's already committed might get bumped up to a 5-star after their senior year. Who knows? So, yeah, I'll buy that as well. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will start playing 2 out of the top 3 ACC football teams starting in 2026.
Sell. I don't think they're going to unless I'm reading this incorrectly. I don't think they're going to start making them play 2 of the top 3 teams. I think they're going to play 2 of the top 3 brands. But they're already kind of doing that. I mean, the top 3 brands in the ACC are basically Florida State, Miami, and Clemson.
Yeah.
Right. And so next year, I don't want to keep doing that. Next year, they only play one of them. So they play Miami. But in 2026, they play 2026, they play, see here, Florida State and Miami. In 2027, so they play 2. In 2027, they play Clemson. And I think they're going to have to add one because they only have 4 ACC teams played. So I think they're going to add one to it. And I believe in 28, they play Miami and Clemson. So they're already kind of doing that most years. Anyway, I don't think that's going to be a big change. But that 28 and 29 schedules were so in 28, they play Texas, Clemson, Miami. And then in 2029, they play Bam at home, at Texas, at Florida State. I hope Mike Norvell's still the coach there and he's doing what he's doing now. That's yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just tough to say like 2 of the top 3 teams because you never know what that's going to be in a conference year to year, especially like with the ACC. I mean, I wouldn't have expected SMU to be one of the top 3 teams in the ACC this year, and they were.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't have expected Florida State to go 2-10 in 2024, but they did. Right. So brand is a good distinction.
Yeah. So you can't start playing the 2 or 3 best, to your point, Trevor, because you don't know who that's going to be every year. But right. You can say, okay, we're going to schedule 2 of those 3 every year and be fine.
Buy, sell, hold. The SEC and the Big Ten Conference will get 3 automatic bids in the next new playoff contract.
I buy that it's going to happen, and I'm going to be pissed when it does. No conference should get automatic bids. If you have enough teams that deserve to be in, then they'll get in. And here's the thing. What I would do if I'm the ACC and I'm the Big 12 and I'm Notre Dame, I'll say, fine, we're going to expand it to 14, and we're going to give you your 3 automatic bids. But you have to give us something. And what are you giving us? You can never have more than 3. If you're going to have years where you get 3 in that you don't deserve 3, then you're not going to ever have more. So there's going to be years you should have 4 or 5 teams in the playoff, and you're not going to have them. That would be my pushback. If you want 3 that bad, that's fine, but you're never going to have more than 3. That's the most you can have in a playoff.
100%.
Then that would be my counter offer. That's fine. Here's what you're doing. That'd be my counter offer. See what they say. The problem is starting in that new contract, the Big Ten and the ACC in the SEC are going to have more sway. Right now, all the leagues have the same amount of sway. That won't be the case in the next contract, unfortunately. So that's but that would be my counter is like, look, this is the only way we're doing it is you can have 3 every year, but you can't get more than 3. And then the other 8 can go to the other leagues. Notre Dame, the ACC, the Big 12, the G5s, that kind of thing. That would be my proposal. If you want 4 or 5 teams, then have 4 or 5 teams that earn it. Some years you'll have that. Some years you won't.
I would hate that so much because then, like, you would have a team like Alabama this year would have to make it in if you get 3 guaranteed automatic bids into the playoffs, and that means a team like SMU would have gotten bounced. Yeah. Like, look, if your conference is good enough and you have as much faith in your conference as you think that you do, I mean, they were 1 team shy of that this year, literally. I mean, the Big Ten had 3 teams in, the SEC had 2. As long as your team handles its business.
Big Ten had 4.
Oh, yeah, Oregon. Yeah. I mean, so it's still taking me some getting used to Oregon being in the Big Ten.
I know.
Even though they won.
Because I'm like, I thought it was 4. And then I'm like, Penn State, Ohio State, Indiana. Who am I missing? Oh, yeah, Oregon.
Yeah. But
and the SEC had 3, right? Texas, Tennessee, and Georgia.
And I forgot about Tennessee. I was just thinking about Texas and Georgia. So, I mean, look, if your conference is as good as you think that it is, you'll most likely get that much year in and year out anyways, because I don't see 3 ACC teams making it. I don't see 3 Big 12 teams making it. And Who are the independent schools? Notre Dame, UConn. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, look, if your conference is as good as you think that it is, you shouldn't have to give yourself the safety net of, well, even if one of our big name brands goes 9-3, at least they'll make the playoffs. Like, that's so dumb.
Right.
Whatever. I mean,
it's
here's
all
an
about
idea.
money. They want to guarantee X amount of dollars. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, I know. Look, man. I mean, if maybe Alabama doesn't lose by 21 to Oklahoma, then they might have gotten another team in. Like,
maybe Ole Miss doesn't lose to Florida or a 4-8 Kentucky team, right? Like, those teams deserved bids. No, they didn't.
Right.
You'll always have to. I mean, like, you're always going to have at least 3 teams that get in, and some years when you're good, you'll have 4. If Alabama doesn't choke away the Penn State or the Oklahoma game, guess what? The SEC would have 4 this year without any automatic bids, and they would have deserved it to a degree. I mean, they'd have deserved it with some of the teams they would have got in over. Henry Reese did clarify. He said he was referring to the brand on that first question. So we read that correctly. He was referring to the brand.
There we go. Buy, sell, hold from Don. There's a defensive tackle not yet in the transfer portal that Notre Dame is actively keeping an eye on or would offer. Yeah,
I mean, there's certainly plenty of guys that they're keeping their eye on that if this guy got in the portal, we'd have to rethink where we are. There's definitely some D tackles that, like, I don't believe that Notre Dame is desperate to add another D tackle in the portal. But it doesn't mean that if the right guy jumped in, they wouldn't. And honestly, should. I mean, like, I'm like, look, play the young guys, right? Develop Armel Mookum and those guys. But if all of a sudden a guy jumps in the portal, you're like, whoa, that guy's a stud. You know, I'd first want to know, why is he going in the portal? You know, like, is he just looking for a payday? And if that's the case, then hard pass. But if there's a situation that, you know, says, hey, man, this is what's going on, and the, you know, it's a legitimate situation, then heck yeah, I'd go for him if it's the right guy, but he better be really flipping good. If there's someone that's as good as Riley Mills or better jumping in the portal, yeah, I'd look at him. He'd be fool not to. Absolute fool not to. I just don't think that's the case.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold from SB Irish 25. If in Ash's first year, the defense drops to around Golden's first year, 23 points per game allowed, the offense would then need to be a top 3 scoring offense to get Notre Dame another deep run in the playoffs.
Now, he put a note in there that he said we don't have to answer this because we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but not everybody listened to yesterday's show. So I did want to still bring it up because it is a fair question, but I buy that. I'd say maybe I'd go top 5, but if they're giving up 23 points per game, Notre Dame's going to have to be a really dominant scoring offense to make a deep run in the playoffs. And I don't know that they'll even be able to do that, because here's the problem. Even if they're a top 5 scoring team, if you're giving up 23 points per game in the regular season, you're going to give up even more points in the postseason, most likely.
Yeah.
And I don't think Notre Dame's defense took a step back at all in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Do you, Trev? I thought the defense played really darn good football in the first 3 rounds of the playoff, and they still give up 17 points a game. That's still 3 points more than what they were giving up coming into the postseason. Because when you play better teams, you're not going to have the Florida State that held to 3 and this bad team that you held to 7, like all teams do in the postseason. And so you're going to have to score even more. Yeah, because basically what you turn into then is your Oregon.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Oregon's defense didn't give up that many points, but they weren't a very good defense. I don't think they gave up that many points. I think they were in the teens. Let me go pull up. Yeah, they were at 19.4. But they also played a schedule that wasn't exactly loaded with great teams in it, But yeah, plus, you become, because look what they gave up in their 2 postseason games, Trev. Held up teams 19 points a game, but they gave up 78 points in their 2 postseason games. The 37 to Penn State in the bowl game, or the Big Ten title game, and then 41 to Ohio State in the bowl
game. And especially based on Notre Dame's regular season opponents, albeit the offenses are going to be better. But if you're giving up 23 points per game in the regular season to those opponents, That's going to be interesting. I mean, you look at what the numbers were this past season, and the top three scoring offenses were Ole Miss at 38.6, Indiana at 41.3, and Miami at 43.9 in this past season. So, I mean, I would say all of the top three, potentially top five, because then, Boise State was fifth at 37.3. But I don't know if I want to watch a Notre Dame game every single weekend and week out of the regular season that ends 38-24.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Especially when you factor in the tail end of the season when they're playing teams like, Navy, Syracuse, like good football teams. But that would be, if they're giving up a 23 spot every single game, that's going to be.
Yep. Well, let me see this too. There was 9 teams that ranked ahead of Notre Dame in scoring offense this year. Let's see, 1, 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 1 and 4. What'd they do in a bowl game? I think 1 and 5, 1 and 6, 2 and 6, and 3 and 6. The teams that finished ahead of Notre Dame in scoring this year went 3 and 6 in the postseason, including 3 teams that lost playoff games. Games they lost by double digits. Indiana lost by 10 to Notre Dame in a game that wasn't that close. Boise State got beat by 17 by Penn State, and then obviously SMU got blown out by Penn State. So, yeah, you still got to be able to play great defense to make a run.
Sure do. I mean, Ohio State scored less points per game than Notre Dame did. The difference was is their defense was elite.
Their offense got hot in the postseason, but they still were shutting people down on defense.
Yeah. Their defense remained the constant, right? And that's what it has to be.
But even their defense, Trevor, in the postseason gave up a lot more points than they gave up in the regular season. And I thought their defense played outstanding in the postseason, but they still gave up 17 points to Tennessee. They still gave up 21 points to Oregon. They gave up 14 points to Texas, and Texas was at the 1-yard line getting ready to score again. And then they gave up 23 to Notre Dame. So they gave up 18.8 points per game in the postseason. So, yeah, I mean, I don't care how good and Notre Dame had a top 5 scoring defense as well. And they still gave up, and they held Georgia to 10 points. Notre Dame still gave up 21.3 points per game in the playoff. Even before the Ohio State game, Notre Dame was giving up, let's see here, they gave up 17 points per game and before the Ohio State game. So 2 of the best defenses of college football gave up minimum. And there was a bigger gap between what actually, let me see here. That's about the same gap between what they gave up in the postseason and what they gave up in the regular season between those 2 defenses. So, yeah, I don't care how good you are. I mean, Penn State gave up more points in the postseason than they did in the regular season. So, Texas, gave up 24 points to Clemson. Texas was another team that had a very, very good scoring defense this year. Gave up 24 points to Clemson, 31 points to Arizona State, 28 points to Ohio State, 21 to Ohio State. But still, that's even the 21 offensive points they gave up is still a lot more than what they gave up in the regular season. So that's why I say defense can't take a step back and the offense has to be better.
Buy it, sell, hold from AST 12321. The expected starter of quarterback will be decided by the end of spring practice.
I'm going to sell because I think that even if we have a good idea of who that is going to be, that they're still going to want to see how that guy handles the summer and early fall camp. I think we'll have an idea of who we think it's going to be, but I don't think that they will have it determined they're going to announce it standpoint by the end of spring. Plus, I think they're going to want to try to convince the other 2 kids to stay and compete. Mm-hmm. And if you name a starter, it's done. At least one's going to leave.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, or KK Smith will be a major contributor this year.
So one of
them. I mean, odds of one of them I will buy. I'm honestly leaning towards hold because I got to see it. All the potential's there for all 3 of them, right? But coming out of last spring, I heard things about, Micah Gilbert could potentially get meaningful minutes this season. He didn't. Cam Williams he didn't see a meaningful snap this past season. And KK Smith, I hope he stays healthy. right? All three of them have the potential, so I'll buy the potential, but will be a major contributor. I got to hold.
I'm going to buy it. I think one of them will, at some point in time this season, become a major contributor. I don't know which one, but I think one of them will. The difference is last year they were basically all in their first year. KK missed the previous season because of an injury, and Micah Gilbert and Cam Williams were rookies. The Micah Gilbert performing well in the spring and then not playing in the fall was a concern of mine. And I don't like that. I thought he should have played more, to be honest with you. I think he should have definitely played more. But, yeah, I think one of them breaks out. I'll buy that.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame beats Miami by more than 10.
I'm going to sell that for now just because I do think Miami is a good team. I'll say it's possible. I won't be shocked if it happens. But just to predict it right now, I can't. I'm not there yet. But it's possible. I'd be more surprised if Miami beat Notre Dame than I'd be surprised if Notre Dame beat them by more than 10. Like, that would be more shocking to me. Notre Dame losing would be more shocking to me than Notre Dame winning by 20 against Miami.
Yeah. Yep.
That's how I view it.
Buy, sell, hold. One of the final 8 teams from last year, not including Arizona State and Boise State. So we're talking about Notre Dame, Georgia, Texas, Ohio State, Oregon, or Penn State will fail to make the playoffs.
I'll buy that. I mean, I think one of those teams won't make it. Like, that's one of those teams won't make it. I don't know which one. Honestly, what's kind of wild, Trevor, is the two that I have the most thought about not making it are Georgia and Oregon. Those are the two that I have my thought is I could see that team not making it. And I'd probably put Georgia at the top of my list, to be completely honest with you, about teams that won't make it next year. I'd probably put Oregon next on that list. I mean, Oregon's thing is their schedule's not brutal, but it's hard enough. They got to play at Penn State next year. They got to play Indiana at home. They got to play at Iowa. They got to play at Washington. They get USC at home. I mean, there's some losable games in there. And if they lose one of those and then lose in the Big Ten title game, they'll probably still get in. But if they lose 2 of those, I mean, that's not a gauntlet.
Yeah, just based on probability, I'll buy it because odds of all of them making, but I just don't know who it would be. Like, I have my tiers of concerns, right? Like in tier 1, like I would put Georgia, Oregon, in the next tier, I would probably put.
I'd probably go Ohio State next. Like, I think Penn State is the team. Penn State and Notre Dame, I think, are the 2 teams most likely to make it of that 6. Texas, I have some questions about because of what they lost at skill positions O-line. I'd put them and Ohio State next, and then I'd put Georgia and Penn and Oregon in my highest tier of if we're talking about likely to miss. I'd put them in there.
Yep.
I also won't be shocked if all 6 of those teams are in again.
I was just about to say.
Like, I think they all have a shot to be in again. I'm just saying, like, if we're, kind of looking at it, of who has the chance to not make it, I'd probably go that way. But I think all those teams will be top 10 to 12 teams next year, barring some setback that we aren't expecting.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I look at it.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. There will be at least one win this season, after which a sizable part of the fan base are calling for benching the starting quarterback, like what happened to Riley a few times in the first part of this season.
Oh, that's a buy. I mean, Notre Dame fans talking about a quarterback needing to get benched, that's an easy buy. Let me list the names of quarterbacks that at one point in time Notre Dame fans thought they should bench. I'm going to go Riley Leonard. Let's go Everett Golson, Ian Book. I was one of those.
Jack Cohn.
Let's go Jack Cohn. Let's go Jimmy Clausen. Let's go Brady Quinn. Let's go to Kevin McDougal. Let's go to Ron Paulus. Let's go to Rick Meyer. And let's go to to Tony Rice. Let's go back to Joe Montana. I mean, like, all those guys at some point in time had fans saying they should get benched. That's the nature of fandom. Yeah. Like, let's say CJ or Kenny's the starting quarterback. Even if they win an ugly game, the Steve Angeli people are going to be like, that's why Steve should have played. If Steve's the starter, the Kenny and CJ fans, if he has a rough game, even in a win, will be like, that's why CJ or Kenny should start. That's absolutely going to happen. 100% guaranteed that will happen. I don't know how big of a part of the fan base it'll be, but that'll happen. So that's an easy buy for me. I don't think, however, it'll be as loud as the calls for Riley were this year. Because part of the thing about Riley is there were just some people that didn't want to transfer, period. And the minute he had a bad game, they're going to be like, see, he's got to go.
I'm hoping that for the most part, because you're always going to have a part of the fan base that's like that. I just hope we don't have a part of the season this year where fans are booing at every incompletion. Like that's just that happened against Miami of Ohio. And it's just like, look, man, I'm all for being frustrated. I was always on the Riley Leonard hype train. I was always on the, like, let's pan it out and see. But again, it goes into that conversation of people would rather be right than watch their team win, which is something that I think is incredibly stupid, if I'm just being 100% honest. But it is what it is. But hopefully the lesson was learned for the masses after this past season of, you might have wanted a guy benched, but he was the reason why you guys made it to the national championship. So So I'm hoping that for the most part, that narrative gets changed, but for the few, it never will. Buy, sell, hold from AST12321. Christian Gray will have at least 4 games where you grade him out better than Leonard Moore this season.
Buy. Easy buy.
Buy, sell, hold. Jordan Clark will be the hardest departing defensive player to replace. Look, I love Jordan Clark, and I love what he did for this team. Love it. When he's leaving in the same season as Xavier Watts, guys, I mean, look, I love everything that Jordan Clark did for this university. I really do. But it's Xavier Watts, guys. And then probably after that, it's Riley Mills. And then I will start entertaining stuff about Jordan Clark. But then you still have to talk about Jack Kaiser. Like, there's a lot of...
The only reason that I would put Jordan Clark ahead of Jack Kaiser is because of what is behind Jack compared to what's behind Jordan. Like, Jack's going to be hard to replace for most teams. It's just Notre Dame has recruited that position so well that you're just like, they're going to be fine. But as far as I love Jordan Clark. That's not a knock on him, but no. It's Xavier Watts and Riley Mills, and then there's like a big gap between whoever's next. Like, that's not even.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Love where the heart's at, but
yes. And I appreciate the value that you're putting on the job he did this year, because he did a very good job for this Notre Dame defense this year.
Oh yeah.
Like, very steady player, very good player, very clutch player. Love what Jordan Clark did. But guys, we just watched Notre Dame have one of the greatest safeties to ever wear a golden helmet ever. Just finished his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the second most decorated defensive back in Notre Dame history behind only Todd Light. Just left. At a position where you can't sub it out against certain matchups.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Jaden Greathouse will establish himself as a dominant wide receiver or option at wide receiver to the degree that Floyd, Tate, or Fuller did.
I'm going to have to sell that one. I think Jaden Greathouse is a really good player, but I don't see him being a guy that catches 100 passes for like Michael Floyd did, or a guy that has 90 passes catches for 1,400 yards like Golden did, or a guy that catches 65 passes for over 1,200 yards like Will Fuller did. I just don't see that. I don't see that. That doesn't take anything away from how good I think he could be, or that he could even be a 1,000-yard receiver. He could do that, but he's not that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I love Jaden Greathouse, and I think he's going to be an absolute weapon. And one of the best wide receivers that's played at Notre Dame over the last 5 seasons. 100% I would buy that.
He could
But
be
look,
that for sure. Yeah.
yes. But look, Michael Floyd was a different dude, man. Like, not that Golden Tate or Will Fuller weren't, because I love them too. Michael Floyd was I mean,
he was the only guy that did it every year of his career of
Yeah.
that group. I mean, Golden didn't do anything as a freshman. Will Fuller caught 6 passes as a freshman. I mean, Michael Floyd was a dude from the minute he stepped foot on campus. He had 48 catches for 719 yards and 7 touchdowns as a freshman. The next year, he has 44 catches for 795 yards and 9 touchdowns. He only played 7 games. He had 9 touchdowns in 7 games. And I have this conversation with a guy that I know, and we've been arguing about this for years. And he says Golden Tate was better than Michael Floyd. And I'm like, no, he wasn't.
No,
and
sir.
then he points to the stats he had and all that. I'm like, he only had those stats because Michael Floyd got hurt in 2009. Go back and watch the first 3 games of the season before Michael Floyd got hurt. He was their number 1 receiver. Like, he would have been that guy. Now, I think they both would have had 1,000 yards. I think they both would have gone over 1,000 yards. Golden Tate was a great player, but Golden Tate doesn't have that season if Michael Floyd doesn't get hurt, because Michael Floyd would have had that season.
Yeah.
It was just unreal. Like, I'm actually going to go to I'm going to go to Michael Floyd's stats, right? And I'm going to bring up just kind of to point out what I'm talking about here, because the pace he was on was absolutely nuts in 2012. So let's see here. Let's go to college. Let's go to college game log. Let's go to NCAA. Let's go to 2009. So Michael Floyd in the first 3 games of the year before he got hurt. So let's just go the first 2, because he got hurt early in that game against Michigan State. So let's go. He had 5.5 catches times 12. He'd have had 66 catches at the pace he was on. And that was against Michigan and Nevada. And he would have had 1,920 yards and 24 touchdowns. That was the pace he was on, with Golden Tate also playing after the first 2 games of the season. Now Golden was good then too. Don't get me wrong. Golden, I think, had a 100-yard game against Michigan as well. But it was very clear to anyone that was paying attention that in the first few games of the season that Golden Tate was Mo Stovall and Michael Floyd was Jeff Samardzija. Right. And if you want to,
Yeah.
right, like, that's kind of how it was. I mean, first game of the year against Nevada, he had 59 yards on 3 catches. Second game against Michigan, he had 9 catches for 115 yards. Michael Floyd in those had 4 catches for 189 yards and 3 touchdowns against Nevada. He had 7 catches for 131 yards and a touchdown against Michigan. And he had 2 catches for 38 yards and a touchdown in the first, quarter and a half against Michigan State before he got hurt. So, yeah, he was a dude. He was an absolute freaking dude. And, Golden was great. Don't get me wrong. Golden was a great player. Michael Floyd was on a different level. I mean, Michael Floyd had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons with basically Tommy Rees as his quarterback.
Yeah, Michael Floyd was yeah, he was like that.
He was a different dude.
Buy, sell, hold. The defense will be dramatically less productive at forcing turnovers without Xavier Watts.
Yeah. Yep. I am going to sell that because I believe that the defense is going to be better at putting pressure on the quarterback with the front, like we talked about yesterday. And if we're right about that, then that's going to lead to more turnovers.
Yep.
I also think the linebackers are going to be more productive in forcing turnovers as they get older. I believe that to be true as well. So I'll buy that.
Yep. I will too. The linebackers had opportunities this year. They were just slightly out of position. Some of it came with experience. I think that they're going to put themselves into more favorable matchups this year, like more favorable positions to cause turnovers, recover turnovers. So, yeah. I also don't think it's going to take them until their 5th game of the season this year to recover a fumble. So
True.
Yep.
It's a fair question. I mean, Xavier was elite at that. It's a very fair question. I just think
absolutely
it's not that if it was just about the guy that replaces him, the only way that you produce as much is if the guy that replaces him plays like Xavier, then the answer is an easy sell.
Right.
I just think other guys are going to be better. And I think other parts of the defense, hopefully, will be better to that. It results in more turnovers that are being forced by the front and not so much by Xavier just being great at forcing turnovers.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will not have a WTF game this season. The team will not be undefeated, but the loss or losses will not be because of totally inexcusable choke jobs.
This goes back to what you were saying earlier, Trevor, right? I mean, if they lose a game, it'll be because they just didn't necessarily play well. It won't be that what in the world did I just watch? Like Stanford, Marshall, Louisville, and then, of course, Northern Illinois. It won't be because of that. It'll just be, hey, they had an off day, man, and the other team just made some plays, and the other team played their butts off, and they just – yeah, they shouldn't have lost to that team, but, you know, it's not like, oh, my gosh, I don't think Marcus Freeman's the guy. Bench Riley Leonard, boo the team the next time they come out on the field at home, even though they just won 66-7. I mean, all those things.
College football, if this past season showed us anything, is that if a team can lose, they will lose. And sometimes sometimes in football, a team just has a better day than you do. But I don't think that there's going to be a point where it's like, okay, like, is this the guy talking about a coach? Is this the guy talking about a quarterback? Is this guy talking about a coordinator? Like, it's just sometimes teams just have a better day than you do. You know, like you hear all those stories about if this team played this team 8 more times, I don't know if they lose. Like, and that could be true. Some days teams just have a better day than you do, you know? So
Northern Illinois should never have a better day than you.
Exactly.
That's the difference. Sometimes Louisville, Clemson, they may have a better day than you. Northern Illinois never should. Northern Illinois never should. Stanford never should. Marshall never should. Absolutely.
Buy, sell, hold from Enigma. 1990s glass bottle Gatorade.
I mean, hard buy, not only because the bottle is better than the plastic, but also they put so much more crap in it now compared to what it used to be. Look at the ingredients in Gatorade now compared to what they were in 1990. It was good for you then. The electrolytes are not worth it now from what it was then. So easy buy. Easy buy. Trevor, I'm not going to let you answer this question because you were born in the 90s and you can't answer this question.
I was going to legitimately, like, I don't, not to be hyperbolic, I don't know if I've ever seen Gatorade in a glass bottle. I know that's really upsetting to some, and I'm really sorry. But whenever I was born, like it was like ever since I was drinking Gatorade, it was always in plastic bottles, like the little ones, the G2 series, the Gatorade Rain, all that stuff was always in plastic.
Yep. Will Falk said, yeah, but you can't throw glass bottles at younger siblings as easily. Not unless you want to get a complete beatdown. Yeah, absolutely right on that one, or be charged with assault.
I was about to say, not unless you want your life changed.
That's right. That's right.
Man. Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. Starting the season week 0, eliminating conference championship games in order to wrap up playoffs early.
Sell. I understand. I'm totally fine getting rid of conference championship games. And if you want to move things up a week to where, you know, you have the semifinals the semifinals are being played on New Year's instead of the quarterfinals, fine. But number one, I don't want to start the season that early consistently because, again, this is going back to fans and your students. Your students aren't going to be in school in week 0 most years. They're just not. And I don't think people are like, I've heard Joel Klatt make this case, and I think it's a horrible one, that the season should end on January 1st. So you're going to tell me that college football players are going to have to basically play 17 games in essentially like 19 weeks so that you can have your arbitrary let's end the season on January 1st nonsense? That's insane. They need the time off. What I would do is I'd say, fine, season ends the Saturday after Thanksgiving. The first round of the playoff is, like December, I don't know, 14th, 15th, and then you have your second game or, somewhere around there on that Saturday. Then you're playing a game, around Christmas, not on Christmas. And fine. But like what made this so stupid is you have the conference championship games and then you have the 2 weeks off between the championship game. But then it's like, why does there need to be 9 days between this playoff game and then 10 days between that playoff game for arbitrary reasons? No, schedule it to where the quarterfinals would be played or the semifinals were played on the January 1st, and then basically kind of put it back a week. Essentially, fine. If you want to do that, whatever. But I don't think that we need to wrap up the playoffs that much earlier. You could go a week earlier, move everything up a week by getting rid of the conference championship games. Totally fine with that. But we don't need to start the season in August every year. This is college football. I mean, a big part of what I know that we've kind of lost that and people don't remember that. But like college football should include students being in the freaking stands. It should include a band. It should include all the things that makes it different. And this is why I say money has ruined this sport so much because the sport was never pure. There was never a pure time in college football. But as from a experience standpoint, there was a time when it was pure. It's always been a shady business with people making money and players not even getting full cost of attendance. That was not right. But from an experience standpoint, from how the season was played out standpoint, there was a purity once to college football that we have lost. And we start making all these decisions to try to do these things. And it's like, these are still 18, 19, 20-year-olds. They can't play 16, 17 games. It'd be 16 games in 18, 19 weeks. Can't happen. You can't ask them to do that. They need more breaks. And that means that you got to then start the season in the middle of August, late August. I'm not with you on that. Because then you're going to play 2-3 home games before your student body even arrives on campus? Like, we're losing sight of what we're doing here. And if the sport's good enough, you'll still get people to watch games in January. Why are we in this rush to end it? I'm all for the only part about this that I like, get rid of the conference championship games and move everything up a week. Fine. Totally fine with that. But they need time off or start around the same time, but just get rid of the 9th and 10th days between games. Go 7 days, 7 days, 7 days, 7 days, and play on Saturdays.
That's what I would love. It was so tough that Notre Dame's last Saturday game was USC. That's so wild. I hate the fact that a national championship game is a Monday night.
Don't even get me started on that.
That's gross. Like, that's whatever, man. But yes, I'm with you. I'm with you 100% on this. I'm selling. Buy, sell, hold. The College Football Playoffs Committee should officially partner with the NFL to provide incentives to deconflict playoff scheduling so the playoff games don't need to be on weeknights for traveling fans.
I'd buy that. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you. The problem is they're afraid of competing against the NFL because they will lose to the NFL. But so you're going to have to get with the NFL. Otherwise, you're going to keep doing Wednesday games, Friday games, Thursday games, and this nonsense. So, yeah, I'm with that.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame returns the best running back room in the nation.
Easy buy.
Yep.
Easy buy.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the best this past season. And
if not the best.
Anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they actually get, if Jabron Payne stays at Notre Dame, you get Jabron Payne back, who's a good football player. And you're adding Nolan James to the room. So you lose Devin Ford and you replace him with Jabron Payne and Nolan James. Yeah, easy buy.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from D-Troll Hunter. College football is returning to the gritty, grinded-out physical style, and fans seem to be enjoying those styles of games. The NFL still seems to be in an era of high-flying and creative offenses with rules that seem to greatly skew the product towards offensive success. The NFL needs to take a serious look at their rule book and allow defenses to play more physically to recapture the magic of the game and end the NBA-ification of professional football.
Dude, that's brilliant. That's buy. 100% buy. And that's why I don't watch the NFL, Trev. I will watch the Super Bowl because it's an event. I didn't watch either one of the championship games. This is the first time in a long time I've watched neither one. I had no desire to watch either one of those. No desire. And because I just don't enjoy the NFL anymore. It's just not a fun sport to watch. But yeah, I 100% agree with D. Trollhunter on this one. 100%.
I'll say this. I don't have an issue with NFL rule books. I just want it to be equivalent amongst all 32 teams. And I will leave it at that.
I have a problem with the rule book because of like what he's saying. And again, this might be because of your youth. That's not an insult. It's just a statement of fact. You didn't watch the 80s and 90s football like we did because you weren't born. I'm not going to hold that against you. But there has to be a happy medium between the physicality of the 70s and 80s, which you could argue is maybe a little too physical, and how soft it is now. I mean, some of the things that they rule as, personal fouls on quarterbacks, and you can't hit this and you can't hit that. And that's the problem that I believe he has with it, that I have, is it's just become so soft and it's geared towards so scoring that it's not an enjoyable game. I think a lot of younger people, and this is the thing, and this is why they do it, because over time, a lot of younger people are not going to remember what the game used to be like. And the only conversation is about, yeah, I don't mind the rules, but you can't just have the Chiefs be the ones to benefit from the rules all the time. That's what it's turned into. And it's that way in the NBA now. And that's why I don't know that it'll ever go back to the way that it was, because as you get further and further away, there's fewer and fewer fans that remember that time. And so you don't have to appeal to those fans anymore. And that's how it is in the NBA. There aren't a lot of fans, people my age and older remember the NBA of the 80s and 90s, how physical it was. I mean, you get these little lame fights that they get into now, and guys get, people act like, oh, these basketball players are thugs. I'm like, I watched Julius Erving grab Larry Bird by the throat as he's punching him in the face while Charles Barkley's holding him in a preseason game. You know what I mean? Like, it's sports, man. Like, who hasn't been in a fight at a rec league pickup game? Let's not act like that means if they weren't playing basketball, they'd be selling drugs and criminals. This is basketball. But we've gotten so soft as a culture that it's just like, oh my God, they threw hands. Yeah, they're men. That's what men do. You know what I mean? And you know what? Those guys will probably go have beers together the next night. I mean, that's, it's like, don't be soft. But like, it's like, oh, you can't do these hard fouls. But now guys get all sensitive when somebody hard fouls them. Oh, you're threatening my career. No, I'm playing basketball. I'm telling you can't come to the paint next time. You pull up and hit that mid-range jumper. That's called basketball. Like there's dirty and then there's physical. Bill Laimbeer was dirty. I can't stand that. He was dirty. Most of the NBA was just freaking physical. And now it's just, but the NFL's turning into that. And I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy the game. That's why I love about, you still got to run the football in college football, man. You still got to hit in college football. You still got to play defense in college football. Like, I watched a replay of Pat Mahomes basically duping, I don't remember who they were playing, into a personal foul. Texans, maybe?
Yep, it was the Texans.
And everybody's getting mad at Pat Mahomes. I'm like, why are you mad at Pat Mahomes? He's smart. He knows he can bait the refs into calling that. That's called smart play. It should never be an option for him to get away with that, but it's the rules. The rules allow him to do that because that to me is taking every edge I can get to win. It's the way the rules are carried out that's a problem, Trevor, to your point. But it's carried out that way because it is a rule, because you can't hit quarterbacks a certain way. If you could hit quarterbacks like you used to be able to hit quarterbacks, not dirty, but just you scramble and you run, you are a ball carrier. I can hit you like I can hit anybody else. Like, do I want to protect quarterbacks' knees getting taken out of the pocket like Tom Brady? Yes, I do want to protect that. But if you hit a guy and drive him into the ground, that's called football. When's the last time you saw a running back get called for being driven into the ground where he's trying to hold the ball and the guy's just drive? It's not. But we've made quarterbacks just to protect the class. Why? Because they make $50 million a year.
Oh, yeah.
You're protecting your investment.
100%. All that I agree with. My frustration lies with it's not distributed evenly. That's my issue.
Sure.
Like I don't like the rule either. Like, I mean, I still watched football in the early 2000s. Like I watched Ray Lewis and Ed Reed decleat people week in and week out. It might not have been some of the egregious stuff like what happened. Yeah. But it's just the call. Like I've watched quarterbacks like a Justin Fields, and yes, he's more of a runner, but sit back in the pocket and get absolutely decleated, and nothing happens. People are like, oh, it's just football. And you watch some guy tap Patrick Mahomes on top of the helmet when trying to rush the passer, and they're sent to Alcatraz the next day.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that to me is what, like, I don't like the rule in general, but if that's going to be a rule,
apply
then call it evenly. Yeah.
Well, like this one, Texas Chris, why can running backs use their helmet as a weapon, but defenders can't? 100%. If we're worried about CTE and brain injuries, why can a running back or receiver lower his helmet into a defensive player and create that contact, but a defensive player cannot do that?
I saw that in the Ohio State-Texas game. Quinshon Judkins was a lead blocker for Travion Henderson on one. Clear targeting. Led with the crown, decleated Andrew Makuba.
Trip, offensive linemen and defensive linemen commit targeting on every single play.
Mm-hmm.
Every single run play, I should say. There's targeting. There's helmet-to-helmet contact on almost every single run play between linemen. But it's only when a defensive player does it to a ball carrier that it's called targeting.
Oh, yeah.
It's stupid. It's just stupid.
Buy, sell, hold. Texas barbecue, Cajun cuisine, New York pizza.
Oh, boy. I'd probably have to go Texas barbecue. I'll buy that one. I'll hold New York pizza. I'll sell Cajun cuisine. I like Cajun food. I love the taste of Cajun food. My body doesn't like Texas Cajun food. So that would be my buy, sell, hold of that group.
Yeah, I'm going I'm going to buy Texas barbecue, hold Cajun cuisine. I'll sell New York pizza. And then next one, buy, sell, hold Texas barbecue, Carolina barbecue, all kinds, and Kansas City barbecue.
Buy Texas, hold KC, sell the heck out of. I do not like the vinegar-based barbecues. So that's why I'm selling the Carolina barbecues.
I'm in the exact same way as you. Buy, sell, hold Chicago-style pizza, both kinds, so tavern and deep dish, New York slice, and Detroit style.
Buy New York slice, hold Detroit style, because there's different types of Detroit style. If it's the Detroit style that's like the Chicago tavern style, then I'm cool with that. Then I would buy that one. But if it's like the other type of New York, which is, I mean, it's Detroit's like Chicago. It has a couple different kinds. It's not like the deep dish like Chicago has, but it's a different kind. Then I'd go Detroit set buy if it's only that tavern style in Detroit as well. But I'd probably go New York would be mine there. That'd be my buy. And I'd sell Chicago just because I would sell whatever has the deep dish.
Yep. I buy New York, hold Detroit, sell Chicago. And then finally, buy, sell, hold gumbo, po' boy, and etouffee.
I don't even know what two of those three things are. Like I know what the words are, but I've never had them. Like etouffee, I've never had. Like I know what it is, but I've never had it. You know, po' boy, I've never had. I know what it is. It's a sandwich, right?
Pretty much. Yeah.
But yeah, I've never had one. So I've had gumbo. I like gumbo, so I'll buy that and I'll sell the other two because I've never had them.
I'll buy etouffee. I'll hold on gumbo, and I'll sell a po' boy. That's where I'm at.
Have you had all three of those?
I have.
Nice.
I have. Love etouffee. I get this chili cheese etouffee with crawfish in it. It's so good.
Nice.
Oh, it's so good. Buy, sell, hold from Lumpy. Notre Dame's defense will be a top 15 rated defense with the new defensive coordinator.
If not, it's a disaster. I'll buy that. I just think the talent is going to be good enough to where it's going to be top 15, even if he's just average.
Yeah, I'll buy it because they better. Like with the talent that they have, like that. I'm literally buying it because if they go from the number 2 defense, we listed off all the, like the FEI's numbers of where they were at. If they go from, top 3 defense to outside of the top 15, that'd be bad. That'd be bad. Buy, sell, hold. Chad Bowden won't connect with the USC type of kids and will flop as their GM.
Sell. He'll absolutely relate to those type of kids. No question. And I don't think he'll flop as their GM. I think if they don't succeed with him as the GM, it'll be more about the head coach than it will be about Chad Bowden.
Yep, I'm with that.
Like, I just think Notre Dame fans are just looking for a reason to be upset. Like there's a post on our board about taking a shot at Chad, and not, he says, like, there's comparing to what Kelly said, and it says, just be gracious, be thankful for the opportunity Notre Dame provided. Say you're thrilled to be at USC. He said Notre Dame means more. Like, they literally left out a big part of what he said. So what Chad said was, I listened to the comment because I'm like, come on, man, you can't say that. But he said, just being at USC means more to me. He grew up part of his life in LA. I mean, he's not saying USC, it means more at USC. He's saying being at USC means more for him because of his background and growing up and things like that. It's like, you just got to not always take things so personally, and spin things. If you're going to put a quote out there, you don't cut them off in the middle of a sentence that leaves a lot of context to that sentence. And so I just, I don't, he'll relate just fine to those guys, and he'll do just fine there.
Buy, sell, hold from ND Bet. Next year, Notre Dame will set the modern record for points scored on both the pass game and the run game. Will be top 5 caliber.
Well, it's possible. I don't know that the pass game will make that kind of jump, in my view, Trev. I mean, look, I buy the first part. I buy the second part. I look at it and say, I think the run game was top 5-ish this year. At least in the conversation, is top 5 this year with all the O-line injuries, and you had Riley Leonard at quarterback that helps with that. But I mean, pass game wise, like this, and what do you consider top 5? They won't be top 5 in yards. They won't be top 5 in both of those categories, because they're top 5 in both of those categories in yards. They're going to have arguably the greatest offense in the history of college football.
Right.
But top 5 as far as like effectiveness and efficiency, yeah, I could see that. This past year, Notre Dame, if you look at yards per play, Notre Dame ranked 79th in yards per pass attempt, and they ranked 49th in quarterback rating. If they're top 10 in quarterback rating or top 10 in passing yards per attempt, and they just are every bit as good as they were this past year at running the football, they'll be an elite offense. They don't have to be top 5. They just got to get top 10 or 15. If they're top 10 or 15, that offense is going to be crazy good. Because they went to the national title game this year, Trevor, with the offense ranked number 71 in college football in yards per pass attempt and 49th in quarterback rating.
And 102nd in yards per game. Yeah, I'm with you on this one. Buy, sell, hold from ICURN with Irish Luck. CJ Carr has a better and more impactful first year starting than Arch Manning.
I'm going to sell that, but I don't sell it with great confidence. I think Arch is a good football player. I've said before that I thought he was overrated from the standpoint of he was not like the number 1 or number 5 player in the country. He was more of a top 50 guy for me. And I graded CJ as a 5-star, but Arch is also a year ahead of CJ. Arch has more experience than CJ. I think CJ is not going to have as much asked of him this year as Arch will, especially as a runner. So I'll say more impactful. I'll sell that. I will say this. I think by the end of the year, that could flip. But over the course of the entire season, I think Arch will have the greater impact, because I don't think Notre Dame's going to ask CJ to carry the team as much in September as they might in November. That's kind of where I come from. But I won't be shocked if I'm wrong on this one. I just lean more towards Arch. The experience, he's going into year 3 of college. CJ's going into year 2. He's in a very quarterback-friendly offense. Arch is. Not that Notre Dame's isn't, but it's even more so. And he's going to be asked to carry the team more, where Notre Dame is going to rely on. Like, Arch is going to have to be the dude at Texas, where CJ is going to have Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and Malika. He just won't have to necessarily carry it as much early, and as Arch will.
I buy that CJ Carr will have a better season. I sell that he will have a more impactful season for the reasons that you just listed out. My biggest thing with Arch Manning is I hope he doesn't start getting the Drew Aller treatment, because Drew Aller came in and was supposed to be the new face of the franchise for Penn State because he was a highly touted recruit. And since he hasn't brought them back to championships, everybody says that he sucks and he's terrible. Like, I hope that Texas Longhorn fans don't start giving him some of the same treatment, because I think Arch could be really, really good. It also doesn't have, like, the name attached on the back of his jersey is also going to bring some implications too. What he means. I mean, people were calling for Arch Manning to be starting over Quinn Ewers all throughout the season last year anyways. So, yeah, I mean, he's already, I mean, for like betting lines and things, like, he's like one of the favorites to win the Heisman in 2025. So if he doesn't burst onto the scene in the SEC in his first year as a full-time starter and light the world on fire, I hope people aren't just immediately out on him. So,
oh, they will.
Oh, I know.
Look, here's the thing. It's he's going to get the same treatment Deion Sanders got. I said this. Remember when I said this, Trevor? I said they're going to hype Deion up so much early because when he doesn't win, then they can tear him down. You get just as many clicks building him up as you're going to, and you actually get more clicks tearing him down because you built him up. And it'll be the same thing with Arch. If Arch struggles, the same people now thinking he's the second coming of his uncle are going to tear him down and rip him, and he's overrated, and he's this, he's that, and the other thing. If he doesn't lead them to the championship game this year. Absolutely correct on that. Absolutely correct on that. It won't be fair, and it won't be right, but that'll be what happens. That's why Eli never got – I think a big reason Eli doesn't get the respect he deserves as a quarterback is because he's always compared to, well, you got to be Peyton. You know, that's why I love that thing. It's like they're having some fun, but he's doing like that little diss thing. You know, I'm Eli. I'm nice. Tom Brady's the GOAT. Psych. I beat him twice. You know what I mean? Like, it's like he's having some fun, and he's a really fun guy to he just seems like a big nerd and a big kind of dorky guy but then he's kind of funny and goofy and but yeah, I mean, you think people act like Arch Manning, like Eli Manning. It's like the Giants won 2 Super Bowls in spite of him is how a lot of people talk about him.
Oh, I know.
And because he's not Eli, he's not Peyton. And I think Arch is going to be held to that same standard. If he's not Peyton, and then they'll tear him down because media knows I get more clicks. Think about it, guys. You get more clicks on an article. If I wrote an article ripping Marcus Freeman and he can't hold his team together and how do you lose Al Golden and Chad Bowden and Mike Mickens is alienated and you've got guys starters up in the portal and this is an example of why Marcus Freeman is not the guy. And this year was a fluke. Now, I think all that's BS. But if I wrote that article, I promise you it would get 5 to 10 times more clicks than if I wrote an article saying, this is why I think Marcus Freeman's the best coach in college football. Promise you it would.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, why do you think the titles of articles when Pendleton, Coogan, and Spindler entered the portals, 3 Notre Dame starting offensive linemen hit the transfer portal? Like, it's, I mean, were they by definition?
Negativity sells.
Yeah.
Negativity sells. And in this era where your salary is defined, and this is why I build our brand the way that it does, where I put so much emphasis on the premium board, because I want our money to be made first and foremost in a setting where our integrity matters, our consistency matters, our facts matter, our arguments matter, being right matters, as opposed to I wrote some thing that just I make up some injury rumor that I know is not true, or I heard from someone who heard from someone who heard from someone, and I put it out there that this is going to happen or that's going to happen, and it gets 1 million clicks. I made my money. Yeah, it was completely false and BS, but I made my money. Like that's what's wrong with so much of journalism now is the salacious story sells. The accusation is always on page 1. The retraction is always on page 20. I mean, that was kind of the joke. It's like, you know, you accuse someone of something bad on page 1 headline, but when you find out you were wrong and say, we actually, it's always some small little thing in the corner. It's never as much as the accusation. And that's the reality of it. I mean, there's things, if you follow politics, that people believe today about certain people in positions of promise. They swear that happened when in reality, it was always a lie. It was never true. And no one in the world believes it to be true. That has actually, but you still believe it's true because you only remember the initial accusation and you've paid no attention to what came next because it fit your narrative.
Oh yeah,
that sells. I refuse to get into that. That's why we don't break commitments before they happen. That's why we don't. do the negative. If you all like, people say, well, you put that thing about rule. If I put half the stuff that I knew a negative about the program, you'd be like, oh my God, that's terrible. Or why are you putting that there? But I don't put most of that out there because A, you can't verify most of it. B, I don't know what it would accomplish. It's kind of happening in all programs. It'd just be trying to get clicks. It's like I could do a lot of things that would create a lot of articles that would get a lot of play if that's what we cared about. The sad thing is too many people care about that. I'll make a lot more money ripping Arch Manning after a bad game than I'll make breaking down, doing a film breakdown of his game where I talk about the good and the bad. I'll make 100 times more money writing an article that's 700 words talking about how he's overrated and he's not his uncle and blah, 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 and he's overrated and this. I'll make 10 times more money doing that than I'll do an honest evaluation of here's what he did well, here's what he did in a film breakdown. Because the vast majority of people and this is what makes IB fans unique, in my opinion, is they just want the clickbait. They want the headline. They want, people, I've had people argue with me about an article I wrote because they interpreted the headline a certain way. I'm like, dude, read the article. And it's just, it's ridiculous. It's sad, but that's why I know if Arch doesn't light it up, you will see him get the Deion Sanders treatment.
Yeah.
You call it the Drew Aller treatment. Agree with you completely. They're building him up so that way if he succeeds, they can say, see, and make all their money off of it. But if he fails, they're going to be like, ooh, nice, because I can make some money off of this, boy. I think you're spot on that. Spot on.
Buy, sell, hold from JP is for Notre Dame. Notre Dame college football program can develop one day so we are double-digit favorites in the NCAA college football national championship game instead of always being double-digit underdogs for the national championship.
Well, they weren't a double-digit underdog in this game, correct? Wasn't it? Didn't it end at like 7.5 or 8.5?
Yeah.
So they weren't a double-digit this time, but sure, they can get to that point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy that they can get to that point. I mean, a lot of lines are set in Vegas because they know, especially with Notre Dame fans, like a lot of people will hammer Notre Dame to cover. I mean, like that's just the lines will always be set like that. I mean, until Notre Dame goes and wins one, they'll always be considered the underdog in games like that. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate, but Vegas will set the lines the way that they do because they know that guys like me will absolutely hammer Notre Dame to cover because they will. I mean, the second I saw, now, unfortunately, they actually didn't end up covering because of the field goal late in the game. But the second I saw the line being at 9.5, I bet on Notre Dame to cover. Because the worst loss that Marcus Freeman has ever had at Notre Dame has been by 13 points. So, yeah.
I'm with you. But yeah, I buy that. That'll happen at some point in time. It also depends on who you get in the title game. If you get some Cinderella team, yeah, of course you're going to be favored.
Buy, sell, hold. The most talented players in the transfer portal, like a Caleb Downs and Quinshon Judkins, will one day sincerely consider Notre Dame as an option.
Well, that's already happened. I buy that. I mean, that's what Riley Leonard was. And they got the top quarterback on the market last year, in my opinion. It was him and Caleb. It was him and Cam Ward were the top talents on the market last year. So yeah, they'll get that.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame didn't want Quinshon Judkins. They wanted Caleb Downs, but he went to Ohio State. Yeah, money was a part of it, but as I've said before, it was because he was going to go there and be developed, and the track record they have is producing defensive backs and all that other kind of stuff. But yes, Notre Dame will be that, and they already have that to a degree. Notre Dame just doesn't go to the portal as much as other schools, but they got arguably the best quarterback on the market last year.
Mm-hmm.
At worst, second best. You could make a case maybe for Cam Ward being better, but at worst, you got the second best quarterback on the portal last year.
Yeah.
So yes. The thing is, though, sometimes it's going to be Notre Dame isn't looking for that player because some of those players that are considered the best are just it's for money. They want the most money. They're not in it for, hey, I want to go win a championship. I want to get paid. Cam Ward was looking to get paid. I'm not begrudging him for it, but Cam Ward didn't care about winning a championship. If he did, he'd have gone to Ohio State because they wanted Cam Ward. He basically said, this is where I believe I'm going to be projected in the NFL draft. This is what I was told. This is where I'm going to be projecting the NFL draft, and this is how much money I'm going to make. So if you're not passing that, then I'm not going to go. He literally was going to go to the NFL. He declared for the NFL and then when Miami stepped up to pay him more, he decided to come back to college and go to Miami. Well, you're not winning a championship with a guy like that. Miami didn't even win the ACC championship with him. That's not a knock on him. He was honest about it. I have no issue with Cam Ward in that regard. But that's not a player that a team like Notre Dame is going to want.
No.
Or look for. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with
that.
Oh,
yeah. I'm with that. I mean, they didn't even win a bowl game with him.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat said they got Malachi Fields. The difference is I think Malachi is one of the best receivers in the portal, but he's not perceived to be because he's from the ACC. Like the two guys from Kentucky are considered to be better than him. One of them you could argue is. The other one is not.
Oh, especially when you have like guys in the portal like Eric Singleton and when Deion Branch or Zachariah Branch hit the portal.
Zachariah Branch,
yeah.
I would take Malachi Fields over him any day of the week.
Oh, I would too. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from I Am Tenzin. You will avoid all forms of work on that upcoming vacation.
Sell. We've already paid for our internet package. Yeah, I'm going to try not to work much, but I'm not going to be able to not work. I run a business. I can't just take a whole week off of not doing anything to make sure my business is going well, making sure their website's running good, making sure I'm responding to emails from people. And if someone's having an issue where they can't log into the site, I'm like, sorry, I'm going on vacation for a week. Can't help you. I need to be able to help them. But I'm going to plan on taking a lot of time off, but I won't be doing shows that week, but I can't completely take the week off.
Buy, sell, hold. The Quarter Pounder is better than any non-Whopper from Burger King. However, the Whopper destroys the Big Mac.
I like the Whopper better than the Quarter Pounder. And yes, both of those blow away the Big Mac. Buy.
Yep, I'm in the same boat. Same boat. Buy, sell, hold. Drake Bowen wins the Butkus Award.
Sell. And we talked about this yesterday because I don't think any of them are going to have enough production because of the rotation to win those awards. I hope I'm wrong. It'd be fun to be wrong.
Mm-hmm. Then buy, sell, hold. Jaden Greathouse wins the Blinktakoff.
Sell. Same reason yesterday. I just don't think he'll have enough production to win that.
Yep. I'm with you. Buy, sell, hold from Lucky Duck 512. Notre Dame blitzes much less this year due to getting more consistent pressure with the 4-man pass rush and if everyone is healthy. I mean, I'll hope by that one. I'll absolutely hope by that one. Now, I mean, Notre Dame blitzed their linebackers less in 24, didn't they, than they did in 23?
It seemed like it. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers, but it seemed like it. And looking at the PFF numbers, I think it backs that up. Actually, I'll pull it up here a little bit because they break it down like, are you pass rushing, are you covering, or are you playing run defense?
Yeah.
And this year, Jack Kaiser had 79. Actually, I guess you kind of got to look at it. So let's just do the math. So Jack Kaiser had 79 pressures, and Drake Bowen had 68 pass rushes, I should say. Let's see here. Jalen Snead had 106. It's kind of an asterisk on that one because he did some third down stuff. 77 for Kingston, and then Jaden Osbury had 38. So if you go back to 2023, so that is 368 pass rushes. Last year, see, Jack Kaiser had 40, JD had 104, Maris had 129, Drake had 11, and that's 284. So let's see. Is there anybody else that played linebacker that should be considered? I got Jack, I got JD, I got Marist, I've got Drake, and Jalen Snead. So let me just make sure that I've got everybody that would be considered playing meaningful snaps at linebacker last year. Yes, it'd be those three. So 368 this year divided by 16 games would be 23 a game. 284 divided by 13 would be 21.8. So it looks like they blitz a little bit more this year. I think that number is especially skewed because last year Jalen Snead did not pressure as much as he did this year, and this year they had Kingston and Jalen both rushing on third down. So the numbers say that it would be more this year, But I think that just watching the games, breaking it down, a lot more of those quote-unquote pass rushes are actual lining up on the edge, rushing the passer than they were blitzes. So I will still say that they did it more last year than this year. And I also think Chris Ash's history is not as blitz heavy as Al Golden's was. Marcus Freeman's blitz history is not as heavy as Al Golden's was. So I don't think that's going to be part of, when you talk about the things that Marcus Freeman is going to demand from his new coordinator, that's not one of those things, in my opinion, that you're going to see as much of. It's not a requirement. That's just what Al Golden liked to do, and Marcus Freeman gave him the ability to do that, and it worked.
Yeah. Yep. Buy, sell, hold from Lucky Duck 512. If the path in the playoffs is as follows, Notre Dame makes it to the title game with a great shot to win. Notre Dame hosts Florida in the first round, plays Clemson in the quarterfinals, Oregon in the semifinals, and Texas in the championship game. I think that's who oh gosh.
It's close. It's not quite what Andy Staples had, but it's close. Did he didn't have him playing Florida in the first round, did he?
I think so. They had him hosting. I thought they did. I thought he had him hosting Florida. I think this is what Andy Staples had.
Let me see here. I thought he had someone other than Florida in the first round. You could be right. I know he had Clemson, Oregon, and Texas. I do know that part is correct. Did he have really Florida in the first round? Florida? Wow, he did. Yeah, Florida in the first round. I don't see Florida being a playoff team next year.
No, I don't.
Their schedule's brutal again next year. I mean, it's not easy next year. So basically saying is if that's the path, will they be in the title game? And I'd say, yeah, I think if that's the path, I think they're at very least in the semifinals. Clemson's not going to be a pushover next year.
No, I don't think so.
You and I have talked about this. They're going to be a really good football team next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a much tougher 3-versus-6 matchup than what Penn State had to deal with this year against Boise State. Yeah, much tougher. But yeah, I think they could make it a championship. I mean, look, beating Clemson and beating Oregon will not be easy. That CJ Carr, Dante Moore semifinal would be quite the storyline.
Yeah.
Quite the storyline.
Yeah, that'd be a lot of fun.
Yep. And then the championship game is the nephew of Eli, Peyton Manning, the grandson of Arch Manning against the grandson of Lloyd Carr. That'd be a lot of storylines in that semifinal. Because who was his other semifinal team? It was Ohio State. Quite the storylines.
Yeah.
Quite the storylines.
Buy, sell, hold. Jalen Sneed is being an under-the-radar pick as a captain in 2025.
Sell.
Notre Dame will have a player with double-digit sacks this season.
I'm going to sell that just because I need to see certain guys be healthy, and I think it'll be a lot of splitting the sacks up, but I won't be shocked at all if, like we talked about it yesterday, if Bubakar would have played this year and had the same exact sack rate that he had in the first 4.5 games he played in, he would have had 11. It's possible, but I'm in that I need to see it type of mode first. They haven't had a lot of double-digit sack guys. You had Foskey in those 2 years, and when was the last time you had
I think
before him? When was the last time you had? Was it Victor Abiamari in 05 and 06? 05 or 06? I mean, when was the last? Did
Romeo Okwara ever get to double digits?
I thought he had 9. I'm going to go look. In 15, I thought he had 9. Let's see here. Because I know, so go sacks. So, you had 7.5 as the leader this year. 5 was the leader year before. You had five back-to-back of 11 with Foskey. Adi led the team with 7 and 20. 5.5 was the lead in 19. 2 guys with 8 and 18. Jerry Tillery led the team with 4.5 and that's so bad. 4.5 and 17. Lord. And then Niles Morgan led the team with 4 sacks in 2016. They had 14 sacks in the entire 2016 season. That is disgusting. So gross.
That's disgusting.
So gross. Let's go here. Let's go to archives here because they've changed this. But let's go to 15 final stats. Stephon Tuitt, I think, actually had double digits. But let's see who you said 15, right? Romeo and 15. Yep. Romeo led the team with 8. And then 14, nobody. Let's see. I think Tuitt might have had double digits in 2012. Let's see here. Stephon Tuitt had two guys. Tuitt had 13, and then Prince Shembo had 10.5. So prior to Isaiah Foskey's 21 and 22, the last time they had a guy in double digits was back in 2012. And you had two guys that did it that year. No, I'm sorry. Those are tackles for loss. Stephon had 12 sacks. Shembo had 7.5. So I was incorrect on that. So you'd have to go all the way back to 2012 with a guy like Stephon Tuitt. And I've pointed this out before too, Trevor. Like, I didn't look at it for 2024, but I was making this point 2023. If you look at like the sack leaders in 2023, a lot of the teams that led in sacks did not have double-digit sack guys. There were several top 10 teams that did not have double-digit sack guys. And I think Penn State in 2023 led the nation in sacks. And their number one sack guy had 7.5, and their number two sack guys were two guys that tied for 4.5. So you'll see that a lot. You know, there are teams that do. Troy was number 2 in sacks. They had two guys with over 10. SMU had a guy right at 10. They were number 3. Florida State that year was 4th in sacks. They didn't have anybody with double digits. Jared Verse led them with 9. So there's UTSA had a guy in double digits. JMU had a couple guys in double digits. Notice the pattern. It's the smaller school guys that have that one individual. UCLA had a guy that was in double digits. Texas A&M ranked in the top 10 in sacks. Their leader in sacks had 8. Their next guy had 6. This is looking at 2023. And then, you know, Tennessee had a guy in double digits, but he's right at 10. So you'll see a lot of teams that produce a lot of sacks still don't actually have one guy that produces a lot of sacks. Michigan had 39 sacks the year they won the title, and they were 11th at college football. The most sacks they had on the team was 6.5. So it could be a situation where, you know, Bubakar's got 9 and he's got a ton of pressures, and because of his pressures, other people are getting sacks because they're trying to avoid Bubakar.
Right.
So could see that as well.
By so hold, Notre Dame will have go ahead.
No, go. No.
I was going to say by so hold, Notre Dame will have 3 or more players with 5 or more sacks this season.
That I buy, and that I think is even more likely than this. Now, they're both possible, especially if they play 15, 16 games. But this is even more likely than that.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely believe that. I think that's even more likely to see 3 guys with 5, more than 5. I think that's definitely, especially if they play 14, 15, 16 games again. I mean, that was not that far away from happening this year. I mean, you had Riley at 7.5, Donovan at 4.5, Howard at 4, and Riley didn't miss 3 games. Howard missed 3 games. If Howard doesn't miss 3 games, he's at 5. You know, Bubakar had 3 in 5 games. If he doesn't get hurt, he's got 5.
Yeah.
So that would be more likely to me than the other way around.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Jordan Schreiber. Tyler Buckner takes over the 4th and short and goal line package of Riley Leonard in 2025.
It's possible. I would sell it because I think it'll be more likely. I mean, look, first of all, Jeremiah Love's a really good short yardage back. That's why he had 17 rushing touchdowns this year. Go ask Penn State how good Jeremiah Love is in short yardage situations. I think if there's going to be someone other than him, it's going to be Kedron Young, because I still want my quarterback in the game to provide options of things to do there. But I would not be shocked if they did this at times. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they did that. I think there's just better options right now.
Buy, sell, hold. Kevin Bauman makes an impact on the 2025 Notre Dame squad.
Sell. I mean, I love the kid. He's injured all the time.
Yeah.
And he's got to show they can stay healthy first. I hope that I'm selling it, but I hope that this is one I'm wrong on, because it'd be great for the kid. Be a great story, right? For him to finally be healthy and just kind of go out with a really good season. Doesn't catch a lot of balls, but he catches that first round playoff game, touchdown pass that puts him up in the 4th quarter off of a play. You know what I mean? Something like that. That'd be awesome. Be a great storyline. Yeah. Great storyline. Fantastic. I hope that this is one that I hope that I'm most wrong on. I'd love it, because he was not a bad. I mean, think about that seam catch he had in 22 against Ohio State.
Yeah.
Remember that? That great catch up the seam, but he just couldn't stay healthy, and he's just not the same athlete he was because of all the injuries.
Buy, sell, hold. The Raiders misused Michael Mayer, and he gets traded at the draft and has an impact in 2025 somewhere else. Or Chip Kelly utilizes a double tight end tandem of Bowers and Mayer.
You got a thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, it would be smart if they did. I mean, Michael Mayer is grossly underused. Brock Bowers is a fantastic NFL talent, but I mean, Michael Mayer, obviously I have a little bit of a bias there, but Michael Mayer playing second fiddle to a team with not a real wide receiver threat. I mean, Jacoby Myers is fine, but utilize what you got. So maybe, I don't know if Chip Kelly has a history of using tight ends. I don't know if he did at Oregon. I don't know if he did when he was with the Eagles in Philly. I don't know if that was the time that aligned when Zach Ertz was there. Maybe. But, yeah, I mean, I could see Michael Mayer getting traded. And if not, I would request a trade because there's a lot of time. I mean, there's a team 10 minutes away from me that plays in Lucas Oil Stadium that could use a tight end like Michael Mayer. So maybe, but who knows? Who knows? I'll hope by it just because I would love to see Michael Mayer make an impact in the NFL. Buy, sell, hold. Eli Raridan is the fastest player in college football, and he goes for 40-plus catches and 500 yards.
I could see him going for 40 catches, 500 yards. I think that's a little bit of a joke off the comment that was made a couple years ago about how he had his 10-yard split in the sprints was like faster than like any like receiver in the draft that year. It's like, guys, that's not his 10-yard split. I don't know who's reporting that, but I promise you he's not that much faster than Kyle Pitts and every other receiver in the draft. Like, come on. But I could buy him doing that, especially if we're talking about playing 14, 15, 16 games. If we're talking about 12 or 13, I don't know that he'll get to that level of production, but sure.
I'm going to hope by it. I mean, not the fastest player part, but I'm going to hope by he has 40 catches and 500 yards. I mean, it'd be great. Be a great season for him.
And that's what we saw this year from their top tight end.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mitchell Evans caught 43 passes for 421 yards. That's not that far off from what we're predicting here. I can see that.
My biggest thing for the tight end position this upcoming season, and this is my common theme for the entire offense, I just need to see consistency.
Sure.
Be the same team week in and week out.
Very fair.
Buy, sell, hold. Brian Kelly misses the playoffs again in 2025.
Buy. I know I said earlier they have a shot, and I think they have a shot. I think they're going to be a sleeper playoff team, but I'm still selling that he would make it. So I buy that he misses it again.
Buy, sell, hold. Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse both go for over 1,000 yards.
I'm selling that, but I'll tell you this right now: if they both do, this is going to be the most fun season in Notre Dame history, and Notre Dame will not lose to like anyone. So, if that's the case, then I would then buy the question about one of them being in contention for the Biletnikoff Award, and I would change my answer on the Heisman because if that's the case, because CJ or Steve or Kenny, whoever the quarterback is, will be in the Heisman contention.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, 100%. Just do not see that happen.
Yeah, I mean,
could one of them get there? Sure. Both? No.
I mean, that would be insane.
Yeah.
That'd be nuts. Buy, sell, hold. You changed your mind on Will Pauling. I thought I heard you say he wasn't a Notre Dame caliber player when he hit the portal, or was that a different Wisconsin wide receiver?
I don't remember saying he wasn't a Notre Dame caliber player. I do remember saying he can't be your top guy. So I think that's a little bit stronger than I said. I did change my opinion a little bit on him, though. When I broke down more film, I liked him a little bit better, but I'm still not like, oh my gosh, Will Pauling's coming here to be a dude. The reason I'm on board bringing in Will Pauling is because what I was told is he's being brought in to compete in battle. He's not being brought in to thrust him into the starting lineup and be the guy, because he's not that. And as long as that is still the plan, then I'm totally fine bringing him in. He's not a guy that's going to come to Notre Dame and be your dude, in my opinion. I've seen anything on film that tells me he's going to do that. That's more of what I was referring to. But yes, I like him more after watching his film. No question. But my overall opinion of what role he should have did not change. He should be part of the rotation, even if he starts part of the rotation as opposed to being the guy.
Yeah. They didn't bring him in to be Malachi Fields.
They better not have.
I'm with you. Yeah.
And I think that might be the last question, Trevor. Let me just go check the board real quick. No, there's a couple more. It's just not. There we go. Hold on. There we go.
Buy, sell, hold. Sullivan Absher is a better right guard than Anthony Knapp. Pass and run blocking in 2025.
Oh, sell it for now. I think he's capable of it, but he's not there yet. I mean, obviously, right now, I think Anthony Knapp is the more experienced player, and Anthony Knapp is more proven. So I'll sell it for now, but it wouldn't shock me if Sullivan Absher has a breakout and becomes a starting lineman. It won't shock me at all. He's a lot more raw when he showed up, as we talked about when they signed him. I mean, he's a kid that came from a triple option offense. He had a lot to learn.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is the year that the light goes on for him.
Buy, sell, hold. Gerby Lambert starts over Emil Wagner at right tackle in 2025.
Sell that. I think he should get the opportunity to battle. Nobody on the offensive line played well enough to where they're just gimmies as starters. But Emil was good enough to where Gerby's going to have to be significantly better than him in camp to beat him out.
Yeah.
For the starting job in week 1.
Yep.
Not saying he shouldn't. I'm just saying he should absolutely get a shot. But, yeah, I think people understand what I'm saying.
Buy, sell, hold. Trevor is better at foosball than Brian. I mean, I'm going to sell this, and I don't know how much flack I'm going to get for this. I've never played a game of foosball.
Well, then you definitely would lose to me because I used to have a foosball table. So, yes.
Then there you go. That's what I said. Definitely selling.
You've been deprived of some good old-fashioned fun, Trevor. We're going to have to fix that someday. They have to fix that someday.
Buy, sell, hold. If Al Golden would have used similar defensive schemes from 22 and 23 instead of the new strategy for 24, Notre Dame wins the national championship.
Sell. If Al Golden would have used a better game plan from 2024, they could have won. But no, look, I didn't like the defensive game plan. We don't know that a better game plan would have meant they would have won.
Right.
We don't know that. My thing was, if you're going to go down doing what you do. That's what I've said. Don't lose and then leave this question of what if we would have done this or this or this, like what got us here. That was my problem. No, I sell that overall. We don't know that they would have done that. And I definitely don't think that guys, this is the best defensive team they had, in my opinion, especially when you consider the context of who they played. This is a really, really good defense.
Yeah.
Really good defense.
You make the argument their defensive scheme in 2022 had them allow 23 some odd points a game. Like,
right.
I don't
and
know
he definitely made adjustments in 23 compared to 22. Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I mean,
did you watch the USC game in 2022?
Unfortunately,
you know, I mean, come on now. Come on now.
Buy, sell, hold from Keth Clark 60.
I think that's Seth.
Yeah. The linebackers will take a jump in overall production.
Buy. They're a year older. I think the way that they're going to use the D tackles are going to result in the linebackers making more plays. So definite buy.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will get 3 top 50 recruits in the class of 2026 using IB rankings.
Buy. Just looking at the board now, I'll be shocked if there's not 3. Yeah, buy. Definitely buy. It's a good question. Yep. I like that he says using IB rankings. Thank you for that, Seth. I really appreciate that. I really do.
And buy, sell, hold. One of Chance Tucker or Kevin Bauman will be a quality rotation player this coming season.
I can buy that because I can see Kevin Bauman stepping in as a blocker, especially with Cooper down if he can stay healthy, and that's an important role. That's a quality rotation. If you're just coming in to be a really good run blocker and that's what he does, yeah, I can buy that.
Yeah.
I would love to see one of those kids get a chance to do that. They're both great kids, you know, and have been through a lot and stuck it out. Could have left and gone somewhere else, but they've stuck it out. Respect them a bunch. This is the last one.
Buy, sell, hold from Lou Holt's grandson. If you swapped Notre Dame and Ohio State's receiving cores, or even just top 2 receivers, if you prefer, Notre Dame would have won the Natty.
I think I said yesterday that that if you swapped, you know, Jeremiah Smith for somebody else, Notre Dame wins. That was a bit hyperbolic. Look, an issue early in the game was not your receiving core. It was your quarterback not getting the ball where it needed to go. But I think if you had Jeremiah Smith, here's the thing. If you swapped receiving cores, Ohio State's not in the national championship game.
Yeah.
Like if they swapped receiving cores all season, Ohio State's not playing for the championship.
Yeah. Another thing I will say as well, if Notre Dame had Jeremiah Smith, doesn't mean that the defense isn't going to give up 31 points and 5 scores on 5 consecutive drives.
If you swap the entire receiving core, however, I do think that you could say that. Because like you said, Jeremiah Smith made the big play late, but it was Carnell Tate and Emeka Egbuka that were making a lot of the pass game plays earlier in the game.
Yeah. Yep.
But if you switch the receiving core, then I think you can make that case. You can make that case, yes. Because I think Notre Dame's secondary is better than Ohio State's secondary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So
very true.
I think part of it is their receiving core is much better, which is why they had the production they had. Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah. So Trev, that is it, man. That is it for man. And we did not do anything beforehand. We just went right into bicycle hold. That's how many questions that we had. That is crazy.
Yeah, we had really, really good submissions today, guys. Thank you for being with us for, just a hair under 5 hours. This was a good show. It was, and I
guess it's appropriate signing day. We always have long shows on signing day. So we had a long signing day show. And isn't it crazy that on signing day, we had like 3 recruiting questions the entire time? That's how little people care about signing day right now.
Yeah. No,
so I gotta say, wild. If you do things a certain way, you can ruin things that people used to love.
Very true.
Just saying.
Very, very true. Well, listen, guys, Brian and I will be back again tomorrow at 1:00. We are going to keep diving into Notre Dame's offseason. Still a lot of different things to cover. But in the meantime, make sure that you guys head over to IB Nation Sports Talk. They're doing their midweek mailbag right now. That is currently live. But before you guys head out of here, be sure to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast with your friends and family, anybody else that you know loves Notre Dame football and college football as much as you do. Whichever platform you guys watch us on, whether it be Spotify Podcasts or Apple Podcasts, please be sure to leave us a 5-star review. We'd greatly appreciate it. And as always, the best way to support what we do here at Irish Breakdown is subscribe to the premium message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So for Brian, I'm Trevor. We will see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.